Hi, I'm Eric and I do everything, and Code Geass has a special place in my heart, from the genius story writing, Pizza Hut, compelling characters, and Pizza Hut. And let's not forget about the freaking awesome mecha battles. And this is coming from someone who doesn't even fancy watching two robotic Godzillas hump each other, aka Mecha, all that much. Because of my love for this anime, I decided to check out the old, retro Code Geass video games, and I gotta say, they were a lot better than I thought they would be. Considering the majority of the animes out there make me want to cry, I'm looking at you, Jump Force. To summarize Code Geass briefly, it's an anime/manga that takes place in an alternate reality where Japan got taken over by a fictional group called the Holy Britannian Empire. This is when our main character, Lelouch, comes into the picture, who is the forgotten prince of the Holy Britannian Empire's king, Charles de Britannia, who, well, let's just say that Lelouch and his fathers have quite a bit of issues with each other. One day, when Lelouch gets these epic mind control powers from Pizza Hut's mascot, Cece, instead of using these new mind control powers to turn us into an hentai, he decides to go with the world domination route and take over the Holy Britannian Empire instead. What the frick is wrong with you? You could have used your mind control gene to get it on Nina. I mean, look how, passionate she is. But no, I guess taking over an empire is more fun. Anyway, that's pretty much the plot. That being said, I, Eric Does Everything, commands you to sit back and enjoy the video. The first anime game we're taking a look at is Code Geass Hyaku no Lelouch for the Nintendo DS, which is an RPG game that was developed by Bandai Namco Games, who developed many other anime games such as Toradora Portable and Dragon Ball FighterZ. The game was released as a Japanese exclusive game in 2007, meaning that yes, it's in Japanese, but there is an English patch, but it's not complete, so I had played in Japanese, which for the most part didn't really require any Japanese to know, but there were some cases where I had to Google Translate scenes in my DS on my phone in the most boomer way possible. The game for the most part received decent reviews, averaging 3.9 stars out of 5 with 50 reviews, so I'm pretty hopeful about the game. That being said, let's check it out. Where has this game been all my life? It was freaking amazing! Better than Poo Stinky Nina. Story-wise, this game is nothing too special, as it follows the anime for the most part with slight minor changes, like the fact that you get to create your own knight that takes part in the story, which I simply named Eric with a K, i.e. a cooler version of me. Anyway, screw the story, I want to talk about the freaking shooty blasty stuff. My goodness, the gameplay is definitely the best part about this game, as it not only perfectly mastered the typical RPG elements like Pokemon and Final Fantasy VII, but it also made it so that these random encounters were short, quick, and easy. Kinda like how it is in the majority of the anime, where they just cruise by blowing up unimportant ships. Seriously, I can't stress enough how freaking badass these battles were. I was all like pew pew pew, and the baddies went all like boom boom boom, and it was just freaking epic. Who knew killing Hunts to Meadow could be so satisfying? The gameplay tends to have 1 to 3 Black Knights battling 1 to 3 Holy Britannian Empire ships with 4 commands you can do: attack, steal, item, and windbound style. The attack button is quite simple, as it just, wow, attacks the enemies. Wow, it's just attack. The skill button is where things get interesting though. You see these meter thingies? Well, this baby goes up to 3 and allows you to use powerful attacks with the cost of deflating a meter, which makes things quite strategic for this game. The item button just basically has your basic stuff like typical healing potions and whatnot. I hardly use this button, and I'll explain why in a bit. But the final button, the escape button, again, is kinda self-explanatory. You run away. Well, at least I think you run away. I didn't exactly use this button at all. Yeah, I know, I'm a horrible reviewer. Speaking of being horrible, despite being awful RPG games for the most part, this game overall was pretty easy, which was probably the most annoying part of this game. As in the 30 hours I played this game, I only died once. Yes, frickin' once. That's one more death than the amount of girls in my current harem. It's not my fault I'm too charming for the ladies. Would you shut the muck up, Timmy? Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, Pizza Hut. That's right, throughout the game, guess where you can find the power-ups and collectibles in this game? Yep, frickin' bosses with a compressed Pizza Hut logo. Yeah, you cannot make this up. I don't think they were even allowed to do that. I might have to dispose this game for doing a big no-no. Oh well, it could have been worse. They could have made the game riddled with sponsorships. I mean, imagine making an entire game out of a company. Gosh darn it, Pepsi. Speaking of collecting stuff, when you aren't battling, you're mainly walking around taking part of the game, which for the most part was really just me pressing random buttons, hoping the selections I made were good enough. And for the most part, it didn't really do anything to change the story and make me die, so I think I'm good. Then again, why would the game make me die when I got these epic weight dashing skills going on? Usually, play during these sessions, you're either walking around a school or sneaking around with Lelouch telling you where to go. And once you mess up, you get kicked back to the beginning and start over. Which was really easy to understand. I mean, you just frickin' follow the arrow for crying out loud. For the most part, just walking around and collecting things and taking part of the action was honestly kind of fun. Even if I don't understand what the characters are saying. Which, speaking of the characters, they could have easily opted for some still frames, but they took the time to animate all the characters' mouths, eyes, and much more, which is something I can always appreciate. Speaking of the looks, man, does this game look amazing. Not only has there been a lot of care when it came to these characters, but it's the little thing like having all the characters you play as have unique idle animations, and the really cool mech designs that are easily recognizable just brings a smile on my face. Frick, one even has a frickin' wrecking ball. Dang, where's Miley Cyrus when you need her? One thing that annoys me a little bit is the fact that they took screenshots of some scenes during the anime to explain the story, rather than creating their own scenes, but that's a very minor and small complaint in comparison to how much love and care went into this game. My favorite part of the game design-wise definitely was how neat and organized the menus are in this game. The UI and UX in this game is so straightforward, and you don't even need to know Japanese for the most part to understand what you're doing, which just goes to show how much care they put into this game. The last thing I want to mention about this game is the fact that the music in this game are absolute bangers. I mean, it was so satisfying listening to it while destroying the lives of many people. Anyway, that's pretty much it when it comes to this game. I don't want to go too heavy with the story of the game as I don't want to spoil anything, but with my rating system, I would give this game a rating of worship it. Anyway, let's talk about the next game, shall we? Which is called Geass, Lelouch of the Rebellion Lost Colors, in which the name has 48 more characters than the amount of girls that confessed to me. Code Geass, Lelouch of the Rebellion Lost Colors is a Japanese exclusive visual novel made by Bandai Namco that was released on the PSP and PS2, the form in which I played the game on. This game was released in Japan on March 27, 2008 as a visual novel game that follows a new protagonist named Rai who suffers from amnesia. Dang, what's with visual novels and conveniently having amnesia? Anyway, Rai has a Geass ability similar to Lelouch, but is activated by voice, so as you can imagine, it creates quite some unique experiences throughout the game. Well, at least I think so, as yes, I don't speak Japanese, so I kinda made up my own plot and treated this like a dating sim instead of actually playing the game properly. What I'm basically trying to say is, when I see Cece, I talk. If I see Poo Poo Stinky Nina, I cry myself to sleep. There are multiple endings to the story, some good and bad, but I only played the game twice. The first ending I got involved the game over when I used Geass to invite Sakusu, Lelouch's childhood friend, to join the Black Knights, which caused Lelouch to go all Toonsery-like on me and put me into an eternal sleep. The second ending I got was the Blue Moon ending, where I surprisingly got to one ending that actually ended in a romance, which just goes to show how charming I am with the ladies. You know what, Timmy? Come here! Don't worry, I only tied him up and sent him to work at Taco Bell for the week. Anyway, with the Blue Moon ending, you actually end up having romantic feelings for Nanuli, Lelouch's sister, and eventually start dating her, which, as you might expect, Lelouch isn't necessarily too happy about that. Other than the different and strange endings, the story for the most part is honestly the same as the anime, and doesn't really have any minigames or battles or anything fun like that, but instead opted for storytelling instead. The best way I could describe it in a mainstream way is that it's basically like Doki Doki Literature Club without the dating elements and poem minigames. Oh, and it doesn't keep you up at night as well. I'll be honest, this game was a total snooze fest taking a look at it in an American lens, as since it was story driven, I couldn't understand most of what was going on, so I felt like it would be a bit unfair to rate this game overall, so I'll just say that if you don't speak Japanese, I would recommend avoiding this one. Anyway, this leads us to the final game, and it's another DS game. Ooh, the last one was amazing, with its epic RPG battles and easy to understand gameplay, so this one must be just as amazing, right? Okay, who the frick played Clubhouse games and was like, ooh, me likey, but I want hot anime characters as avatars? Code Geass, Lelouch of the Rebellion, R2, Banju no Geass Gaikatsu, yes, that's the official full name of the title, it's a Nintendo DS game that was developed yet again by Bandai Namco Games. This game was released as a Japanese exclusive game on August 7, 2008. That's basically a minigame collection with Code Geass characters slapped on the boss art, yippee. Ooh, remember We Party? You know, the game that had the board game island where you got to roll dice and land on random spaces, with some being minigames, others being special events and whatnot. Well, this game is basically that, but without the fun events and creative minigames. Well, creative minigames that don't make my ears go frickin' boom boom. Yes, this game is pretty much just you picking whether you're male or female and being thrown into this linear game board with different paths that honestly do nothing to change the gameplay at all. I mean, it wasn't bad or anything, as it was pretty straightforward for the most part, and while I wish the minigame selection was more creative, I still enjoyed them for the most part. Speaking of the minigames, let's talk about them. There were a total of 8 minigames with this game. Well, at least 8 minigames in the story mode I played in, with the first minigame being Go, which is a game I actually was kinda interested in, as I personally love chess, and it gave me similar vibes. For those of you who don't know Go is an abstract strategy board game for 2 players in which the aim is to surround more territory from the opponent by claiming more territory over their stones, and completely surround and capture the opponent's stones. When there are no more moves to make, the player who controls more of the board is the winner. Unfortunately though, I frickin' stink at this stinky poo-poo game. Though in all fairness, I faced against the one guy I knew I would never win in the game strategy-wise, which for those of you who have seen the anime can agree with me. I still had my fun though, as it was actually pretty cool learning how to play the game. The next game was Space Invaders, but with pizza. Ooh, ah. Something tells me that Pizza Hut did not approve of me going all blasty boom boom on their pizza though. Pizza Hut was overrated anyways. We all know Domino's has the best pizza, that's an infallible fact. The next game was a game where you need Japanese to know, so I'll skip talking about that one. But the game after that was my personal favorite minigame in the entire game, the swimming race. Nicholas Wario was the hottest swimming minigame character contender before Cece came along and stole the glory. Look, she's even eating pizza while swimming, what a freaking mad lad. The game was overall pretty simple. A is to swim and B is to breathe. But you have to balance these 2 buttons in order to end up winning. Yeah, it was pretty much that simple, but man was this game fun. CC in his swimsuit definitely made it the best game though. Up next was a card game that, while I personally don't know the name of, it was a game where you had 4 cards, and had to match it by 1 point higher or downwards in order to get rid of the card and earn a point. For example, if a queen was placed down, you either had to place down a jack or a king. The person who gets rid of the most cards first by the end of the deck wins the game. Overall, there's nothing really noteworthy to say about the game. It was fun but average. The next minigame was the scan minigame, in which it was another game where you needed to know Japanese to understand, so I'll skip it. But the next game after that was pretty easy to understand. It was your basic sliding block puzzle, which I always enjoyed doing, and it's actually not the first anime game with the same minigame I covered on the channel. Shameless self-promotion aside, I mean, what else do you want me to say? It's a freaking slide block puzzle. That's pretty much all of the minigames, and while they are a short collection that gets repeated multiple times in the game, it was still pretty fun and a nice change of pace from the heavy RPG games I played before the game. Other than that, that's pretty much it when it comes to the game though, as all I played was the story mode to keep this video from being too long, which resulted in me only playing this game for 45 minutes, but still it was really fun, though it was nothing too special, which is why I gave this game a rating to play it. That pretty much does it for the Code Geass specific video games. There are some other video games that have Code Geass characters in them, but I only wanted to focus on the ones that only specifically focus on Code Geass. That being said, I'm Eric and I do everything. Have a taco-tastic day. Anime, we all love it. Shovelware, we all hate it. Combine them together and what do we get? Hi, I'm Eric and I do everything, and I'm going to take a look at a couple of shovelware anime games that are rated lower than Jump Force on IGN and Metacritic. Yes, there are anime games rated lower than Jump Force. That being said, let's start with the worst anime rated game ever, Beyblade Let It Rip for the PlayStation 1. I mean, this game can't be that bad, right? Well. Hey, hello. How do I blade the frick out of assistance? Oh, Thanks. Whee! Hey, it's frickin' Beyblade, you know, everyone's favorite clear spin toys. The Beyblade manga and anime gets their origins from these little cutesy spinning top toys that were first released in Japan in July of 1999, in which the manga and anime were made to promote the heck out of these little spinneroos, which ended up being a big success in both Japan and the West. I mean, have you seen the cheesy 2000s commercials about them?
Stadiums each sold separately. Ask permission before going online.
Of course, with the success of these toys, not only has multiple manga and anime adaptations have been made, but also video games as well, in which the quality of these games are a misbag for the most part, and I would personally love to go over these games someday, but for now, let's clickbait the heck out of the singular game, frick yeah. Beyblade Let It Rip was released on the PlayStation 1 on December 5th, 2002, literally 21 days apart from when I was born. This game was developed by Crabe, no, not that Crabe, this Crabe, who is also known for creating amazing games such as, wait what, the Paibo game? Oh no. How dare they smother their cursed hands all over the holy scriptures that is Beyblade? Anyway, let's finally get into this game, shall we? Dang, can this game do Professor Oak levels of creepiness? After registering myself as a girl named Eric, we get to choose a Beyblade, from which I chose the Duranger S1. After that, let's do a tournament. I totally know what I'm doing. Our first battle was against no, anyone but Blader A. The gameplay was honestly quite self-explanatory. You let go of the Beyblade by timing a meter, then use the PS1 D-pad wannabe to control the Beyblade to try to either knock the Beyblade out into the blue void or make the blade base stop spinning somehow. Yes, this is legit the only thing you do in this game. Well, besides customizing your own Beyblade with the most confusing and messy menu system ever known to mankind. And I know my relationship status with a mess. Anyway, who am I battling next? Oh frick, things just got real. It's Blader B rocking the purple shirt and fashionable goggles. Ha, Blader B, more like Blader be gone. Oh! Seriously, half the times I'm winning this game is when a CPU decides to commit self-death with their plastic spinny thingies. Seriously, I didn't even touch a Beyblade one battle and somehow won. Anyway, who's next in this tournament? Oh, no, it's Blader C! I did not see that one coming. During these battles, there's this announcer guy that gives some insightful commentary throughout the game. Man, isn't he inspirational. There's a reason why I listen to his voice when I use the restroom. You know what? I'm done with this game. I am tired of watching spinning pieces of plastic spin around. Let's take a look at the next game we're taking a look at today. Yu Hakusho Spirit Detective for the Game Boy Advance. Yu Hakusho is a freaking masterpiece of shonen anime, and you cannot convince me otherwise. I'm totally not biased because it was the first anime I ever watched. Yu Hakusho is your typical shonen anime that follows the adventures of Yusei Urasami, a teenage baddie who gets killed by a car after saving a child's life. Instead of being turned into an isekai though, he gets revived and appointed the title of the underworld detective, in which he must investigate demons in the human world. This series surprisingly has many old video games and even some characters in Jump Force, which is honestly cool to see. Now if only the Yu Hakusho GBA games were as cool as well, that would be nice. That last game put me under too much stress recently, so hopefully cutting time with this game should be a good remedy. Okay, where's the nearest car? I'm gonna broom it off the cliff. Look at this freaking disaster. Firstly, why does this look like something that was done on freaking Microsoft Paint? Secondly, why does this deformed dude look like he's happy about the fact that he's literally about to run over 2 children? Yeah, this is legit how this game looks. The game looks like a horrible NES game. Heck, even Paperboy on the NES looks better than this. And the grass doesn't even have any textures in that game. The textures in this game make me want to tear my freaking eyes apart. I mean, look at this. And this is where you're spending the majority of the game as well, so you better get used to it. I mean, look at this punch. This punch makes me have more complex thoughts on life than my psychology textbook. This game basically follows the same story as the anime, so there's really nothing to mention in regards to that. But if there's one thing I have to give credit for this game, it's that despite the awful fighting controls, this game is weirdly satisfying, and combines combat and minigames in a unique and fun way. Trust me, nothing is more cool than playing rock, paper, scissors, shoot against a machine in order to get the rights to beat up an old woman. However, despite the satisfying gameplay, the majority of this game is either running away from annoyingly bothersome goons to fight while traveling to other places, or wondering where the heck you're supposed to go. There is a pointy meter telling you where to go, but this town is so maze-like and confusing it might as well not be there in the first place. Like imagine your only direction to McDonald's was to keep going right without stopping. I just want to make freaking McFlurry! My personal favorite parts about this game, if you can even call it a favorite part considering how bad this game is, are the boss battles, in which they were actually pretty creative and fun for the most part. I personally thought the boss battles perfectly turned the events and fights of the anime into creative gameplay elements, like the fact that the shuriken guy you find in the tournament has a unique dodgeball element where instead of attacking him, you have to manipulate the shurikens to attack himself instead. The moral of this game, play dodgeball with shurikens. The last thing I could mention is combat, which for the most part basically was like this. There were some unique special moves each character had that cost SP to use. For example, Yusuke had a spirit gun, Reddy over here had an epic flaming sword, and let's not forget about the coolest one of them all, Boten had bug spray. Man, don't you hate it when your bug spray runs out of SP? Be gone, buggies! Oh frick. Other than that though, there really is nothing special about this game, besides the fact that it's a bit underwhelming, which you probably would expect from an anime game to begin with. Alright, I spun plastic, shot old ladies with the power of friendship, what's next? Oh, 3 hours of yelling. For the 0.01% of you who doesn't know what Dragon Ball Z is, Dragon Ball Z is a mainstream anime with over 290 episodes that follows the events of a Dark Goku fighting battles and screaming louder than Premier Fro can handle. Guess how many video games there are of Dragon Ball Z? If you guessed 147 games, you're wrong, it's actually 148 games. Anyway, with that many games, no wonder why there are a couple of bad games in the mist. This Dragon Ball Z game, Dragon Ball Z Takushu, is rated the third worst game out of all the 148 games, so I'm honestly quite scared. Let's just get this game over with, show me the gameplay. I heard you never heard of this joke before, but this game is over 9,000. Dragon Ball FighterZ is an amazing Dragon Ball fighting game. Now picture the opposite of that. Dragon Ball Z Takushu is a Game Boy Advance game that was developed by Atari with Funimation Pictures that's basically a wannabe Street Fighter 2 clone, but with no unique charm or anything special at all about it. There are a total of 7 characters in this game, but for the majority of this game I decided to play as Trunks. I mean, isn't it obvious why I picked him? Yeah, we're both hot. Unfortunately though, Trunky Boy does not look hot in this game. He more so looks like, well, a tree trunk. Not only does this game look awful, but man are these controls so freaking annoying to control. Despite there being only 4 buttons, I don't know what the heck I'm doing half the time. Like how to use a special power. I was molesting my Game Boy Advance in order to make it work, but still couldn't figure it out. From what I could understand about these complex controls, the only things you could do is jump, punch, kick, grab your opponents in ways that you expect you really, and yeah, that's it. I mean, like I said, this game is literally a Street Fighter wannabe. Thankfully, the Dragon Ball Z fighting games have come such a long way. If this were on the Switch, I would eat it into the freaking abyss. Okay, I am done with this stinky poo-poo crap. Alright, what's next? Yu-Gi-Oh! The Frostbound Kingdom on the GameCube, and it's a strategy RPG. I guess it's time to play! Yu-Gi-Oh! Is an anime that stars Yugi Muto, a timid youngling who has the sexiest hair I ever seen. Dang, his hair is on point. Pun intended. One day, this kiddo gets possessed by a gambling-obsessed freak due to him solving the Millennium Puzzle, which causes him to start challenging people to dangerous shadow games, betting his life and belongings in quite a bit of cases. Imagine losing rock, paper, scissors, and losing the right to breathe oxygen. The GameCube game was a strategy RPG game that was developed by Konami, everyone's favorite gambling machine developer. Oh, they also made Snake too, I guess. Well, but enough boring information stuff, let's actually play this game. Is this Yu-Gi-Oh! Or World of Warcraft? This game just screams early cheesy 2000s, which I gotta say, I kinda love it. From the graphics, early MMO feels, and most importantly, that shadow transition every single media did in the 2000s. Look mom, I can do that too! I'll be honest, I have not seen this anime yet, so I have no idea whether the story is accurate or not. But you are given a choice between 2 characters to play as in the beginning, from which I chose my boy Yugi, so there's that. This game is your typical strategy RPG game, where you're thrown into a 3D space filled with places you can go to in order to strategize your army so you can either protect or attack specific towns in order to win a war. Well, at least that's what you're supposed to do. Mature me wanted to spin around the map non-stop. Apparently, Yugi and his friends decided to enter into this fancy world where there are card monsters that are alive, and from that, we find out that the Emperor in this world is a total mean baddie who is mean to the townsfolk, and it's our duty to stop him with the power of RPG fighting with the most needlessly epic music ever. This music combined with the announcer from the Beyblade games make my pooping experience much more satisfying. The RPG battles, for the most part, were basic, boring, and doesn't really do anything special when it comes to the overall battle. But one thing that freaking annoys me is the fact that once you defeat an enemy in the battle, you automatically win and have to fight them again without that enemy. Like, if you're going to do that, why not just continue the battle? I want to punch these monsters into the abyss, not wait around for them to stop picking their nose and decide to attack me. The RPG elements were only 50% of the game though, as the other 50% of the game basically throws you into this 3D playing field where you have to walk to buildings in order to attack or defend them, in which it was fine for the most part, but like I said, it really isn't anything special besides it being Yu-Gi-Oh! Characters. That being said, this game is actually the best game I got to play out of all these shovelware games. As while there's nothing special about this game, there isn't anything bad about this game either, which makes this the only game I recommend giving a frick about if you happen to have $11.60 lying around if you don't feel like feeding your children. Anyway, let's move on to the next game, shall we? Which was actually suggested to me by someone in the comment section. Totally Spies? Wait, what's that? Oh, it's a fresh anime-inspired cartoon, so it's technically non-anime. Fine, I'll count it anyway. I mean, it's like an Avatar: The Last Airbender situation, so I'll let it slide. Well, if someone suggested it to me, I'm sure this person was nice and let me play an actual good shovelware game, right? I feel betrayed. Totally spies. Everyone's second favorite non-anime anime that's technically anime but not anime, like Avatar the Anime. That's everyone's favorite non-anime anime that's technically anime but not anime. That took a lot more takes than I'm willing to admit. This show is a French animated television series with a Japanese art style that features these American schoolgirls that basically live second lives as spies and goes off fighting against evil and stuff. Yeah, it's basically Sailor Moon but with spies. Did you know that there's spies in this wannabe anime? This game was developed by Atari and was released on a Game Boy Advance due to surprising success, which resulted in a sequel as well. Man, they were right. Viruses do spread. Alright, let's take a look at this game now. I personally haven't seen this anime, but from what I could tell in this game, every woman is afraid of spotlights. Firstly, man is this game horrible to control. Every single button press felt delayed. Like imagine every time you want to walk, your brain can't process walking until a second later. And don't get me started on the animations. I mean, look at this. Look at this. I don't know much about women, but something tells me that monstrosity isn't possible at all. The gameplay actually included a variety of things to do, like shooting goo, avoiding spotlights, and hacking satellites in the most mind-numbingly stupid way possible by just memorizing a specific pattern. My favorite part about this game though was dying, because the death screens were actually pretty unique and special, and almost always matches what's happening on screen. But if the only highlight of your game is seeing cutscenes after you die, what's the point of even playing this game in the first place? And when you respawn after dying, it automatically puts you back from where you died in the first place, and you have unlimited lives as well, so really what's stopping me from going through lasers and speedrunning this game without trying if there's no punishment for doing so?
I am invincible.
Moral of the game, girls scare me. What's the opposite of girls? Boys. As an Astro Boy for the PSP, which has the most creative name ever. Astro Boy, the video game. Good in nature was a video game though, I thought it was a watermelon. Astro Boy, the first anime ever made, is an anime/manga series that features the adventures of a robot named Astro Boy, who fights baddies and saves the world from alien invasions, other crazy robots, and human-hating robots as well. Frick you, Toaster! This specific game is based off the Astro Boy animated film from Magi Animation Studios. The game was made for the Wii, DS, PS2, and PSP, but I decided to play the PSP version because I was tired of staring at 16-bit garbage all the time. I personally love Astro Boy and the amount of influence it brought into the anime world, so I'm quite excited to check this game out. I mean, it can't be that bad, right? I say sarcastically as I brace myself for the awful gameplay knowing the Metacritic score. Remember Mighty Number 9? You know, Mega Man's wannabe clone that ended up being the worst game ever? Well, this is the same thing, but worse. At least this game lets you have epic twerking skills. This game is considered to be the 6th worst anime game ever according to Metacritic, and it shows. I mean, look at how stupid this gameplay looks. You glitch into a T-pose right before you defeat an enemy. What the frick? T-pose, 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 T-pose. Gameplay-wise, the controls are horrible as they feel so delayed, stiff, and don't even work half the time. And let's not even get started on the combat. Oh my freaking goodness, the combat was the most annoying part in the entirety of this horrible game. You either have the least effective attacks with no hitbox at all, or these overpowered bar attacks that require the usage of pressing a series of buttons in order to do it. And keep in mind, this game is similar to Mega Man gameplay-wise, with loads of enemies at once, so having an attack like this is utterly stupid. You know what else is stupid? The looks. God, this game gives me extreme nightmares. The only 2 games I like from this game is 1, the flying level was actually pretty fun, albeit a bit average, and 2, the music. For some reason, the music is actually pretty epic and makes me feel a tiny bit heroic. Other than that though, this game is quite possibly the worst anime game in existence, so I wouldn't even bother. Okay, there possibly can't be any worse anime game than that, right? What's this? I thought I already played that, the Blade one, right? Oh, okay, well, Timmy showcased the gameplay already. At this point, I'm slowly losing my mind. Wow, another Dragon Ball Z fighting game in the same video? How many Dragon Ball Z fighting games are there? 66? And this is the worst one out of the 66? Oh no! Dragon Ball Z Ultimate Battle 22, developed by Tasei and published by Bandai Infogrames for the PlayStation, consists of one-on-one fights with the main 6-button configuration, featuring special moves as well as 5 playable modes as you can see here, which are self-explanatory. Also, guess why it's called Ultimate Battle 22? Because there's 22 fighters in the game. Mind frickin' blown. That's like if Epic Games changed the game name from Fortnite to Battle Royale 100. Okay, it's a bare bones fighting game, but who cares about that? It might actually be fun. Let's go with my boy Trunks. Frick yeah. Let's go with my boy Little Trucks. Frick yeah. Oh my goodness, this is the worst fighting game I ever played. Even worse than that weird VeggieTales Sailor Moon fighting game I played a while back. The controls are a clunky mess, the backgrounds make me want to cry, and the character select music has no right being this boppy. These aren't even the worst part about the game. No, the worst part about this game is the fact that there are a bunch of glitchy, broken messes in this game. Like, look at this. I literally have the power to infinitely kick myself in the air, and the CPU can't do anything about it. Oh well, at least the sky is so bland I can ultra key the frick out of it. Oh no, I turned into the killer sun. I'm gonna go crashy now. Okay, I am absolutely done with these horrible anime shovelware games. I can't handle another one of these games. I need a rest from break. I love Inuyasha, so when I heard there were a couple of Inuyasha video games, I had to check them out. Yeah, I kinda wish I didn't now. Hi, I'm Eric and I do everything, and there are a total of 13 Inuyasha video games, with some being RPGs, some being fighting games, and let's not forget about the gambling machines. Oh how I wish to meet the guy that was like, let's take this iconic series and exploit humans' financial desires with it. What a frickin' genius. Speaking of geniuses, Inuyasha is a Japanese manga and anime series written by Rumiko Takahashi, who's also known for her work in Ranma Half, another anime series I personally love as well. The story centers around this total hottie named Inuyasha, a half-demon, as well as a time-traveling teenage girl, Kagome Higurashi, who both work together with other friends to repair a piece of powerful jewelry with immense power before it gets to the wrong hands. Oh, there's also kissy scenes in it as well, ooh woo. Well, for enough talking, let's take a look at these games, starting with the Japanese exclusive PS1 game, Simply Titled Inuyasha. Alright, I got 2 legs and a heartbeat. What's stopping me from playing this game? Let's do this. Huh? Nothing's happening. After that loud, long intro, briefly going over the events that happened prior to Inuyasha and Kamome meeting up and having to fish the jewelry, we finally get to start the gameplay. About time. That intro took a solid 5 minutes. I would not want to go through that again. Go back to the intro, go back to the intro! Oh my goodness, why is she coming closer to me? Well, that was easy. Inuyasha on the PS1 plays like your typical RPG game with nothing too noteworthy or new. You got the random encounters that pop up every 5 seconds, you got the random cutscenes that look like 10 times better than the games every so often, and you also got your typical satanic ritual while walking around blood and little guts. And I thought I was kinky. After defeating that monstrosity, we get to walk, talk around, and bully the heck out of Inuyasha. Heck, we even get to gossip about him in the next scene. The next day rolls around and, oh no, Kagome is missing, and we need to save her. This leads us to going through the forest trying to find her, which in all honesty was actually kind of fun, albeit a bit easy, as Inuyasha could use his senses to know where to go, which honestly did take a bit of fun out of exploring around and finding new things, making it feel more like a kids game, which, come on, look at it, this isn't exactly family-friendly Kirby cute. Of course, through our adventures, we come across random battles as well, which I'm usually fine for the most part when it comes to RPGs. But in all honesty, this game really made the battles drag on for, quite frankly, pointless reasons. Throughout these battles, every single time you attack, they play this lengthy cutscene showing you what attack you just used, which looks pretty cool, but when you're watching the same 7-second cutscene over and over again, it gets old fast, especially since the random encounters are so frequent in this game. Imagine going through a 7-second cutscene before punching someone in a battle. I'm gonna send you to a freaking blast zone! After 26 minutes and 36 seconds of torture, we finally reached a place where that baddie was holding Kagome hostage. What the frick? Did you just see that? My man snapped the dude's armor and skin like it was freaking chocolate! No, don't get closer to me. How the frick are you even still alive? Ooh, punch him again, punch him again. Overall, this game gets a rating of 5 hoes out of 10 hoes. Well, that was interesting, but maybe the other PlayStation 1 Inuyasha game, Inuyasha, a Fruit Fairy Tale, is better. It's a 2D fighting game, which is good. I need a break from all the RPG crap I just played. Alright, let's check it out. After starting the game, we are presented with 5 choices on what we can do. Go on a journey, fight 1-on-1 with a friend or calm, fight 2-on-2 with a friend or calm, change various settings with Shimpo, and... I personally selected the main mode, played as Kagome, and turned off Easy Guard because I'm cool like that. I'm sure I won't regret a choice later on. After a PowerPoint presentation on a brief summary of the plot in the last game, we were thrown right into the fighting action facing against Kyoko to the battle with Death. And I gotta say, the overall controls and gameplay of this game were actually pretty fun. What the frick, it's actually a good game. Timmy! I thought you said all the Inuyasha games are horrible. How am I supposed to clickbait the video now? What are you gonna do? I hate you so much right now. Yeah, the gameplay is fun until you realize how unbalanced these fighters are. If you get the timing right, you could infinitely damage another fighter with no way out, which is just a shame because this game had great music, decent graphics, and actual creative and humorous uses to convey the story, and much more. But the game is just way too easy and boring once you figure out you can just quickly spam your way to victory. While this game is a Street Fighter clone that doesn't really do anything that unique, I gotta say, I still think it's charming and fun. Who doesn't love beating up little kids for calling you fat and beating up a perverted monk for, being controlled by a demon which caused him to touch some no-no spots? I swear it was a demon officer, Timmy. What's this? The Wonder Swan? What the frick's a Wonder Swan? The Wonder Swan, yeah, this is a Game Boy wannabe that was made by Bandai Namco that was only released in Japan that showed... Wait, what? This thing showed 3.5 million units? How the frick did this thing sell more units than the Intellivision? Anyway, they made 3 of these things for the same system, so let's check it out, starting with this one, Inuyasha Kagome no Senkoku Nikki. You like stories? Great, because this game is basically a long retelling of the events in the first game with little game elements in between. For example, instead of fighting this creature in the beginning of the game does it for you, yay! Seriously, this whole game is just cutscene after cutscene with small battles appearing every 15 minutes. And it's not like the cutscenes are anything special, it's just a rehashed pixelated version of the anime. Also, there's this weird Nintendogs-like aspect where you take care of Inuyasha like a pet as well, which I find to be quite humorous for some reason. Sit boy, sit. Well, that was boring, and there's 2 more Wonder Swan games like this. Timmy, do I really need to play these? Inuyasha Kagome no Sengoku Diary is basically the same thing as the last game, so there's really not much to say there. But however, the last Wonder Swan game, Inuyasha Bunken no Kami, looks pretty promising according to the one review I could find on it. Alright, let's do this. As long as it doesn't open up with a creepy guy doing yoga poses while staring into my show, which is my worst fear, I should be fine. No. Man, way to start a game. I can't tell whether this old man is trying to teach me about the game or trying to convert me into the religion of Inuyasha. Oh frick, it's the latter of the two. It's the frickin' latter of the two. After that, thing, we get to the first couple cutscenes, which I gotta say, it actually looks pretty decent. I'm impressed so far. If it looks as if the game is good, the gameplay must be too, right? I don't know why, but I love the battles in this game. Before the battles, you start out by picking and choosing which character you want by your side to give you boosts throughout the battle, in which I chose everyone but Kyoko because frick her. After choosing your team, you were thrown into this beat 'em up like battlefield where you were running around beating the frick out of enemies with a wide arsenal of attacks such as using your sword, jumping around using claws, and whatever the frick I'm doing here to outsmart the enemy. The only thing I don't like about this game is how slow you are when moving. I mean, look at this. Can you imagine running like this in real life? Besides the gameplay, the story was still really amazing as well, though it does follow the anime for the most part. Speaking of the story, one of my favorite parts regarding it was when this One Punch Man looking guy gets kidnapped by a bird in the most amazing way possible. R.I.P. One Punch Man, may he rest in peace. Other than that though, I mean, what else is there to say? It's your typical adventure game with your typical experience point system, beaten up gameplay, and hot anime boys that makes me jealous. Why is this guy so attractive? Seriously, Inuyasha is so attractive, he made me despise cats altogether. Frick you! Alright Timmy, I need a game where Inuyasha is unattractive so I can feel better about myself. Got any suggestions? Inuyasha, the secret of the cursed match for the PS2. Alright, let's shamelessly make fun of Inuyasha in this game. You evil wannabe mascot, his face is more attractive than ever. Aw, isn't he adorable? Don't you just want to pinch those adorable cheeks and punch his face multiple times? Okay, I really need to stop and start the game now.
Is this the forest? I was just in the warehouse. I must have fallen through a hole.
There it is!
There it is? There's what?
There it is!
What did you fall?
Oh frick, not this again! Excuse me, woman? Look, I know anime's Google uniforms are a bit risque and fan servicey, but it doesn't make them demons, it makes them... During this awkward mess of an intro, we get attacked by a real demon, in which some glowy stuff comes out of our main character, which causes her to defeat him, in which Inuyasha comes out of nowhere to congratulate her with her epic glowy skills. After talking to Inuyasha for a bit, he takes her to the village to talk to Kagome, considering they have similar outfits and were both confused on where the heck they were at first. Along the way, they conveniently came across this random encounter against a bat and a dog. Oh no, you know what that means, random encounter time, yay! Since this is an RPG, the random encounters of course leads to turn-based battles, which, oh my goodness, it leads to the slowest battle ever. Oh my goodness, are these battles so slow in this game. We are talking 5 to 10 minutes with each random encounter to fight on average. Yeah, it's horrible and not fun at all. Plus, look at these models for the bad guys during the battle. Yeah, they aren't even moving at all. That's like if a person were doing nothing but T-posing when you were about to attack them. And you know those awkward clips I played at the beginning of this game? Yeah, it's pretty much like that for the whole entire game. It has awful voice acting, annoyingly long cutscenes that attempt to be humorous but only comes across as awkward and boring like me, and a story that's, while pretty interesting and creative, loses my interest quickly due to how freaking slow this whole thing is. Well, if you must know the story, there's this girl named Kuroguri who falls into a hole and ends up in feudal Japan similar to how Kagome did. This causes her to not know where the frick she is and ends up traveling with Inuyasha and friends, going on adventures to help her get her back home. Well, I say adventures, but it's more so like going through the depths of hell. Timmy, I'm sorry, but I'm done with this game. Is there an Inuyasha game for the PS2 that isn't an RPG? Oh, a fighting game. Inuyasha, Feudal Combat. Hey, this actually looks pretty interesting. Let's check it out. Oh my goodness, a custom intro with epic dueling music that won't get me copyrighted on YouTube? This is amazing! Plus, look at this intro. Sure, it's cheesy as hell, but man, this is getting me excited for the game. Not only is the intro good, by the way, but I'm loving the intro screen, the loading screens, and the menu system as well. It's much better than that mess of a menu system I played earlier. Now, I don't want to jinx myself or anything, but hopefully the gameplay is amazing as well. Well, frick, it's actually pretty fun and amazing. Screw that Metacritic score, I'm considering this a frickin' masterpiece. The battle system is honestly what you expect from a fighting game such as this. You run around in a 3D environment and beat the frick out people with attacks, special powers, and cool combos. I mean, sure, it's a bit unoriginal, but the story and graphics make up for it. Speaking of the story, oh my goodness, was the story amazing. It's kinda what you expect from a fighting game such as this. You know, something happens which causes every character to suddenly want to fight and beat the frick out of you. Oh, how fun. These cutscenes provide a story for 4 different stories. Inuyasha story, Sangu story, Susamuhari story, and Simpo story, which is divided into 4 different sessions in the menu, in which you are able to follow the stories and play as these characters, which I'm kinda thankful for, as fighting with the same character does get pretty old sometimes. My only gripe for this game is the fact that while the gameplay is fun, the controls can be a little annoying to control at times, especially when the camera is acting a bit strange, but other than that, this is a game you should totally check out. Man, Timmy, that was amazing. Is there anything else when it comes to the Inuyasha games? Real games? Yeah, sure, how bad can it be? Inuyasha, Secret of the Divine Jewel for the Nintendo DS. Huh, it looks pretty interesting. What's the Metacritic score? It's a frickin' 46 on Metacritic. That's worse than some of the anime Shovelware games I played last week. Timmy, do I really have to play this game? Ugh, fine. Give me that game. Ugh, you are the worst manager ever. Anyway, let's just check this game out. Man, when the first sentence in this entire game is, where am I? That's a sign. Where am I? What the frick is this game? Why am I playing this game? It really makes you bring out the Julius Caesar in yourself. Too bad this game's Brutus though, because playing this game made me want to kill myself. The game starts with this new girl from America named Janice, who finds out she has to move to Japan, where she isn't exactly happy with. Oh my gosh, you're making me move to Japan? Worst parents ever. The only thing that would make this scene more awkward if there was some airplane transition that took forever to transition to the next scene. A couple of months fly by, and Janice made friends with Kagome, which is quite strange, especially since she disappears from time to time with no warning whatsoever, which worries Janice and causes her to head over to the shrine to check him out. Hey, old man, where's Kagome? Wait, where are you going? Come back here, you old fiend. Ugh, fine, I'll just taunt and impress this couple with issues by flexing my turning skills on them. I am a very professional reviewer. While exploring around the shrine, we come across this demon that almost kills us if this weird magic guy didn't come along and save us, who leaves us with messages saying that we are the chosen ones and that we must fall down well to change our destiny. I cannot make this up. So we do what any natural person would do and not fall down a well. Frick. So we did what any non-natural person would do and fall down a well, where we, found ourselves in feudal Japan yet again, where the wizard says he'll protect us by giving us these statue thingies and leaves us alone. So now it's our job to wander around the forest looking for places to go, which, you guessed it, it's random encounter time. During these random encounters, it's basically your normal random encounters you come along every single JRPG game with nothing special and charming about it at all, which I usually have no trouble with, but it did get boring after a while. Okay, defeated my first RPG battle. Let's hurry up and find out where the heck we are supposed to go. Are you kidding me? I literally moved 7 steps and another random encounter popped up. Yep, that's right, you get this random encounter every 5 to 10 steps you take. And you want to know the worst thing about it? The worst thing about it is that you can't even run away from the battles, otherwise this crap happens. Yeah, running away from the battle makes the guards run away and not you, leaving you to get attacked. Oh my goodness, and this isn't even one time example. Stuff like this happened throughout the entirety of the game. I had to suffer this for 3 hours, 3 freaking hours before I gave up and was like, nope. Okay, that is it. I am done with these console Inuyasha games. There were some good ones, but the majority of these were just awful, and it's really such a shame. You know what, Timmy? You know, maybe I was too hard with this game. After all, Inuyasha is an anime I hold dearly in my heart, as it was the first anime I got to watch with some friends. So, you know what? I'm gonna get some sleep, calm down, and try it again tomorrow. Oh, frick no. Anime. Yeah, anime video games. Golf anime video games. Oh, don't judge. I ran out of video topics to do. 4. Golf. Everyone loves golf. I mean, it's the only sport that allows me to soar like a birdie and make puns that are on par with my boogie skills. That being said, who the frick played Wii Sports Golf and was like, ooh, me likey, but it needs more sassy anime shoulders. So naturally, I was curious to see if there are any anime golf games out there, and to my surprise, there are actually a couple of them lying around. Who thought these were a good idea? Hi, I'm Eric and I do everything, and with me being the ultimate ladies man I am, I decided to play a couple of these weird and wacky golf anime games to see if they're any good. Alright Timmy, what game is up first? A golf MMORPG anime PSP game? That sounds oddly specific. Huh? Panga? That's a wonderful whimsical word to say. Panga. What the frick's a Panga? Panga, this thing got started as an online MMORPG golf simulator that was made by Korean development companies Neversoft and NCSoft, who released the game in 2004 under the name Albatross 18, which honestly sounds like an 18+ game for birds. Hey, birds are culture too, you know. Then, on March 8, 2009, SG Interactive saw this obscure online golf game and was like, ooh, me likey, I'm gonna buy it, rename it Panga, and put it on the PlayStation Portable as well. It's totally gonna be a success. Yeah, only sold 140,000 units, which in comparison to the most popular PSP game with 8 million units is quite sad to see, but there seems to be a cult following that loves this game, which is pretty interesting. Alright, let's check this game out. Let's play ball. Aw, this is a cute and wholesome opening. Totally nothing wrong about it at all. Since when did golf get so sassy? Seriously, this opening is just as questionable and wild as the brush physics in these characters, but I gotta say, I really love it. The opening, not the brush physics. Anyway, after the opening, entering my name, and choosing the story mode, we are presented with some deep, epic lore on how Panga came to be, and which is quite complex considering the nature of the game. Okay, so there's this island called Panga that was going through some evil pearls. Oh no! Thank goodness this earthling came along and had a genius idea to stop this demon with the power of golf. Now you might be wondering how he did that. Well, it turned out that this evil demon energy was all coming from this conveniently tiny hole, in which he simply put a ball into this hole and saved the day. Okay, seriously, did no one even think to put something in the hole to stop it? Come on people, I know this is a kid-friendly game, but still, can you imagine depression being solved by covering up a hole? Well, at least the sport was made in Panga Island to honor the hero, which was simply called Panga, which helped turn this island into a popular resort that sometimes gathers Earthlings to participate in a Panga festival. This is where our main character is introduced, Scout, who is a young kiddo whose father is known for being a Panga master that defeated some demon genie. I don't know, I gave up on the lore of this game long ago. Anyway, this guy was brought onto this island by his caddy, Pippin, who teaches Scout on how to be the ultimate Panga master in his words, in which Pippin doesn't exactly agree with him considering this kiddo hasn't even played the game yet. This leads us to the tutorial where we're introduced to some of the game mechanics such as hitting the ball, questioning our life choices in the sand, and drugs? After learning about the game and doing extensive research on this golf game, I come to the conclusion that it's golf, but anime. Oh whatever, I know how to play this game now, let's get to the actual game. Alright, story mode time. In the beginning of the story mode, you get to choose which story you want to choose, in which only Scout and Hina were unlocked, but I mean, come on, you can clearly tell who the other characters are. This guy totally looks like Travis Touchdown from the hit game Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Anyway, I personally kept in this info and selected Scout, in which the story centers us taking part in the Wintross Cup tournament in order to become the Panga Master and win this cool prize called the Airlance 2, which was made by Wintross, the biggest club manufacturer on Panga Island. Ladies, don't you hate it when your loved one doesn't know how to swing a golf ball? Well, with the new Wintross Club, he'll still frickin' suck at swinging, but now he has glitter effects and summons magical green screen sharks. After talking some more about Panga Island in general, we come across the first competitor, which is Uncle Bob. This guy's legit the stereotypical American guy, and I frickin' love it. This guy just scored a home run in golf. Anyway, let's talk about the gameplay, shall we? Man, is this game fun. And honestly, this game in general is just super underrated as well. I could see why this game has gotten a cult following over the years. Well, you see this meter dinghy? Yeah, that's how you control how fast and far you want to hit this golf ball. By first selecting how much power you want by timing this button perfectly into the white part in order to hit it perfectly, or as this game calls it, get a Panga. The purpose of this game is to, well, get the golf ball into the golf hole. It really is like golf. I mean, you have the wind meter, you can control the spin of the ball, and you can occasionally boost yourself by using the super power dinghy that allows you to perfectly hit the ball wherever you like. This combined with the overall charm and creativity this game has with its approach and the story really makes this game a must play in my opinion. Alright, I beat Officer Bob. I wonder what the victory screen's like. Okay, I am gonna meme the heck out of this. Alright, well, that was something. Who's next? Ah, it's that dancing girl from the opening. And boy, is she the most annoyingly flirtatious character. I don't know what's worse, the fact that she's constantly calling me cute, or the fact that it's making Scout blush. Ha, take that, I beat you. Alright, who's next? Oh no. Okay, Blackbeard, he's a thing, right? Great, now imagine him as an 11-year-old lolly. This is fine. All joking aside, I really love the majority of these characters in this game, as they are also charming and pretty creative. I mean, come on, a magical girl, a policeman, and a little pirate lolly duking it out in golf. You can't get this anywhere else, and I frickin' love it. And that's not the only thing that looks amazing. I mean, look at these courses. A whimsical snowland, the ravenous mountaintops, the cutesy cherry blossom course filled with virus and color. This game really delivers on all those aspects, and I gotta say, I really love this game and totally recommend checking it out. Now, as much as I would love to go on and on about this game, there are other golf games I need to talk about, like these. Timmy, what the heck are these games? Dando? What the heck's a Dandy? No, Dando! Dando! This is a shonen source manga centered around golf that stars Dando, an ex-baseball player who decides to play golf after finding out he could win big money in the tournament, which could help his family out of financial issues. Man, what a legend. What was I doing in my life in 5th grade? They made 2 video games based off the series, with the first one being Dando, Tobase Sonori no Smile Shot on the Game Boy Advance. Well, let's check it out. This is a 0 out of 10. There's no demonic breast business in the opening. I can't really say much about the story of this game, as the game is in Japanese, but boy do I have a lot to say about the gameplay of this game. This is a GPS. These are things you can use to get from one place to another. Okay, now imagine that. But you can only go into a straight line to get to your destination without turning at all. Yep, that was this game in a nutshell. You cannot choose where you want to hit the ball at all, as it only allows you to hit the ball in one direction every single time. With the only way of changing the ball ever so slightly is by using this thingy to curve the ball slightly towards the left or right. You won't believe how annoying this gets sometime. Other than that though, it literally plays like Penga, strangely enough. I mean, you got the meter to choose your power and time it, in which if you time it perfectly, you get a special shot. The only aspect I consider this game to be superior to Penga is with the music. Surprisingly, this game has amazing music. Like seriously, listen to some of these bops. Oh! Other than that though, this game is really nothing special, but it isn't bad at all. There's just some annoyances and weird mechanics that you have to deal with. I mean, imagine this game having the most cursed anime sprite ever. Oh man, that made my day. Alright, let's talk about the other Dando video game now, which is Dando SI for the Game Boy Advance as well, which came out a year after the previous game, so hopefully they improved the game. Let's check it out. After the opening, typing this beautiful name, selecting the main story mode, and going through a cutscene telling us that we are facing someone in the game, we finally get to the gameplay, which is surprisingly a big improvement from the last game. Yeah, that's right, you can actually control where you want to shoot now. What a groundbreaking achievement! But other than that, that's pretty much all they changed for the gameplay. However, they did change the looks and the story of this game for the worst. Firstly, while the last game did have some pretty questionable sprites, it was bright, colorful, and filled with charm. This game, in comparison, just looks boring and plain, as all the courses look the same, the colors are weirdly muted to the point where it seems like just going for realism, and the courses in general, for the most part, has no obstacles besides an occasional sand pit. And despite the last game having quite a bit of cutscenes and a couple of clear challenges you need to do to complete the game, in this game you are literally doing nothing but facing against a CPU for the entirety of the game who always gets parsed no matter what. Look, if you're gonna make a game based off an anime, you really need to have some unique charm or something that makes it stand out from the rest of the games. That's what these two games were missing, and it's honestly such a shame because these games were great and aged pretty well for the most part, but it's just lacking charm in every way possible. Then again, not everything can be as charming as me. Oh! Seriously, Timmy, stop that! Speaking of getting old, this is Pro Golfer Sharu, a 1985 obscure golf anime that got its own Wii game for some reason, in which I could find no information about it on the internet. Yeah, that's right, no reviews, no Metacritic score, and the only videos on YouTube I could find on it is an 18-second clip of it and an obscure Japanese speedrunning clip of it. I might actually be the first person to ever go into detail in this game, which is honestly quite exciting, yet worrisome at the same time. Timmy, how the heck did you even find this game in the first place? Really, that's how you find games to talk about? Come on, really? Man, that's lazy. Only losers who wear a purple wig and lives in their parents' basement do that, and definitely not ultimate ladies people like me. Well, you found it for me, so might as well play it. After the title screen, we first encounter a tutorial in which we learn the basics of this game, in which we get to choose where we want to hit the ball by using the Wii Remote pointer to pick where we want to hit, then having to time your shot by timing your Wii Remote screen when the kanji symbol gets too big, which results in the most confusing and over-exaggerated cutscenes ever. After the tutorial, we are tasked with selecting a character, in which I chose the character that most closely resembles me. Man, isn't it uncanny how similar we look? Alright, I love joking around, let's actually play this game. Frick yeah, my character is freaking badass. This legend literally went to the nearest weapon store, saw some nunchucks on sale, and was like, yeah, I could hit golf balls with this. Ooh, I gotta see this club in action. All joking aside, this game was super satisfying to play. Sure, I freaking suck at it as you could tell by the gameplay, but still, it was honestly really fun and creative. My favorite part from the game were definitely these power shots you do throughout the game. These power shots appear if you decide to get creative when taking your shot, allowing you to witness cutscenes that are pretty freaking awesome, like watching water come out of nowhere giving you a boost, and allowing you to do whatever the frick I'm doing here. Quite honestly, the only thing that really worries me about this game is, A, the controls. It is honestly really annoying trying to time the Wii Remote swings to these inconsistent kanji symbol randoms you have to time, which results in a ton of out-of-bounds scenes, even though I swear I time it right the majority of the game. Oh man, I lost the game? Oh well, what happens next? No. I don't know who the heck this guy is, but he kinda creeps me out, but oh well, he's pretty harmless as all he does is choose the next stage. Alright, fine, what stage you got for me? Do your worst. Oh no. How the frick are you supposed to hit a golf ball up there? Okay, I don't know whether I'm high or the mountain's high. Yes, I did it. Yay. Well, that was honestly an amazing game. But man, I need a break from all that golf action. Are there any casual golf games I could play, Timmy? I'll allow it. There aren't exactly many console anime golf games out there, so I'll let it slide. What's it called? Birdie Crush, what's that? Is that a game where you can crush birds with your golf clubs? Birdie Crush is an anime golf mobile game made by Come2Us, a mobile game company known for creating mobile games such as Tiny Farm and whatever the frick this K-pop thingy is. Birdie Crush is your typical pay-to-win mobile game, but with cute anime characters playing golf. Alright, let's give this a try. Well, this is awkward. There's a lot of personal information that gets showcased on my side of the screen during the recording, so I can't exactly use the footage, my bad. But if you are looking for a typical time killer MMORPG app that you honestly know what you're getting into before playing the game, this game was honestly pretty fun, albeit a bit easy, so give it a try, you might like it. Oh, thanks, Timmy. Super Swing Golf. That sounds fun. Remember the Panga PSP game? Well, they made a Wii version of it as well and gave it a completely different title for some reason. Oh well, I mean, it can't be that bad then. Right. Well, let's play the game, shall we? Oh no, what the heck happened to you, Scout? Yes, this is the same Scout we're talking about. You went from the ultimate ladies man to this sad excuse. God, look at that neck. That neck is more complete arched up and slouched than a freaking golden arches. This game took one look at the Panga PSP game and was like, yeah, this is nice, but what if I remove all the charm the PSP game had? Panga, more like, Pang, no. Oh, get wrecked. Thankfully, you can customize your character as time goes on though, which does make things a bit better, and from the clips I see on YouTube, the character customization is actually pretty good for the most part. Though I honestly didn't get really far enough with this game to take full advantage of these customization features. Despite that though, I have a love-hate relationship with this game, as while it does have awful animations that make the character look like he's trying to dry hump a golf club, the gosh darn horrifying cutscenes, and courses with no charm or uniqueness that looks like it came out of a free 3D Golf World Pack, it still was surprisingly an amazing game. Yeah, this game was actually pretty fun to play, even more so than Wii Sports Golf. Yeah, that's right, I said it, screw Wii Sports Golf. This game is much better to control than that junk. Nah, we'll be fine, the internet never is mean to me. Oh my gosh, the swinging mechanic in this game is a freaking masterpiece, and surprisingly accurate as well. As while it doesn't exactly feel like golf, the motion controls are damn near perfect giving you that impression. That being said though, it isn't perfect. For example, the camera you use before a shot isn't really all that helpful, as it only gives you a far away top-down perspective shot and a really close shot with no moving allowed. Another annoying thing about this game is the fact that there's no left-handed option as well, so a certain purple-haired loser had to play this game the right-handed way. But honestly, these are really small complaints from an amazingly designed game that takes full advantage of the motion controls. And I'll be honest, the more I play this game and understand how it works, the more I fall in love with this game. Don't get me wrong, you're still better off playing the PSP version, but for a more competitive standpoint, this is probably the best anime golf game there is. Which is kinda weird to say, considering people don't usually associate competitive gameplay with a frickin' Wii. Yeah, that game was fun. What's next, Timmy? Yeah. Remember the Panga PSP game? Well, they made a Wii version of it, which they made a sequel to that Wii game, Super Swing Golf Season 2. Alright, let's do this. Oh my gosh, there's a left-handed mode, 10 out of 10. Honestly, this game is just a better version of the last game, as not only did they make the game more accessible to 10% of the population, which not even frickin' Skyward Sword could do, but they legit improved pretty much everything from the last game. Now don't get me wrong, the cutscenes are still pretty cringy, and the game doesn't have the same amount of charm the PSP game brings, but the fact that they made some things much more accessible and better, such as the camera and the fact that you can see what adjustments you need to make with your swing, this overall is definitely the superior game of the two. Other than that though, I mean it's pretty much the same game but with a new tour mode where you can travel to different stages while completing challenges, as well as there being a practice mode and whatever the hell this thing is that makes me question how the frick this got an everyone 10 plus rating. Oh man, I'm tired from all that swinging, that felt like a workout. Oh shush Timmy, you don't even have any hands. You know what, I'm done with these golf games. These are the Bleach games on Nintendo Wii. Bleach, everyone's favorite Naruto wannabe. Bleach is an anime television series and manga that was written by Tite Kubo, which features this red-haired guy named Ichigo Kurosaki, who became a temporary Shimigami after Rukia saves his butt from a hollow one day. Of course, with the success of this manga, there's been anime, musicals, and yep, video games based off the Bleach franchise, with some of the video games being the video games we're taking a look at today, the Bleach Wii games that were both made by Sega. Hi, I'm Eric and I do everything, and Timmy the Taco banned me from making any Bleach the children jokes for the rest of the video. Oh whatever, fine. Anyway Timmy, what's the first Bleach game we're taking a look at? Bleach Shattered Blade, a game made by Sega that came out on the same year as Sonic OSS? Oh no. Bleach Shattered Blade is the second installment of the Bleach home console series, with the first one being the GameCube game. This game was released on December 4, 2006 in Japan, and later in the United States and Europe. Alright, let's check this game out.
Bleach.
After that exciting opening that totally got my blood pumping, we are faced with a menu system at which Ichigo stares deep into my soul with those charming eyes of his, which in turn causes me to play the main mode of the story, Episode Mode. Episode Mode is pretty much what it sounds like, it's the frickin' story mode. In this story mode, you're given a choice to follow the same story in the viewpoint of 8 different characters, in which they all pretty much follow the same story. Speaking of the story is honestly a bit underwhelming. This is the Lord of the Rings, in which everyone is after this ring because it holds some magical power thingy. Now imagine all of the motivations for the baddies trying to steal the ring was to save a singular pig from dying. No, oinkers, no! Yep, that's the story of this game in a nutshell. One might say it's utter hogwash, and I'm not oinking around. Throughout the story mode, the basic format for each episode is that if someone finds out they collect all the shards, they can do whatever they like getting home or saving a freaking pig for example, which causes them to beat the heck out of each other until whatever character you play as wins. But then, oh no, we are tricked into collecting these shards by some evil baddie so he can use it for his own selfish reasons. No way! Which then leads us to kicking him in the balls, saving the world, and learning about the power of friendship. Credits, bam! Yes, you have to do this 8 times with 8 different characters, with each one of them having their own episode. Let's rank the episodes from worst to best now, shall we? Coming in at F tier is frickin' Hanataro. Oh my goodness, I hate this guy so much, as not only is his character annoying to deal with in general, the gameplay revolving around this guy is just so super annoying. Speaking of the gameplay, before we go further with this annoying kiddo, let's actually talk about the gameplay, shall we? Remember Jump Force, kids? The gameplay in Jump Force is strangely similar to the Bleach game, but with motion controls. Yay! During this game, you can either use the Wii Remote by itself or the Wii Remote with a nunchuck. But using the Wii Remote without nunchucks doesn't allow you to gain access to a couple of things, like blocking, but who needs that? Screw blocking. In this game, characters pretty much move around freely in a 3D environment and can move faster while holding the C button, which allows you to go on zoomy zoom to surge ornaments over your fellow competitor, which was actually pretty fun sometimes. Just like your traditional generic fighting games, the character's health is represented by this sassy meter thingy, in which the winner is decided when one of these meter thingies depletes, causing you to, well, die. Below the health gauge is a stamina gauge, which determines how often the player can attack, which basically means the developers were too lazy to balance the characters and opted for something that doesn't allow you to use the same jab over and over again. Well, there are high stakes, a freaking pig is dying. Speaking of dying, my arms were freaking dying after this game. In this game, you attack by waving the Wii Remote in various directions, which are split into 3 types, slice, stab, and stab. These attacks allow you to counterattack your opponent, as well as allow you to do these pretty cool rock, paper, scissors like battles throughout the game, which was honestly really fun. Man, why can't rock, paper, scissors be like that in real life? The last thing to mention besides your basic jab attack and special move are your Bankai. Throughout the battles, your Bankai meter thingy gets filled up, and when it's full, you basically turn Super Saiyan and get in super attack as well, which are usually honestly really cool to see and pretty fun to look at for the most part. Bam, bam, boom. Okay, now imagine those concepts and cool ideas, but half of them heals the opposing fighter. This finally leads us back to this annoying motherfucker who heals every single person every single time I try to attack. Yeah, since it short heals people, you cannot use it during battle, but you instead have to use this weird headbutting thing instead, which I still have no idea how it works. The average time it took me to defeat one episode was 28 minutes. This guy took 1 hour and 10 minutes to beat, and he was one of the last characters I played, so by then I was already a professional Bleach Wii game fighter, meaning it was the character, not me. D tier, Renji. This character not only has the stupid motivation of collecting the shards to save a frickin' pig, but he is by far the most overpowered character in the game due to the length of his normal attacks. Yep, this is a normal attack. Seriously, this was the only character I didn't lose at all with, and I'm not even good at games like these. C tier, Toshihiro, Ichiko, and Kenpachi. All these characters are pretty average for the most part in terms of gameplay, but the motivations for collecting the shards and being tricked was quite unoriginal in regards to this game, so these characters are pretty average. B tier, Baikua and Yoichi, who were pretty average to play as their stories are pretty different and actually bearable. Instead of these characters being tricked by some outside force, they both try to stop all the fighting from happening, which in turn leads them to defeat the imposters, tricking the majority of these characters. Speaking of the imposter and main baddie of this game, Arturo Paledo, is the only S tier character on this list. This guy was so satisfying to play as. This guy legit answers the question, what if we made a final boss in a video game a character you can play as? And it's freaking awesome. And he's not just some overpowered beast as well, but pretty balanced to play as, which personally surprised me, as usually being able to play as final bosses leads to an overpowered jumbled mess. I mean, imagine being able to play as whatever the heck this boss is in the other games. Anyway, not only playing as him was quite fun, but this guy actually has a pretty interesting and unique story, which is just a shame, considering this dude only makes an appearance in 2 games and that's it. He's not in the anime, manga, and not even in the freaking musical. So I took a liberty of cosplaying as him and participated in a musical for him. You're welcome. His story centers around him breaking free from his imprisonment, and with the charged spiritual energy, he becomes more powerful than ever and starts beating the frick out of everyone for revenge's sake, which actually leads him to defeat and kill everyone. Yeah, bye bye Renji, you and your frickin' pig won't be missed. Other than the story mode though, there really isn't anything notable to say about this game, as the other modes include the options, gallery, versus mode, tournament. Yeah, you get it, basic stuff every decent fighting game has basically. Overall, this game was honestly fun at times, albeit a bit annoying. Making this a game I would recommend if you like the battle system in Jump Force, but keep in mind that it's honestly mediocre and a 6 out of 10 at best. Anyway, what's the next game, Timmy? Bleach vs. Quartet. This is a game on the Wii that was released on December 18, 2008 as a Japan exclusive game, which was probably for the best, which I mean, have you seen Americans when it comes to Bleach? I hate you, you know that? Anyway, enough joking around, let's actually play this game. Street Fighter, that's a fun game. Do I really need to explain the gameplay at this point? 2 people face against each other in a 2D-like aspect, beating the heck out of each other. Great, now imagine that, but with a 3D environment filled with motion controls and more camera cuts than what should be legally possible. Yep, that's this game. Let's talk about the story mode now, shall we? While the story is in Japanese, after playing the story mode for this game, I determined there is nothing too notable about the story, as the story is just really a glorified tournament mode that follows the story of the Arankar arc, in which Ichigo is seen as a threat by a group of people who try to stop him, resulting in, yep, you guessed it, battles. Speaking of the battles, after going through a tutorial going through all the controls and attacks you can do, with the controls featuring normal attacks, blocking, your special move, the dash, your Super Saiyan Bankai thingy, and staring at this shiny baldy's head, you finally get into the fighting action. Okay, you know how Sonic has that burst mode when it comes to overall games that allows him to consistently reach top speed? Well, apparently Ichigo has that now, as he can get all swishy swooshy speedy whenever he wants, which I totally didn't exploit at all. What are you talking about? I'm gonna combine Sonic and Ichigo in Photoshop now. There, finished. Oh no. Fine, you take a look at this. Anyway, the fighting for this game actually fits the anime much better in my opinion, and I personally find it much more addicting and fun as well. As while the last game did have decent fighting on par with Jump Force, the game developers definitely saw the top 20 Watch Mojo Bleach fights and was like, yeah, I can do that. For example, you got the black speed line march whenever you dash around in place, making the battles much more fast in comparison to most fighting games, and it just makes you feel like you're legitimately playing as Ichigo, which is pretty awesome, especially since there are hardly any anime games out there that truly feel unique to a specific game series, and it's something that only specific series can do. That being said though, I do have some annoyances when it comes to this game. For example, there are a bunch of randomly scattered obstacles throughout the fight that really do nothing but get in the way, which not only interrupts the fast gameplay style you're going for, but you can't even destroy the obstacles as well. Another problem I had with this game is the fact that this game is very short, as it only took me 42 minutes to complete the entirety of the main mode of this game, which really disappointed me because like I said, this game was surprisingly fun to play. I mean, it looks great, it plays well, and it really honestly made me fall in love with Bleach all over again. Thank goodness I didn't have to drink any Bleach because of this game, gosh darn it! No, what are you gonna do to me? No. These are the Naruto DS games, and despite the surprisingly big amount of games there are here, they all somehow make me want to Hi, I'm Eric and I do everything, and who doesn't love Naruto? What the frick's wrong with you? Naruto, this is the 4th best-selling manga of all time with over 250 million copies sold. Dang, that's 250 more million people than the amount of Sakura fans out there. Naruto is a Japanese manga series and anime written by Misasaki Kishimoto that follows the adventures of Naruto. Who would have guessed that? This kid along with his friends goes on adventures to stop baddies and become the ultimate ninja. Though in all honesty, Naruto is best known for giving birth to this demonic bastard. Anyway, with the success of this manga, you know what happens by now. They made an anime, card games, art and guidebooks, and yep, video games. Lots and lots of video games. But we are only going to take a look at the 8 DS games because I don't feel like covering 60 plus Naruto games. The Naruto games on DS range from platformers, RPGs, and fighting games, which is a surprisingly nice variety of games to play. Though the fact that someone watched Naruto and was like, yeah, I want this to be a platformer, kinda scares me. Anyway, let's play some Naruto DS games, shall we? Okay, the first games on our list is the Naruto Ninja Destiny series made by Tomy, in which there are a total of 3 games in the series on the DS. I mean, if they made 3 games for the series, it must be good, right? We don't speak of the devil in this Christian-friendly channel, Timmy. Anyway, let's check out the first game in the series, Naruto Ninja Destiny. After the title, selecting the main story mode, and witnessing the most exciting explanation of the story out there, we cut straight away into the first battle with Naruto against Nenji in a tournament, making this game take place in the tournament arc in Season 3. But I don't feel compelled to fight Nenji at all, though. Oh no, he didn't. It's on now. Ah! Did this dude just continuously punch Naruto in the no-no spot? I love this game. All joking aside, this game really isn't that well received, but honestly I found this game so satisfying to play. Sure, it's a broken mess filled with easily exploitable glitches and strange animations, but I found myself addicted to this game and loving it. In this game, you attack with the Y and B buttons, which is a strange choice, but it made it easy to do combos which, speaking of the combos, oh my goodness, they were so satisfying to pull off. Though like I said, it's pretty easy to exploit it, causing this to happen. In this game, you can play as multiple characters, with each one of them having their own unique combo, with Naruto doing this thingy, Sakusei being badass, and Shikamaru, breakdancing? Besides the 2 main attack buttons, the other buttons basically do what you expect them to do. R blocks, L allows you to teleport, S allows you to jump and attack in the air at times, and when you have enough power, the A button allows you to get all Super Saiyan and do the ultimate attack against the person you're facing against, i.e. this wee punching attack we saw earlier. During the fights, we are also given the option of 6 random power-ups we can use as well, with some of them being obvious, like being able to heal yourself or having more defense, with the others being a bit confusing, like what's this one, flashing your biceps to your opposing fighter? Ooh, scary. Do these biceps scare you? Anyway, who am I fighting next? Ew, I have to fight a freaking girl? I don't want cuties. This is why I can't get a girlfriend, even in dating sims. Speaking of girls, look how ugly these graphics are. I mean, sure, it's the freaking DS, it doesn't exactly have the best graphics, but still, the showers are more rebellious and ugly than my unnecessary hatred towards Jump Force. At least the character models actually look pretty decent, but in comparison to the bland, out-of-focus backgrounds and the static images throughout the story, the character models just look out of place. But hey, it could be worse. It could be the character models from Astro Boy on the Wii. Overall, this was quite a fun game, but in all honesty, this really doesn't feel like a Naruto game, as I feel like you could replace the Naruto branding with any other character and get the same result, making this game really feel just like any other handheld fighting game, which is such a shame considering that the people behind this game really tried to make this game an enjoyable experience, but the little things just kept adding up, making this game quite average to play. Well, maybe the next game in the series, Naruto Ninja Destiny 2, is better, so let's check it out. After the title, selecting the story mode, and trying to figure out what the heck the sound is they keep using in the game, we are put right into the story mode, in which yet again the story follows the anime, but this time it follows the Gara retrieval arc and the Ochimaru hideout infiliation arc. It's honestly pretty much like the last game. Hopefully there isn't anything too cringy about it that would make me want to throw the controller out the window. You know what? I'm not even mad. Naruto kinda looks hot from a top-down perspective. Besides this weird addition to the game, the other things changed from the first Ninja Destiny game were actually better for the most part. The story flows better, there are a ton more characters to play as, and what's this? RPG battles that are actually good and not repetitive? What? Let's talk about the gameplay first. It's honestly pretty much the same as the last game, but there are some tiny differences that I either didn't notice from the last game, or they actually added to make the gameplay experience better. Firstly, you can now jump and sidestep your way through different sides to avoid attacks, though in all honesty, it's pretty much useless, as blocking is so much better than doing that. Heck, I don't even think the computer even sidestepped once. Secondly, the characters are each given their own combos, special attacks, and animations that are much better executed than the last game, making this game actually feel like a boring average Naruto game rather than a boring average fighting game. Yay! Also, there's 2D explosions now. That wasn't in the last game. See, I'm not the only one who does random explosives throughout the video. In terms of graphics, this is a huge step forward towards the right direction, as now the backgrounds are actually beautiful and the character models actually don't look like they were green screened in, so that's a huge plus. Though with the limitations of the DS, I sorta wish they went with a 2D sprites instead of 3D sprites throughout the series in general. What I'm basically trying to say is that the graphics look good with the exception of Sakura. Frick Sakura. The last thing I guess I could mention about the game that isn't a repeat of the last game is the audio and music, which are basically your generic battle music with a hint of Japanese flair. Nothing too special there, but can we take a second to admire the character voices in this game? Naruto Ninja Destiny 3. This is a Japanese exclusive game and the final game in the Naruto Ninja Destiny series, which means it was either too good for us puny wimpy Americans, or they didn't want us puny wimpy Americans complaining about it. Either way, I'm a puny and wimpy American, so let's play this game. Whoa, hold on a second. This game is literally just Ninja Destiny 2. As it pretty much copied everything from that game, like the random encounters, the top-down thingy, etc, etc. But guess what? They somehow made the fighting even worse. As while the last game was somewhat challenging, this game is completely mindless and downright boring to play. Don't believe me? Take a look at this fight. You know what? No. Move on to the next series. I am done with this crap. Do you want to be a ninja? No. Do you want to be a ninja? Yeah. Well, the Naruto Path of the Ninja series made by Tomy is perfect for you. Oh, so this game is some sort of platformer or action game that will allow me to be the ultimate ninja? Nope, it's an RPG. Well, I guess we're mastering the ways of the ninja with the RPG. Let's check this game out. Yep, as you probably guessed by the footage, this game is technically a Game Boy Advance game that was ported over to the DS for whatever reason. But despite that, this game surprisingly looks much better when it comes to the graphics of this game in comparison to the actual DS games. Honestly, I personally think 2D is the way to go when it comes to the Naruto game, and this game makes a good case for it. As it's bright and colorful, you can easily tell where everything is supposed to be, and besides the occasional repetitive tester that gets showcased, this game really feels like it belongs on the DS in a good way. Heck, they even made Sakura look good. I wouldn't have even bothered to put that bubblegum hair demonic frick into the game in the first place. Imagine this game forced me to admit my secret undying love for Sakura. Man, that would be a nightmare. Oh no, I do not like where this is going. Thankfully, I can choose not to marry her. What? This is a crucial... Frick. Story, that's the thing. Remember in the anime when Naruto and friends first meet their sensei? And they eventually try to capture a bell from the sensei to become the ultimate ninja? Well, someone at the office saw that and was like, yep, we can make an RPG out of this. And hey, I gotta say, why I didn't think Naruto would make for a pretty good RPG? This game proved me wrong, as this game is actually decent. Don't get me wrong, it's nothing too special, and it's honestly quite generic. But I could tell the developers really put a lot of love and care into the RPG system to really make it feel like the perfect Naruto game. Your basic RPG attacks include attacking, defending, items, and fleeing. But the one thing that sets it apart from the other RPGs is the fact that throughout the battle, in each turn, you can choose to teleport anywhere on this 3x3 grid that allows you to strategize quite decently. The further away you are, the less damage you give your enemy, making the enemy more likely to miss and do less damage to you as well. And when you're closer, it's vice versa. This mechanic had so much potential, but it really only hardly affects the gameplay at all, and is quite the underwhelming mechanic that doesn't even matter as time goes on. There's also the mechanic of rubbing the screen in order to do a fast attack as well, which is quite unoriginal and really annoying at times, especially since you have to rub pretty fast on some occasions for a weaker attack. Now you might be wondering, where are the DS pistollated anime boobies? I am going to scream if I don't get my daily fill of bontastic profession. It's beautiful. Yep, as the game progresses, you get the ability to do super moves. Though I don't have much footage regarding this, as I only use the Sessy Jishu throughout the game. I'm an 18-year-old straight white male, what did you expect? The last thing I want to mention regarding this game is the music and sound effects. Funnily enough, this game uses the same sound effect packs I do, which is kind of funny, and ironically, both the game and I use the same bamboo sound effect the most. Besides that weird coincidence with the sound effects, the music in this game is actually pretty good for the DS standards. As while the music perhaps has the worst sound quality you'll ever hear, I found the music in this game to be quite awesome and fit the Naruto tone much better than generic Japanese fighting music. Overall, it's pretty much what I expected when I heard the words Naruto and RPG mashed together. That being said though, maybe the sequel will make me the ultimate ninja, let's find out. It's honestly pretty much the same game, but with some minor improvements, such as the ability to switch your party members during battle, as well as, oh gosh, I'm a frog now, I did not consent to this. Hippity hoppity, the frog life ain't for me. Another change I guess I could mention as well is the story, which is actually original to this game, in which Naruto must collect 5 mirrors hidden in the game in order to save the world from this purple fog thingy that turns everyone evil and they stay in it for too long. I.e., it sounds like your typical RPG story that centers around you collecting stuff with a main overworld in which you can shop and stuff. Other than that though, it's pretty much the same game. It's a little better, but nothing too notable. Wanna know another notable thing? Yeah, there's yet another Naruto series on the DS. And this game has the perfect combination for a Naruto game on DS. It's a 2D fighting game, yes, this is exactly what I wanted. Alright, let's play this game. Trust Timmy, believe it, the Naruto Ninja Counter games are going to be amazing, trust me. Well, you know the drill by now. Let's start with the first game of the series, Naruto Ninja Counter 3. It's a freaking glorified mission mode game. I am very disappointed. Okay, this game is based off completing a variety of missions throughout the game in a pretty open world fashion, which I usually have no problem with and what I expect from anime games in general. But my goodness, are the missions the most freaking nonsensical things I ever experienced, and I was freaking Boruto. Don't believe me? One of the most notable missions in this game was killing 20 snakes in 90 seconds. Does this look fun to you? Can you imagine someone doing this mission in real life? The missions in these games are either too easy or too hard, as you're either chasing or fighting a CPU, which was actually pretty fun, or being pitted into doing these ridiculous challenges that feel more like chores than anything else. Like, my gosh, I do not freaking care, I can beat the frick out of 10 bats in 300 seconds. This brings me to the controls and overall gameplay, which I was actually pretty impressed with. Like I said earlier, a 2D Naruto fighting brawler game can be amazing if done right, and they did an amazing job during the fight and chase sequences of this game. It is so satisfying moving around and doing attacks on the rare occasions these missions popped up. For example, there's this one mission where you have to strategically break obstacles carefully in order to catch someone in 60 seconds. This was so fun, as not only did I learn more cool things in the game, like the fact that you can run on walls and memorize which attacks broke the obstacles faster, but it also reminded me of how much wasted potential this game has. As while the 10% of the gameplay I just mentioned earlier was so fun, 90% of the game makes the controls feel horrible due to how most of these missions were structured, as most of the stages are so tiny and small, making you constantly bump into sharp objects and fall into weirdly placed lava pits, for example. And it doesn't help that the bats constantly move across the stage, making you constantly having to traverse up and down throughout the stage. Moral of the story, bats freaking scare me. Speaking of bats, why did Timmy the Taco get hit with a baseball bat? Because he didn't talk about playing Naruto Ninja Counter 4. Anyway, let's talk about the next game in the Naruto Ninja Counter series, Naruto Ninja Counter 4. This game is considered to be the worst Naruto DS game according to a variety of sources such as IGN and Metacritic. But ironically, this game was perhaps one of my favorite Naruto DS games, as it provides and does every single thing I wanted from a Naruto DS game. There's fast-paced fighting, creative and platforming fun, addicting battles, and no sight of Sakura anywhere. Frick! The gameplay for this game is quite diverse surprisingly, with some parts of the game having you running around from one place to another similar to the Sonic games, but instead of going all swishy speedy, you instead use and showcase a variety of moves while attacking enemies and using moves to get from one place to the next place while making this game feel like it was meant for Naruto and no other game series. However, these point A to point B battles weren't even my favorite part. No, my favorite part has got to be the battles, as they were so satisfying to play. These battles, while they honestly don't do anything too notable, totally has a Naruto charm within these battles, which is something I can't say with any other Naruto game so far. While these battles are basically glorified Street Fighter battles, they do offer some uniqueness in regards to a couple of things, like being much more fast-paced than other fighting games, giving it that fast-paced anime fighting vibe, as well as also including these freaking awesome superpower moves that you can't get from any other game. Even Mortal Kombat can't compete with the no-boss Naruto move finisher. What's that? I'm attractive? Speaking of being attractive, man, this game looks amazing as well. This is by far the best Naruto looking game on a DS. This is quite perhaps the only Naruto game that doesn't look like a Flash game or something you got with a free 3D Unity pack, so props to this game. That being said though, I do have one big complaint though. Well, it's honestly more like a small complaint. As yes, the game is way too small, as the story mode only lasts around 5 hours. And there's nothing to do after that. Literally, the only thing besides the story mode is wireless mode and records. What are they even keeping records for? The amount of times I crushed some guy's nuts? And it doesn't help that Sakura is creepily staring at me in a lustful way again. No, bad Sakura, get your green evil eyes away from me. We all know Hinata is the only cute Naruto girl in the anime. Wait, what? Why? Oh no. Who is more attractive, Naruto or Sakusei? Well, there's a DS game for that. With the Naruto vs Sakusei game being considered the best Naruto game on a DS according to Metacritic. With that being said, let's check out this game. The last one was amazing, so this one should be good as well, right? As long as there's no creepy Sakura sprite staring at me, I should be fine. Gosh darn it, Yandere Sakura is back? No! Story mode, just like other games in this series, it takes place during a random part of the anime, in which the game happens to take place during the second season of the Naruto Shippuden series. All you really need to know about the story of this game, and that is basically does what the title says. Naruto goes through countless lands, searching far and wide for his long-lost lover, Sakusei. Oh, wait, then was Naruto and Sakusei SSS? Gameplay. The gameplay of this game was actually pretty fun, and offered some new things onto the table, such as the ability to play up to 3 different characters in each level, as well as various items such as throwing stars and tiny spears that make you go boom boom. Firstly, the platforming action sessions throughout the game is the best I've ever seen in a Naruto game. As well as still just you running from point A to point B, there is more variety in regards to how you can complete the level. Want to avoid our enemies and speedrun your way to complete the level as fast as possible? You can do that. Want to explore every nook and cranny throughout each level? You can do that as well, as some levels don't even have a set time limit. The variety these sessions of the game has in terms of how you're going to get to point A to point B was honestly one of my favorite memories in regards to anime games. And I played some pretty good anime games in my life. No, not you. That's why it pains me to say this, but I do not like the fighting in this game. Okay, imagine Street Fighter, but the characters are shrunken down to 4 times their size while suddenly having the moveset of a typical beat 'em up game. Yeah, it's kind of a weird explanation, but that's what this game felt like to me. 1. The majority of these fighting only battles were boss battles, which makes sense, but these boss battles were really hard, which I usually have no problem with, as I love a good challenge. But when you lose once to a boss, you have to restart the entirety of the chapter over again. Yep, that's right, if you lose, you have to complete 2 platforming levels again in order to even consider challenging the boss again. And it doesn't help that it's downright impossible to perform combos or pretty much anything for the matter, as you were better off hitting and running, etc, etc, which is honestly really such a shame, but at least the superpowers you can perform throughout the games were pretty awesome. Like damn, even Sakura has a pretty kick-ass super move. Dang, why didn't she do this in the anime? She went from a 0 out of 10 to 0.1 out of 10 just because of this move, though I might be too generous with this new ranking. I have high standards when it comes to anime girls. The last thing to mention in regards to this game is the music and sound effects. While the sound effects are your typical anime sound effects you hear in every anime, the music in this game was honestly quite amazing, as the majority of this music in the game combines typical Japanese fighting music with a bass that's surprisingly pretty good. I mean, listen to this bass. Overall, if you missed the good old Flash games and want to experience a really good Naruto DS game that feels like a Flash game rather than an actual game, I recommend checking this one out, as I still had a blast with it. Okay, we got a game that had amazing platforming sessions, but horrible fighting, and vice versa. But what if I told you there's a Naruto game on DS that has amazing fighting and amazing platforming? Well, I'd be lying. Naruto Shiboni Rumbo. Maybe it's a rhythm game, perhaps it's maybe even a perverted adult one. Let's find out, shall we? Gosh darn it, it's Super Smash Bros. But with Naruto. All joking aside, this game definitely has the most content and replayability in regards to Naruto DS games, as not only do you have a story mode, but you also have a versus mode that supports up to 4 players, personal battles, which allows you to customize and personalize each character with any move for battling, and mission mode, which is pretty self-explanatory at this point. Let's talk about the story mode, shall we? The story mode of this game is honestly quite underwhelming, as it yet again follows a specific part of the Naruto anime that will confuse you if you haven't seen the anime yet. But at least this game doesn't really focus on the story, but rather the gameplay instead. This is the best gameplay in any Naruto game, hands down, as it's pretty much a brawler filled to the brim with combos, special moves, items, and a surprising amount of customization options you can give each character. The most satisfying part of the gameplay though has to be the vast around moves and strategy you can implement in regards to the game. For example, if an enemy is playing aggressive, you have the option to counterattack that. If the enemy is playing too defensive, you have a variety of super moves you can use to break the defense. It's honestly surprisingly fair and balanced like that. The most unfair character in this game though has to be, drumroll please, Mr. Health Bar here. Frick Mr. Health Bar, no one likes you. Die, die, die! The health system this game offers is downright weird. Okay, each character has 3 different health bars, a red one, a yellow one, and a green one. And when all 3 of them deplete, you die. But the annoying thing about this is that when you use an amazingly strong move with 1 health bar, it only affects that 1 health bar, not another, making these battles last much longer than they need to. This health bar is ruining my freaking life. In regards to how the overall structure and mechanics of the fights work, it's pretty much a copy of Super Smash Bros. I mean, you got the items coming out of the sky randomly, there are platforms you can navigate around while fighting, and there's even an equivalent of the Super Smash Ball where you can actually be invincible for a couple of seconds while fighting. Overall, between the balance and fun characters, pretty addicting gameplay, and creativity in regards to how to structure your character in these fights, this game really made me feel like this was the perfect Naruto DS gameplay at times. Not only are the controls pretty fun, but this game is pretty satisfying to look at as well. As well as some levels have that annoying shrinking issue that makes it feel like a flash game rather than a natural game. The special effects, moves, backgrounds, character sprites, and overall design of the game really looks amazing. Heck, these characters are almost as attractive as me. Man, those games were fun. Whoa, Sakura! Oh, it's on. I am gonna beat your pink-tailed butt.
That's about as much as I expect.
Imagine having unlimited resources, time, talent, and money to make the perfect Demon Slayer game of your dreams. Shush to me. Well, I don't mean to brag, but I'm just a loser who makes fun of Jump Force all the time, that thinks he can somehow come up with a better Demon Slayer game than the one that's coming out soon. Hi, I'm Eric and I do everything, and I'm only 18 years old. I can totally make a better Demon Slayer game than CyberConnect 2, the company currently making the current Demon Slayer game. No thanks, I'm not hungry. Demon Slayer, aka the Bleach of a different generation, is a manga created by Kokoharu Kogote that centers around the adventures of this pure-hearted guy named Tanjiro Komodo, a kiddo who goes on a journey to stop demons from finishing their tragic backstories, as well as helping his sister, Nijoko Komodo, turn back into a human. I personally have not watched the anime yet, but I read the entire manga, and I gotta say, it was freaking awesome, as it's filled with non-stop action, actual characters you care about, no frick you, and demons that are cooler than I'll ever be. Literally, demons cannot be in the sun in the series, which basically makes demons and gamers the same people. I am quite excited for Demon Slayer The Himokami Chronicles, as it actually looks like it's going to be pretty decent, especially since it's made by CyberConnect 2, who also made and a couple of pretty good Naruto fighting games. But that's the thing, this game is going to be just like your typical fighting game with a story mode that follows the anime, versus mode, etc. But like I said earlier, what if you had unlimited resources, time, talent, and money to make the perfect Demon Slayer game? Demon Slayer Tetris, frick yeah! Oh, well, do you have a better idea than Timmy the Taco? Wait, what? Frick, I can't compete with this. All seriousness aside, let's make a Demon Slayer game. Let's get the first question out of the way. What genre is this game going to be? Clearly, it's going to be a fighting game, as this anime is notoriously known for doing nothing but fighting, as well as it's going to be an action-adventure game as well because of the nature of the anime. As long as it's not a dating sim, I'm sure we'll be fine. That begs the question though, should this game be a linear game like Skyward Sword, an open-world game like Breath of the Wild, or a typical fighting game like Street Fighter? Well, we can remove your typical fighting game, as that's already being filled by the actual Demon Slayer game coming out, which leaves us with a linear or open-world game. Each one of them has their own strengths and weaknesses. For example, if we go the linear route, we would lose some of that creative freedom in regards to how to structure the game, but it would be much more organized and result in less broken exploits and glitches. If we were to go the open world route though, we have so much creative freedom in regards to this game. Heck, we can even push Zenitsu off a volcano if we wanted to, because frick this character! My fist would be relatable to you if you don't shut up with that crap. Considering how the manga tends to always follow the story and never veers off to any unrelated or unnecessary story arcs, I personally think a linear game like Uncharted 4, for example, would fit Demon Slayer perfectly. Yeah, it would be cool if Demon Slayer got the Breath of the Wild treatment, but I just don't think an open world game is right for the series. Yeah, I know, it's a controversial opinion. Boo-hoo, deal with it. Yay, we got the genre of the game down. Now let's talk about the story, shall we? In which we are given 3 options. Make a story that follows the anime, make the story that follows the manga, which is similar, but it will have more content with potential spoilers, or make an entire original story, kinda like how Naruto Path of the Ninja 2 did. Well, since the actual game is following the anime, I'll remove that option, which leaves us with either creating a game that follows the story arc that the anime hadn't covered yet, or creating an entire original story, with each one yet again having their own strengths and weaknesses. For example, if we were to follow the arc from the manga that hasn't been animated yet, it's just going to spoil people, which in turn would make less people motivated to watch the anime, which isn't necessarily the best thing. But I guess not everyone can be an attractive manga reader like me. However, pretty much all the arcs in Demon Slayer, especially the last arc, are pretty freaking amazing, so it just naturally makes sense to turn a good, well-thought-out story into a video game. Why do you think School Days is on the PSP? The story could end up being bad due to inconsistencies that could really hamper the game experience, but if done right, I believe it could make for some pretty good non-canon filler that would not only get people excited to see more of the story by buying the anime and manga, but it would also create a unique experience for everyone to enjoy without worrying about spoilers. I'm gonna go with the make your own story option, mainly due to the fact I can write my own fan service scenes. I can put Nijoko in the bikini, frick yeah! Wait, what? No, don't tell me. Gosh, friggin' darn it, 14? The Rule 34 community just got a whole lot more concerning. Story. We now know we want to create an original story, but where should we start? After giving it some thought, I figured the best course of action to take was to center around an original story that involves Sanjuro defeating an ice demon that lives deeper than the mountains that could freeze the world if you don't master the breathing styles needed to enter into the mountains in order to stop him. Let's just say you need to traverse through a world filled with baddies in order to defeat a demon in order to get one of these breathing style scrolls from them. And you need 5 of these scrolls from 5 separate worlds in order to get past various parts of the mountain you couldn't do without the breathing styles. It's pretty much a home console linear Zelda game that's more supernatural with no puzzles, with puzzles instead being replaced by various NPC characters that offers tasks you can complete in exchange for the Demon Slayer equivalent of money, in which the money allows you to buy various items you'll need to defeat the boss with. The overworld could also be the Swordsmith Village as well, which makes sense considering the nature of that place. I'm sure the story has some flaws and some things that might not sit well with Demon Slayer fans, but hey, it could be worse. It could be whatever the frick the story was in Jump Force, well, if you can even call that a story. Reading about Abraham Lincoln's assassination was more exciting than that mess. No, honestly, no! Anyway, that's pretty much it story-wise. What is it gonna look like though? As long as it doesn't look like that ugly painting, I should be fine. Huh? Oh. Looks. I'm no 3D model specialist, but considering there's already a bunch of Demon Slayer models already made for the actual Demon Slayer game, why not just copy and paste them? That's how that works, right? Besides that though, I definitely do want to make some original stuff regarding this game, like the main baddie for example. Just like how there is a game-specific baddie in the Bleach Wii games, there needs to be a game-specific baddie for this game, as 1, there aren't exactly any ice demons we could use for the manga and anime, and 2, the title is Let's Make a Demon Slayer Game, not here to seduce or talk about a Demon Slayer game. Hey! After years of consideration and decades of research of mastering my art skills to draw the perfect ice demon in this game, I realized I accidentally created an evil Elsa. If you don't like it, then you just need to let it go. Besides the main baddie, I also decided to make the logo for the game as well. I decided to name this game Demon Slayer Breath of the Winter due to the ice theme that centers around this game, as well as it being a nice homage to the Zelda series, since this potential game takes many elements from it. In terms of the logo for this game though, I definitely wanted to keep the feeling of the original logo, but considering the fiery aspect of the logo, I wanted to make the red part feel more icy. Thus I made it blue, added some spikes in it, changed the positioning of it, added the subtitle to it, and voila, we got ourselves a logo. The McDonald's logo is crying in their sleep. Heck, let's go one step further and make the cover as well. Okay, at this point I just gave up a minute Mimi. Though featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series in a Demon Slayer game weirdly kinda makes sense. I'm a freaking genius. Can I geniusly come up with the music of this game? Frick no! I mean, what's the point? Since both the actual Demon Slayer game and the fake Demon Slayer game are both similar in terms of the fact that you're going to be fighting the majority of the time, so it pretty much should be the same music there. I mean, listen to this battle theme. Imagine that in a Zelda game. Bruce coming towards me sexually with his music kinda scares me. That being said though, I wanted to at least make the main theme for this game as some sort of remix of the anime opening. Firstly, I really like the bass the opening used, and figured I could convert that into the main melody as shown here, in which I then just made a simple bass to go along with it, added some custom-made chords, an acoustic guitar that follows the melody, drums similar to the opening, and a completely original ARP anime music tends to have at the beginning. And voila! You have yourself the first 12 seconds of the Demon Slayer opening music. I'm proud of that one. Timmy, can I get a high five? What? Are you still mad that I don't find your relatable character a good character? What? I hate myself more than anyone else? Wow, that's so relatable. That was freaking sarcasm, Timmy. Gosh. Gameplay, we touched on it briefly during the story segment, but I want to go much deeper in regards to the gameplay of this potential game besides saying it's Zelda, but with more side quests and potential abilities. Firstly, let's talk about the various moves our main character could use in the game. Besides the basic attack, one button should be reserved to represent Tanjiro's sense of smell, which could be used to find items and hidden secrets throughout the world. It honestly fits quite well with his sense of smell throughout the series that saves him multiple times. Another button that could be reserved is the ability to switch between breath attacks, which could be switched using L and R buttons before doing the attack, and since Tanjiro has multiple different elements regarding to breath styles, the last button could be used to switch to various different types of breathing styles. That way, you aren't spending too long changing elements in between each attack for these fast-paced battles. Clearly, moving and changing the camera will be implemented by using LSB and RSB buttons, as that's honestly the norm by now. And finally, we have the LT and RT buttons in the back that will allow your character to boost and travel around and attack quickly. Like I said, I'm not a professional game developer, I'm just a loser who watches anime. But thinking of a potential Demon Slayer game honestly seems like a really good idea to me. And I feel like if done right, it could be considered one of the classic amazing licensed game, kind of like GoldenEye 007 was. Like I said though, there's a new Demon Slayer game coming out soon, and I'm honestly quite excited for it. And even if it somehow ends up being bad, rest assured it's not the worst thing to come out of Demon Slayer. This freaking guy is. What? I only speak the truth. Oh, you want to go then, Timmy, huh? I forgot he could do that. Anime games haven't exactly been the best over the decade, but despite that, there have been a few shining samples like Dragon Ball FighterZ and no, frick you! But there is a strange balance between these two extremes. Allow me to introduce Black Clover, Quartet Nights on the PS4 and PC, which only half makes me want to. Hi, I'm Eric and I do everything, and this is a Black Clover. Can you believe they made a series out of this? Black Clover. This is a Japanese manga and anime series that was written by Yukai Tabata that centers around a kiddo named Asta, the only guy in the world filled with magic that somehow can't use magic. What a loser. Then again, I can't complain. The manga alone sold 50 million copies. That's 50 more million people than the amount of people who like Asta's voice. Of course, with the success of this manga, they made merchandise, gambling games, and yes, a video game for the PS4 simply titled Black Clover Quartet Nights, which surprisingly has decent reviews. Heck, they even made a spin-off manga based off this game, as this game has an original story separate from the manga. Timmy, what the heck are you doing? Okay then, anyway, let's take a look at this game, shall we? The opening starts with a burning house that belongs to Versailles, a nobleman. This guy gets attacked by some random bandits who started a fire, which causes him to send his daughter far away to avoid any danger, which wasn't exactly the best idea, as it emits this giant white light that causes the bandits to find him. Seriously, what was he thinking? They were about to give up looking for you. Oh, whatever. Anyway, these bandits find him and kill him, but not before Versailles finds out that these bandits were actually noblemen that were supposedly sent by the king to kill this guy for, I don't know, they never explain playing it. I'm guessing he stole the King's Oreos though. Gosh freaking darn it! After some confusing talk about power, devotion, and stabbing, Fusei gets stabbed. But right before he dies, he emits all of this evil red energy into cursing the king and putting this hatred into this time stone necklace thingy, which is going to be important later on. After the king dies, we cut straight away into Fusei's daughter, Karna, a sweet young girl who collapsed on the middle of the mountains where she was sent to. But before she faints, she sees some mysterious figure standing right next to her, and which after years of research, I can conclude that this person is, yep, you guessed it, Taylor Swift. Besides her, I have no idea who else it could be. My mind's a blank state. After the opening, we basically get introduced to the main characters of the story. This is the world filled to the brim with magic. Asta somehow got born without magic. He joins the Order of Magic Knights in the Clover Kingdom. Asta can fight with the power of friendship. Blah blah blah, you get it. This then cuts straight away right into a battle with no contest whatsoever. In which we have to battle, no, we have to battle Mars? Wait, Mars? I can barely handle fighting Nerd. Who do you think is responsible for all the Beastine? Anyway, let's talk about the battle. Honestly, the battling in this game is quite mindless and filled with random button mashing. And it doesn't help that this game plays pretty much like how every anime game plays nowadays. It's your typical hack and slash battle-like game similar to Dynasty Warriors and Zelda Hyrule Warriors. That being said though, while the gameplay is a bit mindless and quite honestly a total snooze fest at times, man is it fun to run around and beat the frick out baddies in this game. I mean, look at how chaotic and crazy this game gets. We got helper splashy moves at the enemies, landscapes that are honestly a treat to look at, and a variety of special moves that don't slow down the fast-paced battling action at all. This game gets more action than the amount of action I get with girls. That being said though, there are a couple of things that do bother me in regards to the battle. Firstly, why the frick does Asta have a frickin' meter bar that depletes? Out of the 3 minutes of storytelling you gave me at the beginning of this game, half of it was saying that Asta doesn't have magic and you pulled this crap? That's like if Adam Sandler had a frickin' sesame meter, it wouldn't make sense. Asta beat Mars thanks to the power of friendship. Very cool. Anyway, after defeating him, we witness a cutscene that features Asta and his friends complaining about traveling on the ground for whatever apparent reason, which then leads to this. The most boring visual novel ever. Seriously, the character doesn't even change sprites half the time when moving. Can you imagine a video that's just a series of images that's only moving every couple of seconds? That makes no sense. Wait, what's happening? Timmy, I don't like this. Please help me. Oh, okay, now we're in a dungeon now? Okay, cool. Apparently this game centers around exploring dungeons now. This game went from Jump Force to The Legend of Zelda in a snap. Well, quite honestly, comparing this to The Legend of Zelda is pretty much the same. Because this dungeon is pretty much a square-shaped battlefield filled to the brim with copy-paste generic rock enemies. Yay! The only thing you could do in this dungeon was fight enemies. I'm not over-exaggerating. The only task you had in the entirety of this dungeon was to defeat these stone golems. Look, if you're gonna waste 10 minutes of my life explaining the horrors and traps the dungeon contains, at least put some freaking horrors and traps in it. My gosh! I swear the closest they get into a trap in this game is Asta, and that's because it screams like a teenage girl. Anyway, while traversing through the dungeons, defeating the enemies after getting separated from Captain Yami, we find out that, oh no, Captain Yami is dead! Oh, never mind. But he did turn younger and lost his memories for some apparent reason, so now we get to beat him up. Anyway, after defeating him, tying him up, and bringing him back to the Black Bowl headquarters, we allow our captain to get publicly humiliated in front of everyone, in which somehow results in doing yet another mock battle, in which we finally get some unique gameplay. It's no more fighting, but with Capture the Flag, because nothing screams Black Clover like Capture the Flag. Yeah! All joking aside though, this strangely enough was my favorite part of the game, as while they didn't really change anything battle-wise, actually having to go besides beating the heck out of someone was actually a nice change of pace. Especially since the chaotic combat made it quite challenging and fun. Other than that though, it's Capture the Flag. What else is there to say? After the mock battle, some of the people from the Golden Dong came to ask us to conquer some sort of lava dungeon. Ooh, a lava dungeon. Hopefully this one is at least a little bit more exciting than the last one. Alright, let's do this. Gosh freaking darn it! Not only was there literally no enemies or traps at all, but the only fighting there was in this dungeon was facing against our own teammates, which leads us to find a treasure after the fight. Seriously, what was the point of bringing people you hate to get treasure if there's nothing in your way to get the treasure in the first place? Seriously, even Noel is questioning this game's existence. You think I asked to have the hair of an anime protagonist? Speaking of protagonists, remember the opening cutscene? Well, now Karna is back for revenge, and for some reason she's blonde and possessed by some evil thing now. Cool. Anyway, after defeating her, we find out that Yami knows Karna, and they met each other somewhere in the past, and Karna was supposed to be deceased for some reason, and honestly whatever time travel random stuff the story throws at for some apparent reason. Seriously, this time traveling stuff was more confusing than why girls won't frickin' date me. From what I can understand though, the opening cutscene took place 30 years ago when Karna was 18, and which she was proclaimed dead. But somehow she met up with Yami 14 years before present time, and which her death was reported the same year as well, meaning there's 16 years of information missing regarding around Karna's past. Are you confused yet? Don't worry, Aston friends are as well, which results them in traveling to her grave, in which Yami got possessed by her father through the necklace in order to get revenge and take over the world. Wahahaha. Before finishing the story though, we are suddenly interrupted and summoned to fight somewhere else. Ooh, what is it gonna be? Are we gonna fight dragons and evil force about to take over the world? What possibly could it be? Come on, another dungeon? Gosh darn it! This is a quicksand dungeon, in which is exactly the same as the first dungeon. But instead of fighting walking rock-hard robo-creeps, we are instead fighting the same mages we fought against in the first Karna battle. Oh, how fun! During the battle, a total creep named Beto comes along and... Hold on a second. Damn, this dude has more muscles than the amount of ghosts that rejected me. What idiot wrote that part of the script? Anyway, I love this guy. There's finally a cool boss battle in this game, Beto the Destroyer. Dang, even the name is cool. And that's not the only cool thing about him, but battling him was cool as well. I mean, look at this attack. Bam, bam, yeah. Heck, we don't even defeat this guy as he takes part of this purple thing and runs away. What a freaking legend. Anyway, after the encounter, we are summoned yet again to save the members of the Golden Dawn, in which we find out they are Geass, possessed yet again by Karna, which results in another battle with her escaping, in which after chasing her, we finally get to the final boss battle of the games, in which the moon turns red, a solar eclipse is happening, and Karna is turning into a furry? Okay, that's actually pretty cool. Note to self, add more furries into anime. Okay, I know this game has been quite a bit negative and confusing, but I gotta say, this final boss was freaking amazing. It surprisingly ties the story down together perfectly, as the anime cutscenes don't overstay their welcome, and come on, you're beating up a furry at the final boss. What's not to love about that? Seriously, this final boss battle was personally one of my favorites in not only the anime games I covered, but in games I played in general. And it's honestly such a shame that you have to go through a total snooze fest of boring, drawn-out cutscenes and battles that just don't make sense in order to get there. What I'm basically trying to say is that I went from this to this. After defeating the final boss, figuring out that Yami didn't turn young, but rather time traveled into the future, causing this awkward scene, and boom, credit, we completed the game. Thank goodness, that was a painful yet somehow fun experience. Wait, what? I'm not done? No. Yeah, there's another part of the story mode, and which is pretty much the same as the last story, but you do get some key details that were missing from the first story, like where the frick did Yami go that caused everyone to think that he was a small little bean. Honestly though, I spoiled enough of the story to see the need to talk about it in detail, but just know if you were a bit confused on the story, this part of the story honestly covers it up, and actually results in your typical Black Clover plot twist. So if you're curious about the full context of the story, check it out. Thankfully, this game not only offers the story mode, but also other modes that are honestly pretty amazing. Though it's just a shame you'll be facing against boss the majority of the game, even online, because as, yep, you guessed it, the online mode of the game is pretty dead. That being said though, there's quite a diversity within the modes you can play, like Zone Control, in which teams of 4 players race to hold control of the target area. You can field gauge by standing within the ring. Having more team members within the ring will increase the gauge field rate, but could risk a full barrage from the opposing team. Another mode is Treasure Hunt, in which teams of 4 players race to pick up a key and carry it to the treasure chest. Taking the key gets 1 point, killing the key holder or successfully defending the treasure chest also gets 1 point, successfully opening the treasure chest gets 2 points. The first team to reach 5 points wins. In Crystal Carry, teams of 4 players race to hold control of the target area and field gauge. Filling the gauge spawns a crystal and players escort the crystal along with a path before the timer runs out. If they reach the final location, they win. But if the time runs out, the crystal resets and the other team can try to push the crystal further to win. Besides these modes, there are also modes you pretty much can expect from any game like Training Mode, 3x3 Battle Mode, Gallery Mode, and Options, in which you have the choice to shut Astra's voice. Other than that though, I pretty much covered the entirety of the game. Hey Timmy, how's that fire magic working for you? Ooh, test it out on me. My friend says I need to be more hot in order to have a chance with women. Just do it.
Huh? What happened to my voice? Oh, frick.
These are the Roblox anime games. Surprisingly, these games are hugely popular. Literally, whenever Timmy does research for anime gaming topics to make videos on, a Roblox anime video or two always pops up. So Timmy did what any normal manager would do, and forced me to sell myself and cater to the Roblox gods. Hi, I'm Eric and I do everything, and Timmy's forcing me to make this video. Fine, whatever, just get to the annoying description part everyone skips. Roblox, this is a sensational online game creation and game service with a monthly player base of 164 million people playing it each month, the majority of which is under the age of 16, making this A, quite a hit with the fellow kids, and B, makes an adult like me realize how sad he is by playing this game. With this immense popularity, as well as the fact that anyone can pretty much make a game using the free Roblox engine, there are bound to be some fan-made anime games out there, in which I'm going to take an in-depth look of 7 of the more popular ones in order to see where these games are actually decent, or fall into the same realm as Jump Force. Anyway, let's play some Roblox anime games now, shall we? Thanks, Timmy. The first game we're going to take a look at is Attack on Titan Downfall, based on the Attack on Titan series, in which this game is so popular that it even has its own speedrunning community. I am not joking. Well, that being said, let's check it out, shall we? Right away, we are thrown into this character creation tool, in which apparently takes place in the middle of the rain for some reason. Anyway, this customization tool was actually pretty cool, as it has the basic anime hair colors, hairstyles, and a pretty decent clothing customization option that pretty much matches the whole theming of the show. While I wish there were more hair color options, specifically a light purple one, as we all know what purple is the Cecily's hair color, the customization options this game provides right at the start was pretty cool. Oh, and there's also a class you can choose as well, in which I chose Shoulder. I mean, it was either that or the Supplier, and Shoulder sounds much more cool in the gravestone when I die. After that, we are thrown right into the game, in which half the game was me figuring out how the controls work, as yes, I admit, I had never played Roblox before this video, but I must say, it was actually pretty easy to learn. I deserve an award for learning how to play this game. That makes it sound a lot less cool now. Speaking of coolness, I never thought I would say this, but this game was honestly really fun to play, and dare I say it, was even better than the Attack on Titan 3DS game. Seriously, I wasn't expecting much from these Roblox games, but man, the amount of creativity and care that went into these game shows, even though it is a bit amateurish. Firstly, the gameplay. I played my fair share of anime games that were downright boring and made no sense given the context of the game, but pretty much everything in this game perfectly represented and felt like a legitimate love letter to Attack on Titan, and proves with a bit of creativity and a lot of passion, anything is pretty much possible, even with a simplistic engine such as Roblox. Heck, even making me attractive is possible in this engine. Firstly, I gotta talk about the way the main player was designed. You know how in the anime that the majority of the characters use grappling hooks and vertical moving equipment to move around and attack the titans? Yes, that's in this game. And while the footage looks a little less cooler than the anime portrays it, trust me, going on swishy swooshy against these titans made me feel like the coolest person in the world. Second coolest person in the world. Something that was a bit underwhelming in regards to the gameplay was the attacking. The only weapon of choice for the shoulder were these 2 giant katanas that broke pretty easily after killing 1 or 2 titans, which caused you to have to refill your swords constantly. Normally, I don't have a problem with this mechanic, but guess what? You have a limited amount of weapons, so when they outbreak, the best thing to do is to just kill yourself, as you can't attack or damage titans at all. Which in all honesty didn't happen to me, as I would always die before losing all my weapons, but still. This brings me to the topic of attacking the titans in general, in which you can pretty much attack anywhere, with the weak spot being around the head area. Huh, I wonder why the weak spot is on the head. Thanks, Timmy, for your whimsical knowledge on Roblox Titans. Let's kick this guy's butt now, shall we? They make 10-year-olds play this? Trust me, no 10-year-old should go near this game. I mean, look at that face. 10-year-olds already have to stare at a 5th grade handwriting book every day. Why instill more fear onto them with this wannabe Joker-looking frick? 10-and-a-half-year-olds can play this game though. You guys are much cooler than I'll ever be. Speaking of the looks, besides the lighting engine being a lot more impressive than I thought the Roblox engine could do, this game definitely has that amateur Roblox look to it, as it gives me more of the same vibes as something reminiscent of a Nintendo 64 game with good lighting, which is honestly a little disappointing, as having cool scenery while jumping around from building to building would have been the coolest thing ever. The thing that triggered me the most about the looks regarding this game was, no, it wasn't the Titan faces, nor was it the obvious repeating of the textures the game uses. No, it was the frickin' trees. Based on this tree alone, it made me want to strangle Smokey the Bear and start a forest fire. Well, at least these trees look better than the trees in Pokemon Sword and Shield. All joking aside, quite honestly, when I first went into this game, I was suspecting some microtransaction hell with unbearable gameplay. But what I got instead was honestly a game that brought a smile on my face, and clearly got more love and care than I have for Timmy the Taco. Punching in anime has been a thing for generations, in which the art of punching has been made for one specific thing, and one specific thing only, for the assistance in Anime Battle Arena and Roblox, which is so popular that it has its own wiki with 158 pages of information regarding it. I can hardly find half a page for most anime games I cover. I mean, if it's that popular and notable, I gotta check it out. Great find, Timmy. What? Alright, whatever you say, Timmy, let's just check this game out. There really isn't anything to say story-wise or anything, as right away we were thrown this character selection screen with, oh my goodness, the amount of characters you can play as is, quite frankly, shocking. I mean, not only do you have your iconic anime characters like One Piece, My Hero Academia, and Dragon Ball Z characters, but you also have the more obscure ones like Fate, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and my personal favorite, Yu Hakusho as well. Of course, the majority of them require in-game money. I mean, this is Roblox we are talking about, but still, the amount of characters is honestly quite shocking. Heck, they have frickin' Chica in this game. Frickin' Chica Fujiwara. That's right, she's paper slapping and volleyballing whacking the likes of Deku, Ichiko, and much more. Not even frickin' Jump Force could handle the sheer amount of power Chica Fujiwara brings to the table. Okay, so we got the cool characters, but how does the gameplay hold up? Yeah, I have quite a bit to say about this. Firstly, I would like to stress that I'm a total newbie when it comes to not only this game, but to Roblox in general. But the fact that I'm being pitted against literal experienced players in my first match seems quite a bit unfair to me. There are on average 8.6 thousand people playing this game at a time, with both new and old players constantly joining, which kinda made me wish this game did a better job separating the experienced players from the total loser newbies like me. But quite honestly, it's a pretty small complaint in comparison to how much love was put into this game. Gameplay wise, this game is a freaking mess and definitely not for everyone, but that doesn't mean it wasn't freaking awesome. Each character has 4 moves in which you could do, in which the moves depends on whatever the character is, like Ichiko for example. He's got the Gazitsu, Tenso, and Slash moves, a multi-cut move that makes me look cool, and a lunge move that looks a lot more cool than it sounds. Every single one of these characters has these types of unique moves, in which not only puts everyone on equal grounds in regards to the amount of moves you can do, but with the combination of the sheer amount of characters you can play as, this causes for quite the unique and quite addicting battles each round. That being said though, while everyone is on equal ground in regards to how many moves they have, when it comes to the overall balance these special moves contain, they tend to be really unbalanced, like the Piccolo Beam and Yusuke Spirit Bomb. These are far range attacks that do a ton of damage with no knockback, and there's really no way to counter it, not even with a block. Oh yeah? Well, take this. Yeah! What? How? Frick, that wasn't explained in the lore. What you just witnessed was an amazing laser beam effect that totally looked realistic. Now imagine the opposite of that. If there's one thing I absolutely hate about this game, it's the overall looks and stages this game offers. Let's start with the looks, shall we? Now, I don't know if this is an old Roblox game that hardly had any cool new blocks when this game was made or something, but I really don't like the way the majority of these graphics in this game looks. As in comparison to the Attack on Titan game and other games we're taking a look at, this game honestly looks pretty ugly. The character models and effects look semi-decent, but my goodness is the environment a pain to look at. Take this forest stage for example. You got this nice simple background with a cool low poly aesthetic, but that in combination with realistic trees, non-poly rocks, structures, and bushes, and for some reason a JPEG animated cloud tester, it honestly looks really off-putting and downright lazy. The majority of these stages feel like something that was thrown together at the last minute, which is just a shame, considering the amount of love and care the skins in this game clearly got in. Let's take the Chica skin for example. Guess how many unique skins you can unlock for this character? 1, 2 perhaps? Try 33, and only one of them is a recolor skin. That's right, not only is Goku pissing his pants in Chica, but also the likes of Hina Yusaki, Junko frickin' Hiroshima, I Love Emilia, the Palm Top Tiger, Kenaro Kurosaka, and much more. Sure, all of these characters have the same moveset, but the amount of love the creators of this game put into making everyone happy with the character choices really shows. Is this game the most visually impressive and the best design-wise? No, it's not. Is this game filled with fun, non-stop action that is clearly a love letter to all of us filthy anime fans out there? Yes, one big giant yes. So far, these two Roblox games quite honestly surprised me. Honestly, I thought Roblox was just some cash grab for children. Why is it good? I don't even have any nostalgia for this game. I literally made an account 6 days before I recorded this. Oh, thanks Timmy. Is it another amazing game? Oh, what is it? Anime Tycoon? What the frick's a tycoon? Tycoons, these are a popular genre of games on Roblox where you can create your own base, business, whatever, where you have to use droppers to build part of your business or base, and that's pretty much it. Okay, seems harmless enough. Let's check this out, shall we? I frickin' hate this. I don't know if all tycoons in Roblox are just like this, or if just this game is some horrible exception, but I found this game to be nothing but a shameless, unapologetic cash grab that doesn't deserve any love whatsoever. I am not over exaggerating. It literally is shocking how this game can get away with being this scummy. Right away, you get a choice of a variety of characters to play as, in which I chose Stamina from One Punch Man. After selecting a character, we are thrown right away into, well, making money using a variety of droppers to be able to buy stuff such as floors, carpets, and the occasional weapon that allows you to do this. This is the greatest achievement I've ever gotten in my life. Typically, I tend to not have a problem with these types of games, as they can be quite addicting and fun. Take auto clicker games on the internet for example. These games, while a bit mindless, can give a player a unique and fun experience, especially if they involve pleasing, bouncing, baiting visuals such as Sakura Clicker. This game, however, not only fails to make it at all interesting, with a boring premise such as building a house, weapons that are honestly not worth it, and the fact that you have to walk from one place to another instead of moving the mouse a little, making this game antagonizingly long, but there are also microtransactions thrown at you left and right. I heard horror stories that Roblox is nothing but a shameless cash grab catered towards children, and my gosh, this game makes a good case for it. Every single time I did something in this game, there was always something right next to it screaming, "Hey, notice me, senpai! Pay me!" Which requires Roblox, which costs real money to buy, and for what? To make the building progress a little faster? Yay! Look, kids are smarter than we give them credit for, but even so, kids are competitive monsters, and when given the opportunity to build the best base to get the cooler weapons faster, they are gonna take it. It's like the equivalent of an 18-year-old Wii seeing hot anime girls near his location who want some of that action. Frick yeah! Okay, am I over-exaggerating? Perhaps. Especially since I'm sure 99% of the kids who play these games know these type of steps are pretty much a scam. But still, I can't understand how anyone finds any charm or appeal in regards to this game at all, knowing that it's just a simple building game filled with scummy practices. But who knows, maybe I'm already turning into some sort of old boomer who doesn't really understand the Cocomelon generation. That being said, I will end this review of the game on a high note, and that's the fact that I really love the low poly aesthetic the game goes for. This game knows it's a Roblox game, and doesn't try to do anything fancy or anything experimental in order to make it a cool looking game, but rather, this game mainly focuses on the other stuff I already went into detail with. Quite honestly, despite the annoyance of the gameplay, building the place and seeing the little references they add that caters to the character you play as was still cool despite the unoriginal premise. Quite frankly, this game is just a scummy version of a good game premise, which is honestly such a shame, making this the one game I would avoid playing. That was the most controversial I ever gotten with an anime game, and it's freaking Roblox. Anyway, Timmy, what's the next game? My Hero Mania, the My Hero Academia version of Roblox. Let's check it out, shall we? Right away, we get up to 5 spins in regards to what our quirks should be, in which I went with the zero gravity option, similar to what Best Girl has. After that, we are thrown right into the action, in which we find out that Deku, Greenku, needs our help defeating the baddies attacking the school. After accepting his request, we are thrown right away into the gameplay, which, just like the anime battle game, was honestly quite fun and addicting. For the battling of this game, you start out with a basic punching combo and one special move, but over time you get the ability to get much more abilities, such as this really cool zero gravity jump is shown here. Doesn't this make me look like a total legend? Anyway, you know how the last game I covered was a bad example of how microtransactions and scummy practices could ruin a game? Well, this is a good example of a game like that, which puts the game first and isn't structured around forcing you to quickly rank your way up, which honestly really made me appreciate this game much more. In a sense, this game is divided into levels, in which you are tasked with doing the same task over and over again, gaining experience points, as well as leveling up and getting stronger in a typical RPG fashion. Once you get strong enough, however, you are able to move on to the next task, in which you rinse and repeat yet again, but with a different task. As the game progresses, these tasks become harder, but offer more experience points. For example, beating up a couple of low-level thugs is much easier than beating up a deadly ice villain, but beating up the deadly ice villain gives you much more money, experience points, and a general unease regarding ice cubes. This game is unapologetically a linear game with a linear premise. It doesn't try to be this big fancy game that could potentially end up backfiring, but rather, this game is filled to the brim with fun combat, characters that are honestly funny and self-aware of the fact that they are indeed Roblox rip-offs of My Hero Academia characters, and a variety of other things to do when you eventually get bored of fighting the same enemy over and over again. One such thing is called Raid Mode, which is a mode that is quite self-explanatory. It's a mode where a variety of different enemies come at you in which you have to beat them up, which is split into different waves. The further you get along, the harder the enemies get. This was honestly such a fun mode, though I'm admittedly bad at this game. Overall, if you like RPGs, combat, My Hero Academia, and lack of chica, you'll love this game. That was fun and all, but I wish there was an anime game where you could Naruto run all over the place. Are there any games like that, Timmy? Huh, sounds interesting and totally original. Let's check it out. I never thought I would actually say this, but Naruto running while parkouring with a Roblox avatar is pretty freaking amazing. Ever since I watched anime that involved a ton of running action, such as Naruto, Yu Hakusho, and School Days for a completely different reason, I always pondered the idea of what the feeling of running around anime style would feel like. Well, this isn't close, but it's as close as I'm ever going to get with that feeling. The gameplay of this game is honestly quite simple. Get from one place to another with the power of parkour. This game was honestly pretty addicting and so much fun to play, though I do wish the obstacles and steps you parkour off of in these stages were more reminiscent of the obstacles we tend to see anime characters parkouring on, like trees and rocks and houses for example. For those of you wondering where the anime aspect comes into regarding this game, besides the Naruto run, typical anime zoom effect, skins of various anime characters you can unlock and collect, and strangely enough, dubstep remixes of anime music. Yeah, there really isn't anything that truly makes this game anime-like. The basic controls, which only include jumping, rolling, and walking around, doesn't really help in that case as well. I honestly wish this game took the extra mile to add some character-specific abilities and advantages by dressing up as various anime characters, such as going faster but having more slippery controls, or the ability to teleport from one platform to another with the risk of being an annoying frick. No, screw that technical difficulties bar. I said what I said. Dragon Ball Super Goku is a frickin' annoying character. Stop it! Oh, it's on now, Timmy. All joking aside though, this game was simple, mindless fun. Though I do have one small complaint, and that is the overall looks of the game. I already mentioned how annoying it is that the parkour aspects are not anime-like at all. But even if going for that Roblox low poly look was the intention behind this game, they did a horrible job representing it. Honestly, the same issues that were in Anime Battle are true for this game. When the low poly aesthetic is done right for this game, it's done right and quite beautifully so. But that in combination with a realistic sky and other unnecessarily detailed objects just bothers me as someone who spends way more time looking at video game testers than he needs to. Overall, if you like anime and parkour, you'll find this game very enjoyable to experience and play. Alright, that was pretty fun. What's next on the list? Shush, I'm getting my money's worth for this game. Fine, I'll pick one. Ooh, Demon Slayer RPG. How about this one, Timmy? Demon Slayer. After the title, we are thrown right away into the beginning of this game, and oh my goodness, this is perhaps the most beautiful low poly game I have ever seen. My gosh, everything about the looks of this game just screams freaking awesome in the best way possible. From the unique lighting, beautiful environments, and naked JoJo characters. Yeah, I don't know why the JoJo is posing naked in the snow, but damn does he look good in this environment. Anyway, right away, we are thrown to the story where after talking to this guy, we are given a quest to give 10 Sanjuro, the main character of Demon Slayer, a package, which after going through this beautiful snowy area in town, we find him, in which after telling us his tragic backstory, he grants us the power to buy our own katana. Thanks Sanjuro, very cool. Anyway, this allows us to do what your typical RPG game allows you to do. Walk around doing various tasks such as battling demons or finding people in the wilderness in order to level up and take on more tasks. Yeah, you pretty much get it. One thing I will compliment this game on though, in regards to the Demon Slayer game, is the fact that this game is pretty much basically a love letter for those who love Demon Slayer. Like the amount of characters you can interact with from the anime, cool references of popular sceneries in the anime, and Easter eggs as well. For example, one of the tasks you do involves talking to Lisa, whom Demon Slayer fans would know as the person who sent the first opening to Demon Slayer. It's honestly little things like this that this game does that truly makes this game an enjoyable experience for anyone, and dare I say it, better than half of the anime RPGs out there that I played, and I played a lot of those, trust me. What attacks you do are nothing special. The gameplay within these missions are honestly so much fun. Being the frick out of uniquely designed demons in specific was quite honestly pretty amazing. I mean, look how amazing the combat looks, the blood spatters, the looks. Man, this game is freaking amazing. Best of all, this game will give me nightmares. Mom! Speaking of being toast, if there's one thing that annoys me about this game, yes, I always have something to complain about, is the fact that experienced players can PvP the frick out of you even if you don't want it to happen. There's this one guy who kept fighting me despite trying to run away to do the quests, which got so annoying to the point where I just quit the game. I tried looking for options to turn the PvP off in this game, but it seems that there's no way to do so, meaning that during any time throughout the game, yes, even when you're in a town peacefully, you can get bullied by some 10-year-old frick who wants to see you suffer. Gosh, people like this guy are the real demons in this game, not these guys. That being said though, I honestly really love this game, and honestly wish CyberConnect 2 would go this direction in the Demon Slayer game instead of making yet another anime fighting game. Yeah, we have quite a bit of those already now, don't we? Alright, these games were really fun, but after 22 minutes and 40 seconds of talking about Roblox anime games, I think it's time to finish. Huh? Who's that? Timmy, can you get it? Ah, it's Chico. What's she doing here?
Fuck you! Fuck you, fuck you!
Well, what did she say? Oh frick, it's on. You are going down, you overrated waifu. Let's go! Hi, I'm Eric and I do everything, and I played over 500 hours of visual novels in my life, from the more mainstream ones like Doki Doki Literature Club, the ones with mysterious, endearing stories like the Ace Attorney series, and yes, even the wholesome ones like Europia. It's totally wholesome. Visual novels, some are dating sims, some are mystery, and some are parody. But all of these have one thing in common. They all include large amount of tests to the point where the majority of the game could honestly be considered a story and not a game. That being said though, while most visual novels are pretty much a glorified story with images, there are interactions only games can present in regards to this, such as changing the story options, playing interactive minigames, and well, this I guess. You're there for the story, not wherever the frick this is, trust me. Typically, if you see something that looks like this the majority of the game, with some rare occasions of there being a non-anime character instead of the typical anime character, you encounter the visual novel of some sort, which makes sense. 70% of PC games over the last year that have come out have been visual novels. That's how popular these genre games are, though the ease and low knowledge required to make these games also have some factor in that as well. Look, if KFC can make a frickin' visual novel, so can I. Let's do this. Oh come on Timmy, I can multitask. Okay Timmy, put the offensive game down. Fine, I'll stop. Let's just get to the wacky world of visual novels now, shall we? Let's start with the history of visual novels. When do you think the first visual novel was? Perhaps in the 2000s? Maybe even in the caveman times where Ooga Booga discovered Booga Bongas for the first time? Well, both of these are wrong. The first example of visual novels actually come from the Papa Chafa serial murder case on the PC, which is completely different than the cutesy anime-like visual novels you get nowadays. I mean, look at this boss art. Where's the hot anime characters? All joking aside, this game was actually quite influential and notable for being the first visual novel out there that not only revolutionized the visual novel scene, but also inspired creators like Hideo Kojima, the creator of Metal Gear Solid, to start making video games. That's right, Solid Snake was inspired by pixelated anime girls. This really says a lot about society nowadays. To understand just how ahead of this time this game was, back then the majority of the games focused on gameplay over story, and if there was a story, it was usually represented with often poorly translated cutscenes. Remember the "All Your Base Are Belong to Us" meme? Yep, that's as much of the visual novel we got before this game. Speaking of this game, I'm sure this game was honestly good in the past, but man, this game hasn't aged well at all. The story is simple enough. You and an assistant named Yasu has to solve a case on who stabbed this guy, which features tons of twists and turns, as well as events in which you are typically used to in regards to mystery visual novels, such as interrogating subjects, finding clues. And dang, even the first visual novel had fan service. So this is what hentai used to be like. This game does have its downfalls though. For example, this game only takes 45 minutes to complete, mainly due to the fact that you cannot save the game and have to start fresh each time you play the game, as well as the fact that you have to click and hunt every single pixel within this game to get vague clues that really don't add up to the reveal of the murderer. These elements of the game really made us age horribly, but despite that, it's undeniable the amount of influence this game brought to the table. I mean, this game is responsible for inspiring the creators behind the Metal Gear series, the Legend of Zelda series, and the Dragon Quest series to make video games. Oh, and oh gosh, the creators of Jump Force? Thanks, Timmy. All joking aside, this game should be considered a pioneer of gaming, just like Super Mario, Street Fighter, and other influential games of the video game industry. Which makes it such a shame that hardly anyone mentions this game in the West. I mean, it's literally the most sold visual novel of all time, and no one talks about it. Imagine a country where no one has heard of Mario. Since the release of the Papatrapa serial murder case, there have been other visual novels that came to fruition that, well, they tried to be the next Papatrapa serial murder case, but only managed to create a small but dedicated fan base of visual novel fans. But all of that changed with the release of one visual novel. You know, a girl who chased love at the bound of this world. Timmy, are you sure this is right? I have never heard of this game before. Yes! You're a lot stronger than you think, Timmy. You know, a girl who chanced love at the bound of this world. This game was developed by Elf Corporation, in which this game got a recent PS4 and PS Vita remake by Spike Chunshop and 5PB Games as well, which is honestly pretty awesome to see, considering the amount of influence this game brought to the table. There are two things that influenced the visual novel industry with this game. 1. ADMS, aka Automatic Diverse Mapping System, and 2. Dual Save. This was the first game that allowed the player to not only experience a complex, detailed story with many different endings, but also the ability to check at any time to see which direction they are heading with the branching plot lines, allowing you to have easy access seeing which path you're taking in regards to the story. That in conclusion with the dual save, which allowed players to save the game and go back to any part of the story, became so influential that pretty much every single visual novel has these traits nowadays. In a nutshell, this game was so good and influential that it revolutionized a revolutionary genre. Can you imagine a world where Sonic overtook Mario as the king of platformers? This basically created a huge boom in popularity in visual novels, causing notable series like Colland, Ace Attorney, Danganronpa, Doki Doki Literature Club, and Natsukudes to assist and influence the world today. Heck, it's so influential it caused some 18-year-old purple-haired loser to talk about it on the internet. Hey, anyway, that was pretty much the history of visual novels. Timmy, what's next on the list to talk about? Ooh, good idea, Timmy. There are so many genres and subgenres in visual novels that I'm sure you'll find the perfect one for you. And while I'm sure Timmy will force me to talk about these genres in his own video someday, there are 3 main genres I believe are important enough to note, which are dating sims, eroge, and adventure visual novels. Let's start with the dating sims. These are by far the most talked about and popular genre in regards to visual novels, with some notable examples you should check out being Sakura Wars, the Persona series, Colland, Toradora on the PS PSP, and Amagami, all of which are unique and awesome in their own way. So, what are dating sims? Dating sims are essentially dialogue-heavy games where you often are playing as a character filled with hot anime girls or guys that allows you to make choices within the game that could potentially allow you to date any one of these characters. Or if you're a true legend like me, get the harem ending, which is basically, well, you see the image. That's totally the ending I always get. So what? Oh. The first visual novel to get the dating sim out was this game I Can't Pronounce by Elk Corporation, in which the story is linear and only focuses on you getting one girl, but over time, dating sims became more non-linear and exploded in a variety of subgenres. Some subgenres include Shovelware Games, which is catered towards a male audience in which there are a variety of potential anime girls you could date. This is by far the most popular subgenre of dating sims, and what usually people think of in regards to visual novels. Another popular subgenre as well include Otome games, in which is the same as Shovelware Games, but the sex is often reversed, catering more towards females, as well as the final main subgenre being parody, which often mock the idea of dating sims due to its popularity and saturated market nowadays, meaning that the soda dating sim will unfortunately never take off. Adventure visual novels. These are dialogue-heavy games that include science fiction like Steins Gate, mystery like Professor Layton and Phoenix Wright, horror games like Danganronpa and Higurashi When They Cry, and honestly pretty much every text-heavy game that features your basic visual novel format that isn't mainly focused on a romantic aspect. A popular subgenre that combines both adventure visual novels and dating sims are Nakage visual novels, in which the purpose is to make you cry and tend to be drama-focused. These games usually give the impression of a comedic game with lovable characters, which then suddenly does a complete 180 and tends to make you cry by the end of the game. Essentially, it's a giant Uno reverse card. This leads us to the final huge main genre of visual novels, and yes, it's erotic visual novels, or eroge for short. There really is not much I can say without YouTube triggering the adult-only restriction, but eroge games have been such a huge part in Japanese and visual novel culture that it's not uncommon to find advertisements all over Japan promoting these games. Eroge games are basically dating sims, but with more 18+ content due to the censored sexual nature these visual novels contain. You'll often find these types of visual novels on the PC only, with the console visual novels being much more family friendly. For example, Kaland is a popular wholesome console visual novel, but did you know that Kaland has an eroge port called Tomoko After Is a Wonderful Life? Honestly, it's much better playing these games than hearing the YouTube-friendly description of it. Plus, poor Timmy the Taco is scarred for life now, so it's best if we move on to the next topic. So what's next on the list, Timmy? Oh yeah, how about we recommend some visual novels, Timmy? Seriously, what's wrong? Oh wait, my parents watch these videos. There are 3 visual novels in which I would recommend starting out if you want to get into the visual novel world, which are Phoenix Wright for kids and mystery fans, Toradora on the PSP for teenagers/romance fans, and this might surprise people, Doki Doki Literature Club for adults/horror fans. These 2 games don't take hours upon hours to complete, are nothing too off-putting that'll make people cry in the toilet, and are just really amazing games that I personally really loved when I was first exploring the wondrous world of visual novels. For the more experienced people, well, recommendations honestly just depend on your personal preference. If you like horror, Higurashi When You Cry is perfect for you. If you love romance and drama, Kaland is perfect for you. If you love science fiction, then Steins Gate is perfect for you. Honestly, considering the personal nature visual novels have, the best visual novel is the one that you think suits you best. You see, that's the beauty of visual novels. Despite the bad rep visual novels get nowadays, there are many of them with amazing and endearing stories that often get overlooked due to other popular games saturating the gaming market, as well as the negative publicity that these games often get from outside sources, which is such a shame. Thankfully though, visual novels have gotten more mainstream attention and popularity lately, mainly thanks to some of the visual novels becoming popular anime like Kaland, as well as visual novels that help put visual novels in a more mainstream and popular light, such as Doki Doki Literature Club and the frickin' KFC game. Say what you will about these mainstream games, as well as the downright shovelware themed visual novels that plays the market, but I will always stand by these games and defend them. So that was the wondrous world of visual novels. Hey Timmy. That's game no, Timmy. Anyway, if you'll excuse me, I have a sort of visual novel to complete now. There are a total of 21 Yu Hakusho games out there, and I'm gonna go over every single one of them in great detail from oldest to newest. And trust me, by the end of this video, you'll have way too much knowledge of Yu Hakusho games to the point where it will make you want to spirit gun the frick out of assistance. Hi, I'm Eric and I do everything, and Yu Hakusho is the best anime in this world. No one cares, Timmy. Yu Hakusho is a Japanese manga series in which some delinquent named Yusuke gets hit by a car, but instead of things turning into a boring isekai, Yusuke instead becomes an underworld detective and must investigate and take care of evil demons roaming about the human world. While it's not as popular as other shonen anime like Naruto, One Piece, or Dragon Ball Z, Yu Hakusho is considered one of the greatest shonen anime of all time, which of course means merchandise like t-shirts, action figures, what the frick is this, and yep, video games. And trust me, when you see the worst Yu Hakusho has to offer in terms of video games, you'll want to get boom boom over by a car as well. Well, let's look at a smile bombastic world Yu Hakusho games now, shall we? Alright, so what's the first game, Timmy? Oh, this is Yu Hakusho Game Boy game? 4, that's 27 less than 31. Well, let's start with the first game, shall we? Oh boy, where to start with this game? Firstly, I gotta say, this game is your basic Street Fighter clone in which you're given some characters you can fight against in a versus mode, a story mode which only lets you beat the heck out of non-playable characters, oh, and twerking Kuwabara, dang, look at him go. The fighting in this game is as bare bones as you expect, but despite that, it was honestly quite fun. I am a sucker for these types of 2D fighting games, and trust me, I played some bad ones, but this wasn't bad, it was painfully average in a way. In regards to the moves, you pretty much have everything you expect. A basic punch and kick, a throw, and a special move you could do that deals a fair amount of damage that takes time to charge up and use. For example, Kurama has taken the whip thing way too seriously. One minor complaint I have though is the soundtrack. Every single song that's played during the story mode was the main theme, and which is why I love the main theme, don't get me wrong. Hearing the compressed 8-bit version of it on loop eventually made me want to calmly rage quit. In a nutshell, it's a Street Fighter game on a Game Boy with a Yu Hakusho charm. Nothing more, nothing less. As we get along with the more recent games towards the end of the video, I'm sure we'll get more charm in regards to the Yu Hakusho games. But for now, this game gets the best twerking animation award. Who needs OnlyFans when you got Yu Hakusho on the Game Boy? This game apparently did really well, which caused 3 sequels to be made for this game as well, with the second and fourth games being your typical fighting game that honestly doesn't do anything special that the first game didn't, with the only difference being some of the looks and setting of the game. However, the third one is quite unique though. This is Yu Hakusho Daisen Dai Maki no Tabera, which interesting enough combines the Pokemon overworld aesthetic and beat 'em up format to create a game that's fun, challenging, and best of all, starts with our mother jumping on the bed to wake us up. After that, we set up on an adventure to explore the world. Well, at least that's what I would say if people stopped blocking me from going places. After exploring around for a bit, we get caught by Keiko, who accuses us of skipping school and somehow manages to carry us across the town into the school. Imagine being forced to go to school like this every day. Well, at least it's a better strategy than slapping people. Wait, what? After being taken to the school, the beating up combat begins, where for some reason, everyone in the school is out to beat the frick out of me. I mean, we got deadly purse whackers, evil 8-bit baddies, and this creepy girl that I can walk through for some reason. I think she's flirting with me. All joking aside, the gameplay was quite fun and controlled pretty well, and dang, it was quite hard too, which is especially shown during the boss battle of the school, which is Kuwabara. Which dang, I tried beating up this guy 10 times and I could not beat him up at all. Worst of all, when you die, you are put back at the very beginning of the game, meaning you have to replay the entirety of the game again in order to attempt to beat the frick out of him again. Meaning there are only 2 logical choices to take in regards to this game. 1, waste my time to defeat it, or 2, rage quit. I chose option 3, build a time machine and go back to the past and slap my past self. Wait, what? Overall, this game is meh. Okay, I completed all the Game Boy games. What's next, Timmy? Oh, there are 2 of them, right, Timmy? Well, I have high hopes for these 2, so let's check them out, shall we?
Yeah, the Yu Hakusho Game Boy Advance games are considered quite horrible, so much so that one out of the two games, Spirit Detective, was so bad that I got a segment in the Shovelware anime games video, meaning I'm not going to talk about that game since I already did that in another video. However, what about the other one, Yu Hakusho Tournament Tactics? This game came out a year after Spirit Detective and was made by the same company, so have they learned a lesson and actually made a decent game? Or did they somehow mess up and made us loser Yu Hakusho fans want to cry? Oh, come on again! Oh, well, maybe it's not as fast as the review says it is. Let's check this game out, shall we? Dang, the Yu Hakusho Game Boy Advance opening music was more motivational than Jump Forces for taking out the trash. Heck, the whole soundtrack for this game is honestly some of the best I ever heard in terms of the Game Boy Advance, as it's filled with a mix of original music and remixed Yu Hakusho music for this game. I mean, listen to this remix of Smile Bomb. Oh yeah, this is a game. As hinted towards by the title, this is a tactics game, which was honestly a nice change of pace from the beat 'em ups and fighting games from previous games. And I gotta say, I actually enjoyed it. Don't get me wrong, there's nothing special about this game, as this game doesn't do anything experimental or anything different from the tactics genre besides the fact that it's just Yu Hakusho themed. But still, the fact that Atari at least put some effort in regards to the gameplay unlike the last game really shows, especially since Atari doesn't exactly have the best track record when it comes to licensed games. The gameplay is, well, it's a tactics game. You take turns moving in a chess-like motion in which you're given the choice to attack, move, power up, or kick a demon in a demon no-no spot. Speaking of no-no spots, I really like how this game looks, as Yu Yu Hakusho in an isometric view looks pretty cool. And let's not forget to mention that these Yu Yu Hakusho chibi-like characters are freaking adorable. Dang, I could snuggle up isometric 8-bit Kurobara here, though something tells me that I took things a bit too far. This game also has RPG mechanics for those who frickin' cares, which allows you to level up your defense, spirit energy, movement, and thickness in order to become the ultimate spirit detective and win a dark tournament. Overall, this game gets the cutest Yu Hakusho game rating that doesn't involve twerking. Well, that was interesting. Timmy, please tell me there aren't any more retro Yu Hakusho games. I want to get to the recent stuff now. Oh boy, this is going to be a long video. Remember Sonic, kids? Well, Sega, the company that made Sonic, also developed and published a Yu Yu Hakusho game on the Sega Game Gear called Yu Yu Hakusho Horobichi Mononogai Kishu. Alright, let's check this game out. Right away, we are thrown into the character selection screen, in which after selecting the character, we are thrown right away into choosing between 4 levels: Level B, Level C, Level D, or Level... Speaking of... this game is surprisingly fun, with its uniquely played characters that each have their own strengths and weaknesses, gameplay that is honestly a blast to play, and kinda gives me Streets of Rage 2 vibes. And I mean, come on, look at how this game looks. It just screams 90s Sega. All this needs is Sonic and a frickin' Nintendo sign and it is perfect. The game is quite simple. Select a character, select a stage, get from point A to point B, beating the frick out of enemies and doing platforming sessions, and defeating the boss at the end of the game in a surprisingly addictive manner. While this all does get repetitive at times, especially during some parts of the game that makes me go, yep, classic Sega, I gotta say, I had an amazingly fun time with this game, as I had such a blast with this game and wish more people talk about it. Anyway, this game did so well that Sega decided to make a sequel to this game called Yu Yu Hakusho 2 Kagoto Shuchi Kai no Takakai. Yu Yu Hakusho 2 Kageko Shuchi Ko no Takaki, which took me 7 tries to say on camera, so this game better be good. Remember the boss battles from the last game? Well, Sega must have loved that part because they got rid of the fun platforming sessions and instead made this the entirety of the gameplay. Who thought this was a good idea? Don't get me wrong, it was fun for like the first 5 seconds, but this is literally all the gameplay has to offer, with the only difference being different characters you can fight against. Yes, that's literally the only difference, as there's the same background, same repetitive art style, and for some reason, Kuramaru looks like a deflated derp whose face I want to punch over over and over again. And you want to know what the worst part is? No, it isn't the repetitive gameplay or questionable visuals. No, it's the fact that every single time you or the opposing fighter attacks, you have to witness the same 11-second cutscene with no minor changes each time. Okay, look, I get it. This game is based on an anime, and anime tends to have those repetitive launch, transformation, and attack sequences during battles, but the immense hype surrounding those anime scenes make up for it. But what the frick's hype about this game? Yusuke going shooty for the 10 millionth time? Okay, am I over-exaggerating? Yes. And was this the worst Yu Hakusho game has to offer though? No, trust me. There's worse, and you'll see that more towards the end of the video. But this game was honestly just a repetitive mess that you should avoid at all costs, and something that 120% pales in comparison to the first Yu Hakusho Game Gear game.
It should be put into the depths of hell.
Wow, now that we completed the handheld Yu Hakusho Sega games, let's talk about the Sega Genesis ones now. Starting with Yu Hakusho Gaiden MD, which I'm pretty excited to play because I heard really good things about it. Alright, let's check it out. This game starts with an immense eye staring contest, with Yusuke clearly struggling to survive. I mean, look at that eye twist. This leads to a variety of cutscenes which, out of context, kinda amuse me. After the cutscenes, we are thrown right into the character selection screen, in which we are given a choice to play the stories of 4 different characters, in which I chose Yusuke, where after making some random choices on where to go, we come across our first battle. And oh my goodness, this is revolutionary. The battles have typical RPG game elements, but with a twist, and that's the fact that you can move around in a 2D plane to attack and dodge in real time, offering not only quite the unique RPG gameplay that I have not seen from any other game before, but also sprites that just look frickin' amazing. Well, amazing most of the time. Speaking of the sprites, man, does the cutscene look pretty amazing, and faithful to the source material as well. Which is just a shame to mention that there's one annoying thing keeping me from claiming this to be the perfect Yu Hakusho game, and that is the overabundance of superpower cutscenes this game offers. Every single time you do a special move in this game, a 7-second cutscene plays out, and whether you get hit or not is randomly generated, meaning that you have to wait 7 seconds every couple of seconds to see whether a powerful move hits you or not. Can you imagine a 7-second cutscene every single time you stand up? All complaints aside, this is a game Yu Hakusho fans are going to love, even if you cannot read Japanese. Though knowing Japanese would improve the gameplay experience, considering you do have to make some choices regarding this game. Wow, that was a great game, but Sega decided to go with a different company for the next Sega Genesis game, in which they went with the company Treasure, who was most notable for making, well, Mitano's Treasure Land Adventure, who would also go on to make the best anime game of all time, but that's another story for another day. Did Treasure turn a nostalgic 90s anime into a great game? Well, let's find out. Treasure is a freaking genius. This is perhaps the best anime fighting game of all time. Yes, this is better than Dragon Ball FighterZ and better than any generic anime fighter, honestly. As not only does this game perfectly take parts from what made Street Fighter 2 freaking awesome and implemented it into this game, but the developers clearly put love and care in every single character to make them represent the series perfectly. There are a total of 11 characters in this game, which may not seem like a lot, but each one of these characters have their own unique style of fighting that you couldn't get from any other character in this game. For example, Kurama focuses more on defense and long-range attacks, while Kurabara focuses on being right in your face and playing aggressively. This game honestly doesn't do anything too unique or special to change the fighting genre, and doesn't do anything too experimental that changed the fighting game industry, but the fact that this game perfected the 2D fighting genre and looks freaking stunning is honestly notable enough to call this an amazing game that's perfect. Well, almost perfect. As there's one thing that does bother me about this game, and that are the shadows. Yeah, I know that's a weird and random complaint, but due to the constant glitchiness and annoying shuffling the shadow brings, it just broke the immersion of the game. And also strangely enough, gave me an unwanted fear of shadows as well. So, is this game worth it? Well, if you like Street Fighter, Yu Hakusho, and Super Saiyan Kurabara, then yes, play it. If not, shame on you, go to the corner. I mean, look at Super Saiyan Kurabara, isn't he adorable? He's almost as cute as me. Aw, shucks. Shush, Timmy, even anime protagonists need self-esteem. Anyway, that was Finding Perfection. What's next on the list, Timmy? The 3DO? No. Yep, the video. This was a, well, strange time for gaming. With this $700 system trying to combine actual videos and gameplay for the majority of its lifespan. Heck, one of the most notable 3DO games, Night Trap, was so controversial and strange that it was one of 2 games that Congress had to deal with due to its immense sexual nature and violence, which led to the creation of the ESRB rating system we all know and love today. Thanks 3DO, very cool. Yep. They made a Yu Hakusho game for the system, and I am not looking forward to it. Let's just get this over with, shall we? Let's not check this game out. This game is slow, janky, boring, and let's not even get started on the looks. Look at Yusuke's legs there. I know women like tall boys, but still, isn't the length of his legs a little unrealistic? I do not approve of the unrealistic body standards this game pushes on boys. This game takes place in the tournament arc, which, of course it does, is the best tournament arc of all time. But 75% of the Yu Hakusho games take place during the tournament arc, and this was by far the worst one yet. Oh well, at least we got some fan service though, which I don't think Blue Mohawk Eye approves of. You know what? I refuse to talk about this game. What's next on the list, Timmy? Boredom? Gosh darn it, I'm never leaving this couch now. Well, the family-friendly Yu Hakusho SNES games can't be that bad, can it? If the 3DO Yu Hakusho game was considered the worst Yu Hakusho game based on the tournament, this Yu Hakusho game should be considered the worst Yu Hakusho game of, well, all time. Yep, even the 3DO game shines better than this game, because at least you could control the character in that game. That's right, the gameplay of this game, if you can even call it that, just centers around you pushing and holding the button to decide what attack you want to do, then proceeding to watch on average a 15-second cutscene to see if your attack will play out. It's mindless, boring, stupid, and clearly was catered towards some 5-year-old kid who wanted to see Yusuke go boom boom. That being said though, it was not all bad, as it looks pretty good. And the cutscenes are honestly pretty cool. Though the UI and UX of the game looks like something that came out of a horror space game like Metroid that really appalls me. Which makes me think that the person behind the Metroid shoot is none other than Frick, you again? Okay, that game was pretty bad, but who knows, maybe the second one's better. Please be better, I want it to be better. It was better-ish. When it comes to the 16-bit era of fighting games between Sega and Nintendo, I don't think it's an unpopular opinion to say that Sega clearly has the better fighting games. I mean, just look at the difference between the Mortal Kombat ports of each system. Yeah, Sega is clearly the cool one here. That's the case with this Yu Hakusho fighting game as well. It's basically just a watered down version of the Sega Genesis one, but despite that, it was still fun to play, as the game presents itself as a more fast-paced action-like game rather than one focusing on strategy and combos, i.e. this game was pretty much the definition of mindless fun, and I'm all for it. This game is by far the most vibrant and balanced game, but everything else just pales in comparison to the Sega Genesis fighting game, as everything about this game is just, well, average, from the combat, moves, effects, and backgrounds. Though I have to admit, the fan service in this game pleases me. 2 shirtless characters in one battle? Mind freaking blown. Alright, we went from worst to average. According to logic, the next Yu Hakusho game is going to be freaking amazing. Shush to me. Let's check out the third Yu Hakusho game now, shall we? It wasn't freaking amazing. It was the same thing as the first SNES game, but with more characters. Moving on, what's the fourth game like? It was freaking average, again. It was basically the same thing as the second SNES game we covered, but with Van Gogh's Barf. Well, that was a totally non-rush review of the Yu Hakusho SNES games. There's one more retro game, right, Timmy? Oh boy, this better be good. Let's check it out, shall we? This game takes place yet again during the tournament arc, but the amount of creativity this game offers is quite staggering, to the point where I would consider this game as the best non-2D fighting Yu Hakusho game. The gameplay centers around you having the trigger to aim at characters just like past games, but instead of not being able to control the trigger, you instead are able to move around the mouse and go fully all blasty to blasty opposing fighters, offering for not only a unique experimental game experience, but one that is honestly quite addictive and, in a sense, revolutionary for Yu Hakusho games. Not only is the gameplay really fun, but also look at these games. The backgrounds are amazing, the characters are given a lot of care and animations in regards to the moveset and looks, and gosh darn, those cutscenes are visually impressive and oh so adorable. I mean, look at Botan. I now have 2 regrets because of her. My only gripe with this game is that, well, it's quite easy and short, as you can complete the entirety of this game in 21 minutes and 32 seconds. But gosh darn it, this experience really makes up for it. And come on, you cannot tell me the scene brings a smile on your face. Plus, Botan winks at you towards the end as well, making me only slightly fanboy. Overall, the Yu Hakusho PC game is a short, sweet experience that every Yu Hakusho fan needs to play, no questions asked. Plus, it's only $121.99. Anyone can afford that for 20 minutes of gameplay, right? Well, that was all the retro Yu Hakusho games, so let's get into the 2000s Yu Hakusho game now, starting with the PS2 Yu Hakusho games. Let's start with Yu Hakusho Dark Tournament. I played other Yu Hakusho games, so this one should be easy, right? Oh. After the copyrighted opening, right away we are thrown into the final boss of the game, in which it is impossible to defeat him in an intentional way, as this defeat sets the motivation of the whole game. Get strong enough by beating the frick out of other people to defeat El Muscles over there. This leads us to training with Genkai, which leads us to the tutorial of the gameplay, in which you can hook, jab, kick, and throw and block your way to victory, with blocking being quite overpowered, literally. With the block, you can literally block anything that comes your way, like punches, powerful spirit attacks, and divorce papers for the waifu you never had. Besides this overpowered mechanic, I gotta say, running around in a 3D plane of field really was a nice pace from all the 2D fighting action. And, dare I say it, in some occasions felt a lot more satisfying, especially since the simplistic gameplay really made it satisfying and easy to understand for someone randomly mashing buttons most of the time. However, the simplistic nature of the game is perhaps the weakest part, as this game doesn't really do anything too noteworthy or unique that only a Yu Hakusho game can provide. And due to that, you could just really replace the Yu Hakusho branding with anything else, which is such a shame considering this is a game with a lot of fan service that any Yu Hakusho fan would love. The best part about this game isn't the fan service though, nor is it gameplay, looks, or music. No, it's Koto the announcer. She acts like the tutorial guide and commentator throughout these battles, and my goodness does she make this game a whole lot better, from her commentary, her self-awareness, and she can moonwalk as well. Okay, maybe not the moon. One of the strangest things to do in regards to this game is during the strange token game in between chapters, which cannot be skipped for some reason. Yeah, I don't know why the developers thought playing the board game with Yu Hakusho characters were necessary, but hey, it could be worse. It could be playing Go with Lelouch from Geass. The last thing I got to mention about this game is the fact that it's honestly quite easy for the most part, as the majority of battles would most likely go like this. Yeah, thankfully the story mode lasted a solid hour, and there are a variety of other modes as well that are quite self-explanatory, like survivor mode, arcade, training mode, and the frickin' token game. Alright, that's pretty much it for that game, but what if I told you the developers of Sonic Advance, Sonic Unleashed, Sonic Generations, and made a Yu Hakusho PS2 game called Yu Hakusho Forever? Well, let's check it out, shall we? Right away, oh my freaking goodness, the opening is so nostalgic and awesome. And while I can't play the music for this opening due to copyright, the fact that the developers created a custom opening based on Smile Bomb, the opening to Yu Hakusho, is something I honestly applaud. Plus, whoever made Botan the main menu navigator deserves a raise. After starting the game, something notable about this game is the fact that it seems to treat it more like an anime rather than a game, as we got multiple minute-long cutscenes and, ironically enough, commercial breaks between each chapter. Heck, the only difference there is between the anime and game really are the differences in models and the fact that you can actually play the battles, which is something I honestly thought was really cool and wish more anime games did. Speaking of the gameplay though, firstly, I would like to mention that in regards to the gameplay of this game, it finally does the opposite of the last game. This game generally feels like a Yu Hakusho game with its super attacks, rose whips, and awesomely enough, transformation scenes. However, despite all these cool ideas, the gameplay is just not that fun for me, mainly due to the fact that these animations and hits often feel a bit off. For example, look at this animation as opposed to the hit bosses. We are approaching Super Smash Bros. Melee levels of hitbox weirdness here. Imagine a lamp having a hitbox like that. Unknowing complaints aside, this game was honestly really charming, and it's very interesting that a company that captured the hearts of millions by developing various Sonic games would make a game such as this. I wonder what else they would make in the future. Oh no. And with that, we are finally on the last PS2 Yu Hakusho game and the 20th game I played today. Yeah, I just never knew his favorite anime of all time had this many games. This just doesn't make— Ow.
You have to do what you do.
Oh, sorry. Anyway, let's just check out the last Yu Hakusho game, shall we? This is, yep, you guessed it, another fighting game based on a dark tournament arc made by creators of Sonic Adventure. But instead of getting decently charming cutscenes, we instead get this monstrosity. All joking aside, the majority of this game is presented with cutscenes from the anime rather than doing anything truly new or unique in regards to cutscenes. That being said though, the gameplay from the game improved a ton from the last game, to the point where I would consider the gameplay of this game to be much better than average in regards to the anime fighting game's gameplay. Mainly thanks to the model improvements, more fast-paced battling system that is consistent with its hit bosses, and gameplay that feels balanced and fair, well, most of the time at least. Other than all of that though, it's honestly just the same thing yet again, but with some minor changes that apparently makes it a different game. Yay, moving on. This brings us to the 21st game we're going to take a look at, the final game of this video, and it's Yu Hakusho on the DS. This game isn't a fighting game, but rather a dungeon crawler, which I'm pretty excited about. They could not mess this up. Alright, let's check this game out, shall we? This game was freaking hard, and a game where I died over and over and over again. But in a sense, it was pretty fun. This game starts with us playing rock, paper, scissors against Genkai for some apparent reason, which then leads us to this dark evil cave filled with baddies. These baddies, however, are some of the most frustratingly overpowered bosses you'll ever face against. But these baddies weren't the worst part. No, the worst part is the fact that you take damage from attacking the enemies. Seriously, Yusuke, I know anime characters suddenly get some overpowered boost due to the verge of depth, but you don't have to beat yourself up to achieve that. Don't you know how utterly stupid you look right now? Another annoying part about this game is the fact that when you die, you are booted back to the beginning of the game. That's right, you have to go through all of that again just to get beaten up again. Thankfully, you can save the game, but the game still resets each time you die even if you do save, so what's the point? That being said though, despite these annoyances, there's something within me that wants to keep trying. And after try after try after try, I did it. I completed the first level. Oh, shush your mouth, Timmy. I am going to beat this. I couldn't get past this part, so I'm giving up. Okay, I'm glad I'm finally done with these games. I love Yu Hakusho, but 21 games is quite a lot. Even an awesome, attractive anime gamer like myself needs a break sometimes. Huh? Who's that? Get the door, Timmy. It's Torky Kuwabara. What's he here for? Well, what's he gonna do about it? Oh frick.
These are Naruto games on Nintendo GameCube. I'm gonna go over every single one of them from oldest to newest. Are these games bad, or are these games so good you'll even start to have an appreciation for Sakura? Okay, nothing can be that good. Hi, I'm Eric and I do everything, and nothing screams nostalgia for us early 2000s kids like Naruto, the GameCube, and the THS intro. Oh. It's something that'll blow you away like Naruto, which is perhaps one of the most popular anime manga out there. Naruto centers around a guy named, well, Naruto, who goes on adventures stopping baddies, tries to become the Hokage of the village. But let's be honest, we all know him as the ultimate kiss. Well, with that being said, let's take a look at the kick-butt world of Naruto GameCube games. Alright, what's first on the list, Timmy? Oh, Naruto Clash of Ninja. That game was developed by Enlighten, who is mainly known for their shoot-'em-up games and fighting games, like the Bleach PSP games and Kuro Kuren, which is Kuro. Well, until Kuro killed me. Heck yeah, I can't wait to play Naruto Clash of Ninja. Well, let's see if it's good or not, shall we? Right when we boot up the game, we witness 30 seconds of logos, a random opening that briefly goes over Naruto's past, and Sakura being the frick out of the loading sign. Something tells me she hates Microsoft Windows updates like me. After all that, we are presented with a variety of different options, with the main attraction being the story mode this game offers. The story mode is quite what you expect from a Naruto game. It features the typical Naruto comedy we all know and love, the cheesy but charming inspirational nature of the anime, and intense scenes we all know and love. Story-wise, this game isn't anything new, as the story of this game takes place during Naruto's graduation from the academy to the first major battle against Zabuza. But let's be honest, you don't care about any of this, you care about the gameplay. And I gotta say, this was a fun and addicting game to play. Heck, it's almost as addictive as making fun of Jump Force. Speaking of Jump Force, this game is honestly way better than Jump Force. Let me tell you why. You can punch, kick, grab, block, and do a couple special moves in this game just like any other fighter really. But there are a couple things you can do as well that makes this such a blast to play. One such thing is the way they implemented dodges into the game. There are 2 ways you can dodge, either by shifting left or right to dodge, or teleporting behind a fighter. Now, you might be wondering, why are there 2 ways to dodge? Is it because Sakura's BO is so bad we need to avoid it at all costs? Yes. No, it's because depending on which dodge you do, you can avoid different attacks. For example, dodging left and right avoids the majority of special attacks, but you can't dodge close-up punches or powerful attacks. This leaves us with the other dodge, the teleporting dodge. This dodge allows you to pretty much avoid all attacks, but it does come at the cost of depleting your meter, which means if you spam the teleport dodge, you basically will never get your super attack. And trust me, the super attack is pretty important in regards to this game. I mean, look how freaking cool it is. Speaking of doing tons of damage, there are frick tons of combos you can do. I mean, just look at how many combos Naruto by himself can do. And it's not like these combos are hard to perform or anything as well, but rather, they are super responsive and surprisingly easy to do, actually motivating me to not spam random buttons for once in a fighting game. Each character has their own combos as well, which, speaking of that, I gotta talk about the characters. Like I said, each character has their own combos, with some having 11 and some having 6. But to make up for less combos, the characters with less combos usually have something unique with their special move. For example, while Naruto has a straightforward attack for his ninja star, Sakura's ninja star curves, is faster, and is much more powerful as well. This not only showcases just how much love and care the developers put into this game, but it also showcases the dedication in balancing the characters to ensure a fair and epic fight. I mean, can you imagine what an unbalanced version of this game would look like? Speaking of looks, everything looks pretty average and is honestly nothing too special. But can we take a second to appreciate how detailed and freaking awesome the backgrounds are during the fights? Each background is pretty unique and had way too much care in regards to them. From the fact that each stage is 100% unique and faithful to the source material, the moving background elements which surprisingly isn't distracting from the main fight, and the giant freaking toad, which may or may not have given me a fear of toads. Anyway, back to the story mode. One of the best things I really liked about the story mode are the custom character interactions the characters have before each fight that matches the story, which yet again really adds to the charm of this game. However, other than that, it pretty much does nothing else to make this game unique or different than any other fighting story mode, which is where one of the biggest weaknesses of this game comes forth. This game is great, but with a story mode that lasts only 20 minutes, that only consists of fighting and no minigames, with the majority of the story being thrown to test rather than cutscenes, what's stopping anyone from playing another fighting game that looks and plays better due to how this game is nothing different besides it being Naruto themed? As much as I love this game, it's pretty hard to recommend a game like this due to the fact that there's just better fighters that offer much more than this game. Heck, some of the better games are Naruto games that you'll see more towards the end of the video, are on the same system, and have way much more to offer than this game, making this game completely useless. Okay, not completely useless. I mean, this game has a freaking time mode that's exclusive to this game, which... oh, this times you on how fast you can complete this fight. Even pooping is more fun to speedrun than this. Gosh freaking darn it! All joking aside, the last thing to mention that I found pretty cool about this game is the fact that I freaking love how detailed the Extras mode is. Part of the Extras mode include the Ninja File, which gives you an in-depth look of the character stats, allows you to zoom in close to characters, oh gosh, and to find out their deepest, darkest secrets. Like, did you know that Sakura loves memorizing things? Oh, and also being an annoying... Biscuits are pretty good, wouldn't you agree? You wanna know what else is good? The fact that this game is so good that they made a sequel to this game, which is called, well, Naruto Path of Ninja 2, how original. Which supposedly has a ton of improvements from the first game, so let's check it out, shall we? Right away, we witnessed the worst sight ever. Yes, even worse than that creepy toad from the last game, as well as the amount of polygons Toji's cheeks have. It's the fact that Sakura is the main menu navigator. All not joking aside, this game offers less than the last game in terms of modes, but the story is much longer, and the addition of more characters, stages, and notable differences this game makes up for the lack of the time mode, trust me. Firstly, the story. The story mode has a similar story and structure as the last game. The story mode takes place during a random part of an anime, you watch a cutscene, read some tests, and beat the frick out people. But despite that, pretty much everything else changed. From the cutscenes themselves, a new versus screen, and special events like the transformation scenes and bites. I'm guessing someone stole his Slurpee noodles. This brings me to the gameplay within the story, which had quite a few differences from the last game, starting with the fact that you can team up with other CPUs to beat the frick out baddies, which is totally unfair, especially when it's 3 against 1, but gosh darn it, I honestly love this idea, and it works quite well. Another difference is the fact that, unlike the last game, this game has events that just don't involve fighting, nor does it involve Naruto and Sasuke going kissy kiss. Gosh frickin' darn it! But rather, these events include fighting many enemies at once. Oh, so it's a game. Bang, boom, bam. This part of the game was so fun and super addicted to play. I mean, look at this. And best of all, it gives you the feeling that you were moving around across the stage as well, despite being the same size of any other stage, making this level in particular feel much more realistic, though you are still fighting only one baddie at a time. This brings me to the final thing I need to mention about the gameplay, and that is the fact that it's pretty much the same from the last game, with some minor differences between some animations and moves, but there is one huge improvement, and that's the amount of combos each character has. The average amount of combos each character had last game was 7. Guess how much the average amount of combos are for each character in this game? 10? 11 perhaps? No, it's drumroll please, it's... Oh, hold on a second. It's 15, yay! That's right, the game managed to put a bunch of combos on each character, and just like the last game, they are all very simple and quite easy to pull off. Overall, this game is just a better version of the last game, and while the amount of tests the story does still frickin' annoys me, as well as the fact that it still doesn't do anything too notable and unique. Hey, a good game's a good game. Just replace Sakura with Hinata as the main menu girl and it's perfect! Well, that was quite fun. Unfortunately though, both America and Europe wouldn't get the 3rd or 4th game in the Clash of Ninja series until the Wii era. However, Japan got the 3rd and 4th games of the Clash of Ninja series early and on the GameCube. So let's check out the 3rd Naruto Clash of Ninja game on the GameCube, also known as Kagetsu Naruto Tenshin 3. Instead of doing another story mode or doing anything new, this game really focuses on the fighting aspect instead, which is mainly shown by not only the fact there are a total of 29 characters, but also the fact that this game is pretty linear and basic in regards to everything in this game. For example, this game has a mission mode instead of a story mode that covers the Chuchin exam to the Search for Tunes Array arc, which focuses on different aspects and gives requirements in some cases to pass the story, which I honestly preferred than what the first 2 games did, especially since playing the mission mode also serves as motivation to unlock all the characters as well. I'm just waiting for the day I can finally unlock, well, you know who, Justin Bieber. Let's freaking go! The mission mode is perfect for beginners and the 1% of people watching this video who don't know what Naruto is, mainly due to the fact that not only does this game teach you about the controls of the game, which I totally wasn't immature about at all, but also, honestly, you play fighting games for the fighting aspect, not the story, and it serves as a great introduction to newbies to the fighting genre or Naruto games. Speaking of the fighting, it's pretty much like the last 2 games, but with the inclusion with the new characters that are surprisingly balanced, as well as the cool, unique special moves and special attacks, it's quite the improvement from the previous 2 games. Well, almost an improvement. One thing combat-wise they changed was the tag team mode, as instead of there being 3 characters fighting against 3 other characters as once like the last 2 games, this game changed that to a 1 versus 1 fight in which when you kill one person, another one comes, which I'm sure is much better from a balanced and competitive standpoint, but gosh darn it, that's boring! Okay, sorry, sheesh. Anyway, that's pretty much it for the first game. Overall, did some good and bad things in comparison to the other games, but now it's time for the last Naruto GameCube game. Kagetsu Naruto Tenshin 4. Is it good or is it Jump Force? Let's find out. This game is perfect. This game combines everything the first 3 games offered and much more. There's a typical story mode that covers the Sasuke revival arc, a mission mode in which you unlock both new costumes and new characters, and most importantly, a whole bunch of improvements in terms of the multiplayer aspect of fighting, which makes this a much better game. For example, the tag team mode was way more fleshed out, allowing you to swap between each character at any given time, which makes it much more strategic and fun while maintaining a competitive standpoint as well. Plus, it's pretty humorous seeing Sakura suddenly turn to a scary red monster. Speaking of the gameplay, yet again it's pretty much the same, but there are a couple of interesting differences though, with my favorite change being what is known as the body replacement technique, which allows you to use a double attack to block attacks while you counterattack, which made combos much more satisfying to pull off, as well as gave me an identity crisis. Dang, I'm hot. No, my kissing practice partner! Wanna know what else is sick? Dodging. That's right, now you can dodge while running as well, which I never did because dodging is for wimps. All joking aside, just like the other games, there really is nothing that special about this game besides the fact that it's a Naruto game. But this game is the perfect game for multiplayer fighting GameCube fun, or for any Naruto fan for that matter. Wow, that's pretty much everything new I found while playing that game. Phew, thank goodness, I am done. Naruto fighting and bullying Sakura is fun, but man, I'm tired. You know what? I'm going to sleep. Gosh darn it, Timmy! The two Naruto games on Nintendo DS are surprisingly amazing and fun to play, yet no one talks about them. But what exactly are these games, why should you play them, and why the heck do I get shirtless at the end of the video? Actually, you don't want to know why I do that. Hi, I'm Eric and I do everything, and Fairy Tail. Something tells me I don't understand it. While the anime is a bit controversial, it still has captured the hearts of many people with its great animation, charming characters. We don't talk about that, Timmy, but we will talk about the Fairy Tail DS game, so let's get started, shall we? First up is Fairy Tail Gegeko Madoshi Kensen, which was made by Hudson Soft, who is also known for games such as Super Bomberman, Bomberman 64, and Bonk. Fairy Tail Gegeko was released as a 2D fighting game on July 22nd, 2010 to, well, unknown reviews, since I could find no reviews on this game on the first page of Google. Anyway, after booting up the game, there are a variety of different modes this game offers, such as the story mode, quest mode, versus mode, survivor mode, and customization mode, all of which offer pretty unique experiences. Starting with the story mode, right away jumps into the Daybreak arc, which involves spreading a book from a corrupt politician, as well as features cute anime maid girls, a rebellious Lucy, and the ability to beat the frick out of a politician with the help from a flying blue cat. Moral of the chapter? Being a politician's just frickin' fun! Speaking of being up people, the gameplay is pretty much your typical 2D fire game, but it does have some interesting differences than one might normally expect. For example, this game really isn't that combo heavy, but rather it's a game which involves strategy, using the right moves at the right time, and trying to predict the other player's moves to counterattack. Essentially is anime rock paper scissors, and I'm all for it. You can move, block, dodge, hit, combo, and charge your special attack pretty much like any other game. But this game also features 3 special attacks you can do, which is honestly my favorite part of the game. The special attack sheets feature the type of special attack, how much MP the attack needs, and which button you need to press to use the attack, which can lead to some pretty cool and interesting results, especially since you have the ability to counterattack the special attack with another one if the player, i.e. this loser, hey, keeps spamming the special move button over and over again. The type of special moves are divided into 3 types, with the first being the flashy elemental special attacks, which feature fire attacks like Natsu, ice attacks like Gray, key spirit attacks like Lucy, and sword attacks like Ursa, all of which have strengths and weaknesses against each other, making character selection an important factor in regards to fighting competitively, which, well, no one is. The special type of special moves are the boost special attacks, which feature getting stronger, making the other player weaker, having stronger punches, and healing. With the third type of special moves being the special attacks for wimps, i.e. shielding, 2 running boosts, and a jump boost that aren't flashy, but are still helpful for those who tend to play more defensively and strategy-like, i.e. not this loser. Okay, stop. Besides the special attacks, if you don't have any MP, you could either A. run away and charge your MP meter, or B. use the base attacks this game offers, which is honestly pretty much useless, as since there's only one button left for doing normal attacks, the B button, the combo potential in regards to the normal attacks are quite sad, meaning running away and charging your meter isn't really the best choice most of the time. That's not necessarily a bad thing, it's just that this game tends to focus more on strategy instead of combos. But in the case where you somehow don't have any MP, despite the fact that it's pretty easy to get a lot, using it is the most logical choice, though it doesn't defeat or counter special attacks at all, which is something I wish it did against the more weaker special attacks. Overall, gameplay wise, it's pretty fun, flashy, and doesn't give me motion sickness like a Dragon Slayer has. Would you shut up about the fan service already, Timmy? After completing the first chapter, defeating the politician, and getting the Daybreak book, we move on to the next chapter of the story, which focuses on the Eisenwald arc, which features the introduction of Ursa, some unimportant baddies like Igor, and the wispy words as a teenager. Oh, and did I mention frickin' Ursa? The battles in this chapter look frickin' stunning and beautiful, especially the Lullaby Demon fight in particular, which, speaking of which, I gotta give credit where credit is due. This game design look-wise, particularly when it comes to the characters, is pretty frickin' impressive, and I could tell there was a lot of love and care when it comes to it. Looking deep within the sprite sheets of each character, you could tell the developers took the time to ensure that each character had moves and animations that fit their overall personality. I especially like the fact that they made the character sprite sheets a bit more high contrast and colorful than normal, to ensure the characters wouldn't blend in too much to the backgrounds. Speaking of the backgrounds, they look good, nothing too special about them. But who cares about the backgrounds? That's right, screw nature. I want to talk about my favorite parts in regards to the looks of the game, and that are the freaking elements and special effects of this game. Not only do the elements and special effects look absolutely stunning, but I really love the little things they did when using them. For example, let's say Natsu hits someone using a fire breath. Sure, it looks amazing, but the sprites of the character change to showcase the fact that they have been burned for a couple of seconds, which might seem like a small, needless thing to talk about, but shush. It's my rules, my video, frickin' deal with it. Speaking of dealing with stuff, you wanna know what the worst thing I had to deal with in regards to the game? No, it wasn't a versus screen that annoyingly crops up the character, nor was it Happy looking like he's gonna drown me in milk and slap me with a fish. No, it's the fact that they made Grace strip at the beginning of the fight. Shirtless anime boys is why I can't get frickin' laid! Overall, when it comes to the look of this game, despite the resolution size, it honestly looks stunning and amazing. I swear if you mention fan service one more time, Timmy, I'll... Completing the Eisenwald arc, i.e. defeating Igor, Lullaby, and Ursa, the game then takes us to the Sub-Zero Emperor Leon arc, which features a cursed island, the resurrection of a demon named Righty, and the coolest ice fight the world has ever seen. Okay, it was a lot more cool in the anime. Speaking of coolness, one of the coolest things you can do in this game is the freedom in regards to customizing and boosting the moves of the characters. That's right, you were able to pretty much give any character any of the special moves in the game, except of course the obvious ones like, come on, you can't give Mr. Shirtless Popsicle fire powers for example. Imagine all the clothes he'll burn. After the Eisenwald arc comes the Sub-Zero Emperor Leon arc, which after playing pretty much repeats itself over and over again. You read the story from the arc, fight the main battles in the arc, and rinse and repeat until we get to the final arc the story mode takes place in. And that is the Tower of Heaven arc, in which the final boss battle is facing against this guy. So does the final boss in the story mode have some epic boss fight that will leave you breathless? No, it doesn't. The final boss battle this game offers is honestly quite underwhelming, as instead of some cool unique boss like a Lullaby, we instead pretty much fight another person with the same moveset and everything, with the only notable thing being the fact that you can fight him 3 times, and he's a lot harder, yay. Honestly, this was such an underwhelming way to end this game off from an otherwise pretty amazing game. Okay, all complaints aside, besides the story mode, the game pretty much offers what any typical fighting game has. There's a mission mode, a normal fighting mode, an option mode, the shop, and the customization mode I mentioned earlier. Overall, despite the underwhelming ending, the first Fairy Tail DS game is surprisingly underrated and fun. I can't think of anything. Now I can't even think of any way to segue into the next fairy tale game, which is Fairy Tale Kagekyo Cardia Daiseido, which is yet again made by Huston, but the gameplay actually takes an interesting direction, as instead of getting a typical 2D fighter, we instead are getting a platform fighter similar to the styles of the Super Smash Bros. Games. Like the last game, the story mode pretty much follows the anime, but during different arcs like the Battle of Fairy Tale arc and the Oricon Seas arc, for example, so there's really not much to mention there. However, I gotta talk about the gameplay of this game. While some things were removed, like customizing the characters and the overall fighting system the first game had, I gotta say, I really love the changes they made to this game, as they somehow made the game more chaotic and action-packed than the last game. I mean, we got items scattered all across the map, huge stages to parkour off of, and people flying all over the place. I swear, Timmy, if you say fan service one more time... Huh? Oh yeah, you're right. I will eat a Taco Bell, you sick. Frick, I forgot to mention, the controls are pretty much just like the last game, where B is the combo and attack button, the L and R button shows yourself for a limited time, and the D-pad, well, moves the character left and right. However, instead of A, S, Y being the special attack buttons, S and Y are the special attack buttons, while A is used to jump. Like the last game, you can charge yourself up by pressing down on the D-pad, and pressing the D-pad up while pressing one of the special attack buttons allows you to do a big jump while attacking. Like the last game, there's an MP meter, but unlike the last game, if you fill up this meter, watch and fare as Irsa does the ultimate super attack you never expect. Oh, that's it? That was lame. At least it's more exciting than watching Natsu win with the power of friendship for the millionth time. Whoa, who would have seen that coming? Speaking of not seeing things coming, one thing I did not expect to be in this game was the fact that there are items scattered throughout the entire game, which really adds to the chaotic fun. Like I said earlier, they got rid of the customization options, but instead of getting rid of all the buffs and items you could customize, some developer instead was like, what if we just drew all them buffs and items on the battlefield? That developer deserves a frickin' raise. In a nutshell, having items while fighting does take away from the competitive nature, and can be quite annoying for those who aren't fond of having luck in the competitive game. But let's be honest here, who the frick took a look at this game and went, oh my gosh, Natsu's side special is like totally overpowered, it needs to be cancelled. Oh wait, those people were called Super Smash Bros. Players. Another difference from the last game is the fact that there can now be not just 2 characters at a time, but 4 characters. That's right, this game just keeps throwing feature after feature to really make the multiplayer aspect much more fun and party game-like, which makes it even more frustrating that no one plays or has this game nowadays. I even hunted posters everywhere for a Fairy Tale DS party and no one still came. I'm in a poo-poo mood, so let's talk about the negatives of this game. Starting with how you can win the battles in this game. You might think it would be as simple as, well, knocking the opposing fighter, and it is. That is, if you manage to knock out the opposing fighter 3 times within the time limit. However, if one were to avoid attacking and just focus on collecting items instead, when the time limit is up, you can win instead by collecting the most points. That's right, during the fight, situations like this pop up all the time, as defeating someone isn't necessarily the main goal of this game, but rather you can win by the amount of KOs that you do, the amount of special attacks you do, and even the amount of items you collect. That's right, you could win a battle by collecting freaking items. Can you imagine a Revolutionary War being won by whoever collected the most boom boom sticks in a minute? What the bloody hell is this? I'm pissed. Bloody brilliant idea, Timmy, my dear Taco. Speaking of boom booms, the effects and overall looks of the game is, I guess. I definitely prefer how the last game looked much better, but in all fairness, they kinda had to make everything much more simple, from the explosions, effects, and character models to ensure that these games aren't too chaotic. Though for this game, it is hard to tell where your character is at times, as there really isn't any clear contrast that separates the foreground from the background, at least when staring at a DS screen. The last kinda negative thing to mention is the fact that despite the story mode, there pretty is nothing to do besides fight, do versus and survivor modes, train, and stare at pictures. I mean, come on, what is this, frickin' Jump Force? Other than these minor complaints, as well as the fact that it's slightly disappointing that we don't get any original stories for this game, it honestly is just a really fun party fighting game where you could grab some friends, get drunk, and enjoy the fun. It basically gives off the same vibes as a Mario Party game, and I'm all for it. Though for those looking for a more competitive game, the other Fairy Tale DS games would fit better for you. Fairy Tale is controversial, on whether it's good or not, but despite that, the Fairy Tail DS games are pretty good and I encourage anyone to give it a shot. And I kinda wish these people would talk about these underrated Fairy Tail DS games as well. So, what did you think of these games, Timmy? Oh, Timmy, you want fan service? Fine. He's a freaking anime character, you meat brain dum-dum. Hi, I'm Eric and I do everything, and can you imagine the freaking disaster that is Jump Force on Nintendo DS? What? Oh, okay. Wait, what? This is Jump Ultimate Stars, and it's a Nintendo DS game that was released on November 23rd, 2006, and was made by Gabarion, who's also known for pretty much making a ton of One Piece games and co-developing frickin' Wii Fit U. Yep, there's a reason why I love these in Wii Fit U. Speaking of Wii Fit, it's not a stretch that this game starts with the most hype glorified slideshow ever, which showcases a whole bunch of characters you can fight with that classy, cheesy DS MIDI opening. And when the opening is finished, we get a brief summary on the story mode. The story centers around J-World, a world filled with the planets of all the anime series you know and love, which one day gets separated by some evil-eyed baddie, which turns J-World into a Milky Way of evilness, which in turn turns everyone in the Shonen world bad and want to attack you for some apparent reason. Oh no. Thankfully, 5 legendary heroes escape before they turn all evil and stuff, which are Kentoki, Luffy, Goku, Naruto, and fictional character. These 5 head to planet Earth to begin their training, which leads us to, yep, you guessed it, the tutorial level. Oh. The tutorial level is pretty much what you expect from a tutorial level. You'll learn the controls and gameplay of the game, which speaking of the gameplay, the overall gameplay of this game was pretty freaking amazing. This game is pretty much like your typical platform fighting game, with the whole purpose being to knock out the opposing fighter either by destroying the wall to knock them out of the map or beating them up until all the colors drained out of them, which in turn, well, causes them to die. One unique gameplay element this game offers is the coma system, which is a system which combines manga panels and a typical deck-like set in order to combine characters, moves, and special helpers in order to create the perfect combination of moves and attacks you're liking. Honestly, this aspect of the game is really fun and a blast to explore around and tinker with, as there are a ton of character combinations and helpers to combine, 305 to be exact, with 56 characters being playable and 249 characters being helpers you could summon by pressing down their icon in the bottom screen. Personally, I went with the default coma set the majority of the time, which include playing as Luffy and Naruto, with Goku, fictional character, and Gentoku being the supporting characters. However, throughout the story mode, you also get to play and experiment with a variety of other coma sets, which are usually themed towards one specific anime, like the Rurouni Kenshin one for example. Now, you might be wondering, how do I punch Sakura in the face? I thought you'd never ask. The controls of this game are fairly simplistic, with the A button to jump, B for a weak attack, Y for a strong attack, S for the ultimate special attacks, and the D-pad to move, along with special combos like down B to block and counter attack, and the L and R buttons being shortcuts to specific attacks or summons so you don't have to tap the screen to summon anything, making the DS stylus completely useless. The controls of this game are just so satisfying and convenient, and with the combination of that and a pretty legless experience, you never get that feeling or urge to blame the controls for dying or failing to perform a combo, which is bad for me since now I can't find any excuse for my poor gaming skills. Gosh frickin' darn it! Of course there are limits on what attacks you can do. For example, you can't just go all pressy on the S button to keep spamming ultimate special attacks, as you have this meter bar that limits your special attacks and summons, and it is quite hard to refill back, so you really have to be strategic in regards to how and when you use these special attacks. Speaking of these special attacks, and pretty much any other move in general, one of my personal favorite things about this game is just how much love and care went into ensuring all the characters had unique and special moves that didn't copy each other. When a fighting game has a frick ton of characters like Super Smash Bros., you can't help but feel like a lot of characters are just carbon copies of each other. I'm looking at you, Marth, Boomer Marth, and Plat Marth. This game, however, doesn't have any of that, which is honestly pretty awesome. For example, Luffy utilizes distance and spacing with his stretchy arms for his gameplay. Naruto mainly is an all-around type of character, utilizing a mixture of punches and projectiles. And this guy has a mother frickin' tank, which is the most hype thing I ever seen. Timmy, what's so hype about Speaking of tanks, you wanna know what else is a blast? The story mode. Like I said earlier, there's this evil bad guy thingy that turns everyone evil and drained all the colors from the worlds. And how do you go about saving our favorite show and friends, recoloring the world, and defeating the ultimate baddie? A linear mission mode. Each world is divided up into a variety of missions, with some having 5 missions and others having 10. Each mission has a goal and a variety of challenges you can do to get even more points, which includes stuff like completing it within a time limit, and yeah, you get the picture. Most of the challenges are optional, but completing them gets you a freaking cool crown that makes me feel freaking superior, so there's that. In terms of the main challenges of the mission mode, instead of doing nothing but fights with very little changes like most mission modes anime games tend to have, looking at you Naruto GameCube games. No, instead we get a variety of different types of missions, with some being quite obvious like defeating someone within a set time or collecting the most objects in a set time. But there are some truly creative and fun ones out there, like ones where you must defeat enemies in a specific way or even break out of walls in a set time. Okay, that mission just gave me a hate for the walls. Okay, fine, there were some lame missions in this game, but at least they tried doing something different here, and that is something I can really appreciate. These experimental missions were not only a fun and nice break from doing nothing but battle after battle after battle, but it also made the multiplayer aspect of the game have much more variety and fun as well. Well, at least that's what I would say if I could find friends to play it with. Other than that, I found it to be pretty much your typical mission-like story mode. You complete one session, move on to the next, defeat a final boss, or rinse and repeat. But can we take a moment to talk about the worlds and how amazing this game looks? Of course, with the DS being 256 by 192 pixels high, this game isn't exactly breathtaking in how it looks, nor would it blow you away or anything. I mean, the most stunning thing is the frickin' tester in the background looping while the planet moves up and down. However, design-wise, I definitely appreciate how bright and colorful the game looks, while not making it too overbearing. With the mechanic of someone losing color as their health depletes, it's pretty impressive that no matter how bright or desaturated you are, you can still see the character quite well. And that is mainly thanks to the backgrounds focusing on being quite simplistic in comparison to the platforms and characters. This game clearly focuses on gameplay and fan service rather than having the new fanciest controls, and in a way, it aged pretty well for this game. As, come on, the DS games that tried utilizing new fancy graphics for the DS have not exactly aged well or looked well over time. Okay, that's nice and all, but why isn't this game sassy? What? I get it. I guess I did take that a bit too far. Alright, let's just continue. Mom, guess what? They made gaming sassy. Not only does the game look great, but can we take a moment to talk about the animations the characters have? You could tell what's a superpower, a block, a dodge, upper attack, etc. And that is something small I really appreciate. Speaking of small things, it's honestly the little things about the animations and how they incorporate it into the game that really makes this freaking awesome. For example, you'll always know who's winning and who's losing based on when and who has the crown for least amount of stars. That aspect in particular really brings out the Mario Party in everyone and makes everyone target the winner. Why can't I poop in peace? Making it a game where it not only benefits skill, but also strategy, which is pretty interesting considering that's pretty much what Nintendo does as well to make both the multiplayer and single player aspects addictive and fun in these type of fighting party games. Of course, not only are the animations and sprites designed well, but just look how freaking kick butt these animations look. I mean, come on. You can't tell me that a barrage of Luffy's punches does not look hype. Oh, and did I mention the frickin' tank? Tank? No, not again! You wanna know what else is a blast? We gotta give the music and sound effects some love as well. Okay, it isn't too amazing. I mean, like I said earlier, it's the frickin' DS, the music is a MIDI heaven. But the game does do a good job immersing you with its catchy music and sound effects, though it does sound quite chaotic at times. The sound effects and other aspects of the game honestly made it a really fun time. Though there is one more thing we need to talk about in regards to this game, and that's the final boss. Okay, so you travel throughout all the worlds, gathering and saving all the characters from the evilest colorless void, and restored color throughout the entirety of the world. Now, you might be wondering, who the heck was responsible for all of this? Is it Pain? Light Yagami? Sakura? Please let it be Sakura, please let it be Sakura. Nope. Hair design, yeah, that's the boss. The final boss battle pretty much is just like any other mission. However, the difficulty is cranked up intensely, and there are hardly any items. Meaning not only can I take advantage of spamming special attacks due to the meter limit, but I can't even use friggin' items as well. Joking aside, this was honestly a really fun way to end a battle. Though for a game that's as unique and good as this, I sorta wish you kinda weren't doing the same thing yet again. Imagine a boss battle where you have to face against a giant machine, and the giant machine can control the platforms and stuff like that, so you have to like strategically jump your way and climb your way up to defeat the boss. After defeating the final boss, there really is nothing left to talk about in regards to the story mode of this game. I guess the final thing to mention about this game is this pretty amazing credits, where you get to see all the characters with their sprites in an honestly enjoyable fashion. Well, almost entirely enjoyable. The one thing I will say that is a negative about this game is the language barrier. For non-Japanese speaking people, this game might be a bit hard to understand or quite confusing. Thankfully, there is a detailed guide out there, so shoutouts to Mike Casio for your hard work in doing that. That being said, if the only negative about this game is a language barrier, that just goes to show how freaking awesome this game is. Honestly, this game in general is just super underrated, and it's just a shame that such an amazing game has gotten swept under the rug due to freaking Jump Force taking the crown. Jump Force doesn't deserve the show and jump fame of video games, this game does. Everyone buy it now! Jump Ultimate Stars shows that there can be a legitimate competitor to Super Smash Bros. If done right. No, not you. Or you. Okay, stop. But instead, most anime fighting games just kinda feel underwhelming. Why is that, Timmy? Oh, frick no! Hi, I'm Eric and I do everything, and have you ever wanted to punch Sakura in the face with motion controls? These are the Naruto Wii games. There are 8 of them in total, with the first one being Naruto Shippuden Gegeto Ninja Taisen ES, which is part of the Japanese exclusive Wii series that was developed by 8th, which is a company who has a pretty mediocre history with fighting games, such as the Bleach PSP games and some other obscure shonen fighting games. Right away, after a pretty hype opening showcasing the very special attacks the game offers, this is what we are introduced to. Gosh frickin' darn it, Sakura, she demolished that wall. She's making construction workers cry in their sleep. After selecting the story mode, right away we agreed with, well, the slowest way to tell a story ever. This is Naruto from the anime Naruto, and he just came back from Konoha after 2 years of training only to bump into Kakashi, who wants to teach Naruto the basics again for old time's sake, which leads us to the most epic tutorial level ever. Okay, it's not that epic. After a relatively quick tutorial level, we engage in our first fight with Kakashi himself, which, oh my goodness, the gameplay of this game is pretty fantastic. You got your basic and special attacks that are pretty faithful to each character, but the clear star of the show are the special moves in this game. Unlike the previous Naruto games, this game utilizes the power of the Wii Remote to allow you to interact with the superpower by waving the Wii Remote and nunchuck in various ways in order to maximize the amount of damage done to your super attack, which was just so satisfying and made me feel like a total legend. This game somehow combined a strange controller that is the Wii Remote and turned it into a balanced and fair fighting game filled to the brim with punches, blocks, special attacks, and a really cool dodging mechanic that counterreacts to spamming attacks, meaning Timmy can't spam attack me ever again. Frick you, Timmy! The last thing this game does offer that is different from previous Naruto games is yet another cool element. You see these bosses or other obvious objects scattered throughout the stages? That's right, you can duck behind them, which in turn causes the opposing fighter to be unable to attack you. Aha, you can't get me. Though the other fighter can break the objects. Wait, what? Not only can you counter and fear behind these objects, but you can also spring your attacks towards the opposing fighter as well when they least expect it. Which, gosh darn it, I love this oh so much, as it totally fits the whole Ninja Naruto aesthetic in this, well, Ninja Naruto game. Besides that though, that's pretty much all this game offers, a nice and relieving fighting experience that not only offers your typical story mode that follows a part of the Naruto anime, but also some pretty fun multiplayer modes as well, which while they're nothing special, they are pretty addictive to play. Also, for some reason, they made Sakura flirt with Naruto as well, which Sony slightly scared me. Well, that was a short, yet nice and sweet adventure. Timmy, what's the next Naruto Wii game? Dang, and I thought I had a lot of S's. Okay, so imagine the last game, but it's thick. I said thick. Thicker. Even more thickness! Okay, that's just insulting. Naruto Shippuden, Gekko Ninja Taisen ES2. The last game must have done pretty well because they pretty much did the same thing as the last game, but made it which... you know how I said the last game had tons of mindless tests as a story mode? Well, ladies and gentlemen, this game takes it to a whole nother level with 2 hours of story modeness. Which, when a game is forcing you to sit through 5 minutes of story only to play a 1-minute battle, it does get annoying fast. Like, gee whiz, Dara, I don't care about your frickin' strange taste of seating with your different done whatever the frick that is. I want to frickin' fight! And guess what? They somehow made it fighting worse than last game. You know the awesome motion-controlled special moves from the last game? They completely got rid of that. Okay, calm down, Eric. It was not all bad. There were some improvements. Like the fact that there are now actual objectives within the story mode, like having to defeat someone with a specific move or within a set time. Some people might have a problem with it, but I personally loved the nice challenge that the last game was lacking. Another thing I really liked was another change within the overall gameplay was this cool new feature called a hand sign system, which if you hold a dodge and throw button at the exact same time, you enter into this cool stance that will allow you to swing the remote left and right in order to boost your attack or defense power for a short amount of time. This was honestly a nice touch to the game, as yet again, this game really ensured that at least it has the fact that it's a nice homage to Naruto going for it. The only downside is the fact that Sakura is the main menu girl yet again. Other than that though, there really isn't any difference from the last game, but it's still an amazing game. Though I do hope the next game in the series, Naruto ES3, has something different and unique to offer. Well, let's find out, shall we? It's freaking awesome. Naruto Shippuden, Gekko Ninja Taisen ES3. This game is a huge improvement from the last 2 games, as not only do you have the improved and new moves from the fighting aspect of this game, but the story mode in this game got a huge makeover. Well, besides the fact that Sakura is yet again the main menu girl. Firstly, the story mode in itself. Instead of a boring 5-minute long glorified frickin', well, this, we instead get a full-fledged animated cutscene using the 3D models from the game. Another huge improvement from the last game is an all-new mode which makes its way into the story mode in an all-new mode called the Hurricane Clash mode, which puts you in this linear maze-like aspect where you must get from one place to the next while avoiding a horde of ninjas, which is pretty cool besides the fact that I now get PTSD whenever I see a maze in a coloring book. One really cool thing about this game mode in particular is the fact that they somehow implemented the same moves from the fighting aspect of the game, meaning you don't have to learn a new moveset despite the differences with the game style. I'm sure some people might be disappointed with this game mode, as yes, it's not like it's an open world 3D planet field where you get to explore a variety of Naruto locations, but still, I had such a freaking blast with this game mode. But wait, there's more. No freaking way. That's right, the fighting aspect has yet another new feature, which is a Sensei Nakiri feature, which not only sounds like something that will kill me, but is also a feature that when you are about to die, you glow a certain color that provides special effects to people, such as Naruto's strong attacks not taking up MP. This is something that has saved my butt time and time again in the story mode, and is something that's really nice to have, especially since, man, this game is freaking hard. Like dang, did he really just make a kid's fighting game so hard that even I, the legendary ladies man gamer, can't beat it? What? Yeah, I guess you're right. I just wanted to look cool. Other than that, that's pretty much all the changes from the last game. Is literally just the last game, but with those cool new features I mentioned. Anyway, Timmy, what's the next game? Of course I am, but it would be hard to top the last game. This is Naruto Shippuden Gekko Ninja Taisen ES Special, and Sakura isn't the main menu girl this time. Can't this game get any better? Well, it's honestly a bit underwhelming. This game doesn't have a story mode, but rather this game instead focuses on the fighting aspect, and boy did they made some really nice improvements. The majority of the characters have new special attacks, new throwing mechanics, and a combo system similar to the GameCube Naruto games, making it a much faster and combo heavy experience as opposed to being more strategy like with the moves, which is something I honestly prefer as a casual fighting game player myself. Okay, that's nice and all, but do you want to know my favorite part of the game? The wall slamming. You mean to tell me that these past games don't have this awesome wall slamming effect? Lame. I mean, look at this. Bam, bang, frickin' boom. Invisible walls that don't make sense for the win. Okay, the real reason why I like this so much is not only does slamming the opposing fighter cause damage, but it's also a gateway for even more satisfying combos, and trust me, I took full advantage of that. The last major thing about this game is, despite the lack of a story mode, there is a mission mode where you get to choose a character, in which I chose Tamari, and do pretty much what your typical mission mode does. You play specific battles for specific tasks, and unlock characters and earn points along the way, blah blah blah, yay. Okay, this is cool and all, but these games are missing something. Naruto and Dragons, what? Okay.
I'll just use this to defeat it!
What the Fruity Looping Fix is this geniusness? This is Naruto Shippuden, Dragon Blade Chronicles, and it is considered a laughingstock on the internet. I mean, look at this frickin' Metacritic score. But who cares about what mystery reporter game? This game must be frickin' cool if it has a dragon. Oh, I'm moving bosses. This is fun. I'm gonna be the best ninja ever. This is an original story exclusive to the Wii, which features a new character called Akari, who has a brother named Kurama who wants to take over the world with dragons because he hates the world and it's unfair and the big meaty pants blah blah blah. And it's up to Naruto and friends to stop the power of the dragon with... Timmy, are you sure this is right? Okay, Naruto and friends must stop the power of dragon with... Drip? Dang, Naruto got drip. The reasoning for this is so that he can not only look fashionable while being the frick out dragons, but show that he can wield the power of the Dragon Blade as well, which is a new weapon of Naruto that allows him to defeat dragons and use the power of elements to destroy enemies. Overall, the cutscenes of the game are actually pretty cool, though I do get why people complain that it should have been a movie instead. As if 10-minute long Wii cutscenes aren't your thing, yeah, you might want to sit this one out. But wait, what about the gameplay, you might ask? Okay, as much as I was banging on this game being pretty bad to play, I actually enjoyed the gameplay of this game. This game is pretty much half a hack and slash and half a wannabe Zelda dungeon boss game, which is pretty unique for a Naruto game to have. It's pretty much what you expect from a good hack and slash game. You run around hacking and slashing enemies with pretty decent controls. However, the amount of glitches and technical issues this game offers are shockingly high. For example, I managed to shot block myself 3 times in 1 hour. 3 frickin' times. And I didn't even do anything wrong. I just walked into where the game wanted me to frickin' go. And it's not just the shot block issues, it's the confusing layout, the stupid camera controls, and the fact that enemies don't spawn until you're frickin' close to them. I mean, look at this disaster. You cannot blame me for this jump. Trampolines give me nightmares now. And oh my goodness, the looks, the frickin' looks. Naruto looks pretty cool, but what the heck is going on with the graphics of this game? My gosh, look at these wannabe redes. They disgust me so much with their dinky leaf shirts and shields. What do you think a leaf shield is gonna do to you? Suck the photosynthesis out of you? God, I feel like censoring these things. It's a buggy, glitchy, unbearable mess, which is such a shame. Because not only did this game have so much potential, I mean, do I really need to go into detail about how cool Naruto facing against dragons would be? But also, when you weren't coming across bugs and glitches, it was honestly an enjoyable experience in game. Fighting the dragons in this game was the highlight of playing all these Naruto Wii games. And while it's nothing special, it doesn't need to be. It just needs to work. And it doesn't work. It just doesn't work, okay? I shot blocked myself in this game many times. Let's just move on to the next game. I am done. These are the Naruto Clash of Evolution games, and these are a bit strange, as the first and third game are just glorified ports of the Japanese exclusive Naruto GameCube 4 and Naruto ES game with minor improvements, which I already went over, so I'm not going to talk about these games. However, the second one actually has some unique features and an original story mode. This is Naruto Clash of Evolution 2, and this is the perfect Naruto Wii gameplay in my opinion, as it does everything right from the typical gameplay we are used to with cool new features, and the the original story mode with short cutscenes with the Wii engine that are pretty cool and actually intriguing to watch. The story centers around Lady Tunsure and her friend Kagura, whom the latter wanted to be the Hokage and wanted Lady Tunsure to train her. But Lady Tunsure refused, thinking Kagura didn't have the potential due to her attitude. This in turn causes Kagura to go all crybaby mode and steal script at the change of the Jitsu that allows the person using it to mind control people into thinking they're friends or foes, which in turn causes Kagura to use it on the majority of people in the Hidden Leaf Village, and it's up to Naruto and a few other people to stop the borders causing the spell and defeating Kagura. This in turn causes us to fight pretty much everyone in the village in a way that doesn't seem forced, and I freaking love it. Beating up your family and friends is so much fun. Voice crack. One notable change in the gameplay of this game includes the ability to use these exploding paper tags, which all characters can use by holding down the dodge buttons and pressing the strong attack button in order to have a freaking blast. It is a bit hard to set up, and it does cost a lot of MP, but the result is pretty satisfying, especially when someone stupidly runs into them, i.e. me. Another cool feature is something similar to what Super Smash Bros. Does in terms of stage swapping, but instead of controlling it in the game, you instead have to knock the opposing fighter with a strong attack in a specific location to knock him to another part of the stage, making the stages have so much more variety. With everything I mentioned in combination with the 35 characters, with 7 being original, and 30 freaking stages, this is a to-go to Naruto Wii game. But there is one more issue I need to mention. Sakura's still the main menu girl. Hi, I'm Eric and I do everything, like playing Jump Force. Why is my copy of Jump Force pistollated? Oh, how Timmy? Oh, okay. Wait, the first Shonen Jump game, isn't that Famicom Jump, aka Famicom Jump Hero Shuden, which was the result of Bandai gathering together to make a video game to celebrate the 20th anniversary of Shonen Jump, which oh boy did they deliver. I mean, it has Son Goku, Joseph Joestar, and Kenshiro. This game is the sole reason why I can't get laid. Speaking of getting laid, you'll lay down in awe with the freaking opening for this game. It's a quiet evening in someone's home. Could this be your home? I'm going to call the cops. Suddenly, the magazine started to blink. Grabbed by a mysterious force, the boy is pulled inside the Shonen Jump magazine. Hi, officer. I'm Eric, and I do everything. And wait, what? What's going on? Ah! Dang, what an opening. Poor Dave over there got combusted into a white ball and got sucked into the frickin' Shonen Jump magazine. Which after that, we see all the characters that should be on trial for doing this. After all of that, we spawn into this 2D open world map with no clue on what to do or where to go at all. Yeah, that's right, this game is pretty open world like. I mean, you can pretty much walk to whatever session you feel like. You can choose to fight baddies, explore around, or do what I did and headed to the shop to spend my entire life savings on jelly-filled donuts. I'm 18 with purple hair. Do you really think finance is my strong suit? After filing for bankruptcy, I found an arena in which, after talking to this bowling pin with white nipples, we engaged in an epic battle with, well, I have no idea, but let's talk about the battling in this game. Have you ever wanted to wander around aimlessly dodging stuff while using a giant fist to beat the frick out of people? Well, that's this game in a nutshell, and taking into consideration when this game came out, it's honestly a really fun and enjoyable experience, though it does get repetitive. You'll spend a majority of this game in the overworld, and there are a ton of copy-pasted enemies everywhere that, while you can avoid, these enemies are scattered and impossible to avoid locations at time, though they are usually relatively quick to defeat. But man, if I see that frickin' Mohawk wannabe biker one more time, Anyway, going back to the story, after winning against Arena, we walk around until we find this lovely fellow who's Nukisaku Ida from Anyway, It Doesn't Matter, who wants to join the party. Well, he seems like a nice guy. How does he fight? No. Seriously, what? This kid defeats the world's most even villains with his bum. This man must be thicker than a pair of thick old anime thighs, and I freaking love it. What, Timmy? Wait, really, Timmy? Good point. Alright, here I come, ladies. Hey girl, mind if I button? Frick you, Timmy! Speaking of butts, you wanna know what's a pain in the butt? Finding out where the heck you're supposed to go. Like most NES and Famicom games, it can be quite confusing from a 2000s kid's perspective, and well, this game lives up to it. If it weren't for these random nice guys that were standing in the middle of the forest to give me hints on where to go for some reason, I would have definitely been lost. But hey, you know what? I can't complain, especially since the music throughout the game frickin' rocks. The overworld forest theme in particular makes me want to skip around in an open field. Too bad the battle theme gives me PTSD though. Plus, once you finally figure out where you need to go and what you need to do, this game is honestly quite satisfying. And in a way, I guess that's part of the magic with older games like this that newer games are just missing nowadays. I honestly love the fact that I had to struggle throughout the game to figure things out, and there's so much more to do besides exploring around and defeating baddies. You can frickin' race against Joseph Joestar in go-karting. Yes, this is an actual thing you can do in this game. And yes, I think he hates me now for exposing his secret race car skills. Yeah, what you gonna do about it, Jojo? Whoa, wait, where you going? No. Oh, he missed me. Screw you, Jojo! And it's not only racing our favorite shonen friends are participating in. We also got shooter boss battles, one-player soccer, submarine exploring, Jojo humping walls, going to school, and most importantly, stamp the bald guy in the head. All of these minigames are things you have to do in order to assemble all the Shonen Jump characters together, which once you do that, as well as admire me flying throughout the city on a frickin' cloud, you enter into the stadium for the final battle. The final boss battle, or should I say boss battles, include 11 RPG battles facing against pretty much all of the 80s Shonen Jump baddies out there. I mean, we got Aizidai, Roa, frickin' Godzilla, and the final one, Demon frickin' Jr. The fact that it's an RPG battle is kinda disappointing, but at least it's pretty easy. I mean, like I said, we got Thick Thighs Butt Guy over here, nothing can stop us. After winning the final boss battle, all of our Shonen Jump friends return home with the exception of us, whom I guess is stuck in the Shonen Jump book for the rest of our lives. Well, at least you could say he was in an isekai before his coup. And with that, the Famicom Jump game is finally over. Now I can finally play Jump Ball. Gosh darn it, it's still pixelated! There's a second one? Famicom Jump 2, Saiku no Shichiren. Yep, there's a second one that was made 3 years later, and it was actually developed by Spike Chunsoft, who's known for making pretty mediocre anime games like bleh and bleh. Controversial opinions aside, let's check out the second Shonen Jump game. Dang, this opening makes me feel freaking heroic, which I guess is a good thing, because right after selecting my character, in which I chose Goku and not want to be Tarzan over there, we spawn into this great tempo, in which you are the chosen one. Now gotta assist other chosen ones to defeat this evil thing. This in turn leads us to exploring the great tempo until we come across bootleg old man from Zelda basically telling you, "Yo kiddo, it's dangerous to go alone. Take this dragon radar and go to the work building to save the world." Which, as you could tell, I took his advice very seriously. Going through the warp portal and heading out to the overworld map, we come across a town by the name of Buffalo, in which you can do pretty much anything you typically expect from towns in RPGs, raiding people's houses, finding hidden secrets, and watching Goku intensely stare at people at the local supermarket. You know, normal everyday stuff. Now you might be wondering, why the heck is Goku even at the supermarket? To buy peanut butter. Gosh, friggin' darn it! Nope, it's to buy items in order to prepare himself for the ultimate fight. Grab your peanut butter, ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be freaking awesome. You like Pokemon, kids? Good, now imagine not being able to run away from Pokemon battles while having to do the same fight over and over and over again. Every 5 to 15 steps throughout the game, with the exception of towns, you'll come across a random battle encounter, which is normal for these type of games, and the battling system is actually pretty fun for the most part. You have 4 moves you can do: attack, special moves, standing still like an idiot, or using an item. You have to use these moves in a square arena in a turn-based like format in order to defeat the enemies, and I got to say, it was honestly quite fun. Well, until you realize that you're going to be doing this every 5 seconds. Literally, it's so bad that even the game knows it's a huge issue because they literally fully heal your character before each battle. Meaning you were literally repeating the same scenario over and over and over again with very minor changes. Very minor changes. Oh, you fought a second cactus in the bat last time? Fight 2 bats this time. Gosh, freaking mind blown. You'll never die in the overworld. You just can't unless you actually try to make yourself die or forget to heal yourself with a potion. Which I totally did on purpose to see what happens when you die. Wait, that's it? No game over? No nothing? You just teleport back to where you died? Where's the challenge in that? I demand a real challenge. I want a real dodging thing. Okay, as much as I hate Spike Sunshop and the fact that I'm usually not a big fan of random encounters and stuff like that, I have to give credit where credit is due. This is a good game. The various locations and characters you play are really charming for someone who loves 80s and 90s shonen like myself. And this is a game that, if I truly had the time to grind and mess around with, i.e. being a child, I'm sure I would have freaking loved this game. However, this game in comparison to the first Famicom Jump game, which had much more than just a story and battling system, is honestly quite disappointing. The first game was bigger, required a lot more strategy and hard thinking, and had much more variety than this game. The first game just overshadowed the second game drastically. Okay, sure, some of the minigames were annoying from the first game, but at least the first game tried something different and unique here. This second game is just your typical adventure NES game with hardly any differences besides the fact that, whoa, you can play as Goku and Jotaro Kujo. Which in all honesty was pretty freaking cool, but you get what I'm trying to say. I love the fact that Famicom Jump 2 is an explorative adventure game that had a lot of love and care put into it. And it could have been worse, much worse. Spike Chunchop went on to make 2 other Shonen Jump games that are pretty bad. And no hate towards Spike Chunchop, they made some of my favorite games of all time. It's just with the Shonen Jump games, they managed to go to good, to bad, to really bad. Like, I just don't get it. Honestly, you're not missing anything with this second game, but if you like your traditional Japanese JRPG like battling system from the NES era, then you'll like this game. However, I strongly recommend the first one though. What? Oh yeah, that's right. Let's see if my copy of Jump Force is still pixelated. Why am I still shocked? I should have expected this. Oh, okay. Wait, no. Hi, I'm Eric and I do everything, like accidentally find spell books that belong to Madonna's. This book is awesome. I can cast spells with this. Watch this. That was freaking awesome. But something tells me I need more training with this book, which is why I'm playing the Zach Bell games. There are 9 of them total, with the first one being this one I can't pronounce, which was made by Athene on December 12, 2003 for the Game Boy Advance in Japan, with America not getting the English version of the game until 2005 titled Zach Bell Electric Arena. Jumping right into the story, right away we are introduced to this kiddo named Kyo, who thinks he's some sort of freaking genius and calls his classmates brainless losers. Okay, listen wannabe Light Yagami, the only brainless thing I'm seeing is your puke-colored wall. Heck, even your own mother is roasting your sorry butt. Bam, this kid by the name of Zach Bell crashes in and is instructed by Kyo's father to help Kyo make friends. In which after Kyo beats the frick out of his bully, Kyo makes friends. That's right kids, see Alvin over there trying to take your lunch money? Comfort him and swish. Speaking of friends, these two aren't friends, which leads us to the first battle in this game, and oh my goodness, the battling in this game is so unique and fun. As you can see, you are controlling 2 people at once, in which some attacks are linked towards the 2 of them, like jumping, moving, blocking, and special attacks. However, in some cases, you can separate the teammates by utilizing a down attack, causing Zack to, well, your guess is as good as mine. You can also press the L button in order for Kyo to get the ability to attack as well, with something about the fact that you can just walk up and punch the other caretaker makes me wonder why Pokemon doesn't allow you to do the same thing. Imagine Gary punching Ash when he's about to lose a Pokemon battle. Wouldn't that be awesome? Yes. Wait. It wouldn't be as bloody and insane with 10-year-olds. Complaining time! While I personally love this game, it definitely is not for everyone. One thing this game is lacking is combos of any kind. That's right. There's no fancy combo structure to learn, it's just mindless attacks. Which, while that's good for our 50-minute story mode, this game isn't something you really would want to play competitively with people. Thankfully, when it comes to the single player aspect, there are various minigames throughout the story as well. Like, wow, Naomi attack? Where she mercilessly attacks you with her Love-Y-Mobile? Oh, that doesn't sound bad. Oh frick, what the fruity living frick is this? Run, Jack Bill, run! I never mashed the buttons so fast in my life until now. Yeah, pretty much all of the minigames are just button mashing minigames, which is honestly expected for a game like this. However, the last thing and quite possibly the best thing to mention about this game is this amazing boss battle throughout the middle of the story. This boss battle was by far my favorite part of the game, as you just don't normally see boss battles like this with the limitations of the Game Boy Advance. Plus, look at it, look at it! This boss looks super cool, just like pretty much everything else in this game. Okay, well, almost everything. Wait, no, go back. I'm sorry. Well, that was a great start on my journey into strengthening my lightning powers. Timmy, what's next? Sack Bell Bookmark of the Demon World. What's so scary about a bookmark? Is that a bookmark or Wario with an identity crisis? This game starts with Kyo and Jack Bell arguing over a book, when along comes this bootleg looking Fire Emblem character who does the most devious thing, spin around in place. After, that, we find out she's evil or something and that we must defeat a swarm of Robocop-looking cyborgs in order to defeat her. Which, you know what that means, gameplay time! Wow, this is interesting. This is a beat-em-up action game that centers you playing as Sack Bell. And while the gameplay is nothing special, it's pretty fun. You start out with just a punch and special attacks, but as the game progresses, it becomes more and more complex with more characters, character swapping, and combined special moves. One cool thing is the fact that if you hold a special button, there's a meter that showcases how powerful the attack is going to be. However, the more you hold it, the longer you are without being able to attack, meaning, well, you'll die, so yeah, don't do that. After defeating the baddies, we encounter Miss Wannabe Fire Emblem character and trap her, and Zappo, we zap her, which, causes her to flicker in and out. You can stop that now. Okay, stop. Meanwhile, on the other side of the town, Megumi, the female protagonist of this game, is getting ready for a model shoot when all of a sudden a mysterious force enters her room. Fight! Yeah, let's freaking go. After that, chasing after her and bumping into Kyo and Jack Bell, we finally corner and destroy her, which thank goodness, this scares me. Thankfully, nothing else is scary in this game. See, this game isn't scary at all. I'm too much of a wimp, so let's move on to the next game, which is actually a sequel to Zack Bell Electric Arena, which was unfortunately Japanese exclusive since the American version got cancelled, which I guess is a good thing because this game is pretty much exactly the same as the first game, but without a story mode. Okay, there was one slight change. They made the game much slower! You know, I was willing to excuse the last game for being mindless fun and enjoyable despite the fact that you were mashing the entire time. But at least it was fun and enjoyable. This game on the other hand is slower than my grandma on my grandma. Heck, they even changed the battling time from 60 seconds to 90 seconds. They knew what they were doing. Yes, this game really just tried to be the next Street Fighter by making it more competitive, while forgetting to implement the competitive parts. All rants aside, it's pretty much still the same exact game, just lacking the story mode and strangely slower than the next game, which is almost as fishy as the new minigame they added to this game, which is, well, fishy. Did you catch that pun? Anyway, Timmy, what's the next game? Wait, it's a card game? No, I hate video games based on card games. Look at me straight in the eye and say that again, you sandwich reject. If there's one thing I love hating on more than Jump Force, which frick Jump Force by the way, it's anime card games. My gosh, do I despise these games, and this game based on the Zack Bell trading card game is no exception. I mean, look at this. You can do this in real life. I want to do this, not this. Oh, whatever. I'll save this rant for another time. Anyways, during the game, we see Zack Bell get bullied by a playground mate for not having the Zack Bell trading card game. Oh no. You mean to tell me that Zack Bell doesn't have a Zack Bell trading card game, which you can get on $11 for Amazon.com? Oh no! Wink wink buy it. This in turn leads to Zack crying home to Kyo, in which after telling Kyo what happened, whoa! Apparently he's an expert at the Zack Bell trading card game and teaches us the rope of the game, which after 20 minutes of it was fine, nothing wrong with this game. It just pretty much plays like how you would expect a trading card game plays. So before the 3D card game video game fans come out to attack me, I'll just move on to the next game. Another game I can't pronounce. This is another fine Sackville game on the Game Boy Advance, and oh my goodness, this is the best Sackville game yet. First of all, the story mode is told through the author's perspective, which is honestly pretty hilarious and unique for an anime game to do. Secondly, this game actually feels like a legit fighting game and not let's just smash A and B and hope for the best, which, wow, good job game, I'm proud of you. As you can see, unlike the last game, instead of worrying about defending two people, you only are playing as just a Monados, which while does take away some of the charm the previous games had, overall it does lead to a more competitive and better fighting experience. For example, this game has pretty good fighting game mechanics like combos and counterattacks to pretty much any spammy attack, as well as unique moves and special moves with a surprisingly big character roster of 12 different characters that you can actually mix and match to have them help you alongside a fight. I personally went with Yakuza Reject over there and had Jack Bell as a supporting character, mainly due to the fact that whenever you summon him, a massive hawk comes sweeping down, destroying everything in his path. Hi, I'm Eric and I do everything. It's a hawk. It's a hawk. Fan and wikis are irrelevant. Your quote-unquote ego is smaller than men. Egos aren't smaller than men. What? Timmy, get the laser. Birds. Wanna know what else that soars? The graphics of this game. When it comes to the amount of detail and dedication to the graphics of this game, from the amazing sprites to the charming characters churning around throughout the battles, this is honestly the second best looking Game Boy Advance game I played of all time. My favorite part of the game isn't the fighting or the looks, it's the backgrounds. I don't know what compelled the developers to add an insane amount of details and charm within the backgrounds, but my goodness, looking at what's happening around you while you're fighting is quite amusing. For example, what compels these animals to watch me? Why did these two people decide to play a game of endless catch in the middle of the battle? And why does Frog Boy over there look like watching a fight is the best thing he ever had while everyone else looks at him in absolute disgust? It just doesn't add up. Speaking of adding up, this leads me to the part of the game I absolutely despise, and that's the fact that our dear sweet author over there is forcing us to do math problems in between each chapter. I am not joking. I hated this part of the game. I'm sorry, Timmy. Well, since I can't move on, what's the next game, Timmy? Ooh, 3D Jack Bell game, finally! This is going to be awesome! Oh. What the frick happened to 3D Evolution? All joking aside, while this game doesn't have a story mode, the core gameplay is honestly really fun and balanced, as it takes a lot of the core gameplay elements from the GBA game and implements it into a 3D field and makes it better. For example, while you're just controlling the Monado the entire time, there are some combos and moves you can perform with the human characters as well, which not only increases the combo potential of the Game Boy Advance games seem to be lacking, but it gives this game so much more charm. This game is fast, chaotic, and fun, and while this game has way less characters than what should be legally acceptable with only 8 characters, as well as there being some spam potential due to blocking requiring MP, which was a weird choice. Hey, a good fighting game is a good fighting game. You wanna know what else is cool? The fact that they actually made a sequel to this game called Jack Bell Monado Battles. Alright, this is gonna be awesome. It wasn't, it was worse! Frick. First of all, they replaced this epic scooting animation with this derpy dumb wannabe Naruto run that every character seemed to have. But also, I guess Japan was afraid of Americans complaining about how complex the game was, so they dumbed down the combos, made the CPUs way too easy, and pretty much made this game at spam tactic heaven instead. You wanna win? Lightning, lightning, lightning! If I hear Kira scream Baki one more time, I will. Combos are useless because melee attacks hardly do any damage. Yes, you have to spam to win. Okay, at least there's a story mode. That'll make this game better. It wasn't, it was worse. Frick again! Story mode is actually quite unique for a fighting game story, as instead of it being linear, it's actually similar to a visual novel in a way, as you can choose between locations and alter the story depending on what locations you pick. Well, that's what I would say if this were actually the case, but no, it's annoying, it's just annoying! First of all, just like most anime fighting games, the reasoning for battling each other is downright stupid. Oh, whoa, there's another Monado? He must be bad and evil, let's fight! Not only is that annoying, but since it has the same mechanics as a visual novel, you'll be searching everywhere, finding out where the story goes next without any hints. This leads for the character to be like, oh, there's no one here. Or in these emo wannabe nutjobs' case, evidently you missed it. Oh, thou shalt be shamed if you're in place such as filthy as this. Hurry up and leave. I refuse to believe they talk like this. I just refuse. Get a freaking haircut, noodle hair girl. And you, what kind of name is Bargo? The only Bargo I see happening from you is entering an emo concert and scaring everyone away. I'm mad. I'm just mad. You know what? Sure, I'm totally confident I could beat you this time with my little Mac. Alright, let's play this.
Ready, go!
Hey, Timmy. This isn't Smash Bros, you silly taco. This isn't Smash Bros, Timmy. Konjiki no Gospel, Go Go Monado Fight. This is a platform fighter similar to Super Smash Bros, but with enough changes to make it pretty unique. And I gotta say, I honestly think it's really fun. Sure, it has that cheesy feeling of it being a Smash Bros comb. It has assist trophies, special moves, stages with hazards, final smashes, items, and gambling? Wait, that's not right. But it also plays quite unique as well. For example, instead of the HP going up and you launching out of the stage, this game instead has an HP bar and determines the winner of the fight based on who does the most damage, making it actually skill-based rather than luck-based despite how chaotic this game is. I absolutely love this mechanic and prefer it more than Smash Bros. As well as the fact that you can tell who the winner is at all times by bullying the frick out of him, giving me a chance. Yes, the gameplay is amazing, and the stages are super cool as well, as most stages has elements that cause you to change stages in a natural way, which is something I much prefer than the stage morph element from the Super Smash Bros. Series. Another thing that outshines Super Smash Bros. Is the fact that this game actually has a decent story mode that outshines the story mode for most Super Smash Bros. Games. Okay, it's not that good, but at least it has a story mode and not bleh. Whoa, this is great! My lightning powers are back and super powerful! This is awesome! Hi, I'm Eric and I do everything. No way, really? Frick yeah! Thanks, Timmy, let's play it. This is the worst anime game I have ever played. It's worse than Jump Force. It's worse than the entirety of the Shovelware anime games I played in episode 2 that I'm totally not saying for promotional reasons. What the frick happened? It is a 40 on Metacritic, and for a good reason. This game is an absolute mess. Firstly, before you can do anything else, you must complete the story mode, which, okay, whatever, but the majority of the story mode is either just JPEGs moving around or 3D cutscenes that does involve the same looping animation with mouth movements the entire time. The story mode in general is just poorly executed. For example,
A huge tree!
huge tree?
Huge leaves!
Huge leaves?
Botanical madness!
No way! Yep, the story mode is pointless. Screw this. I want to frickin' fight. Pal. I don't want to fight! The fighting in this game is just downright annoying and bad. Firstly, it's clunky. My goodness, it's clunky. Everything takes way too long. It's just so awkward to do. Secondly, the moves in general are just so annoying. You cannot block without using MP. It is downright impossible to hit people properly due to camera controls. And worst of all, it's super easy to walk up to someone, knock out their book, and keep spamming attacks to leave them defenseless and unable to attack or pick up the book. The book mechanic is super annoying, especially since you have to pick up the book as Kyo and knock Zack Bell when you control him. Yeah, that's right, you can also play Zack Bell, who does nothing but dodge. I am not joking. Controlling this character is so useless, like, why does he exist? But that's not the worst thing the story mode has to offer, no. The worst thing the story mode has to offer is the challenges the story mode does. I love specific challenges, but man does this game make them a miserable experience. For example, just one mission where you have to stop a scoop from, well, doing this. You might think it's easy, just defeat him like normal, but no, he can't die. And every single time he gets hit on a scoop within 150 seconds, the scoop dies and you have to do this over and over again. And trust me, I did it over and over and over again. Even dying when there were 4 seconds left. 4 freaking seconds. 4. You know what though? I fought it. I completed it as well as the other annoying challenges like running away from a forest with invisible walls for 3 minutes without fighting. I went through all of them until I came across this one which required you to solve a riddle while fighting. I tried over and over again, but I just couldn't figure it out. What do? Turn off the electricity? Destroy everything? No, I just don't know. You know what? I give up. Timmy. Show me the walkthrough. That's how you did it? You had to attack his character in a specific location with no way of knowing that with a specific move? That's not a riddle. That's just hitting someone in a convenient location with a convenient weapon. I'm a freaking genius. You know what, Timmy? You're right. I need to calm down. Well, at least I got these really cool lightning powers now. My lightning powers are gone! Well, that was shocking. Hi, I'm Eric and I do everything like... What was that? I need to do something about that. Yeah, I do, Timmy. Watching Power Rangers. Oh, okay, I know how to train and defeat these mecha boss by playing anime mecha games. Mecha games are games in which you pretty much fight giant robots, add an anime flair to it, and we got games ranging from old games to the popular new ones to the downright obscure ones. Let's start by talking about the old anime mecha games from the 80s and early 90s, which were pretty dominant by games based on one franchise, Gundam. There were a ton of Gundam games from this era. We're talking Nintendo Entertainment System, WonderSwan, the frickin' PC-98. But there is one game in particular that sticks out to me from the Gundam games of this era, and that's Mobile Suit Z Gundam Hot Scramble for the Famicom. Feast your eyes on this masterpiece. Oh, it's just your typical shooter arcade game. It has a Gundam mesh in the corner. Take all my money, you freaking masterpiece. This is a game that pretty much made Gundam the powerhouse it is today with its games, selling over 400,000 copies, which is honestly well deserved because this game is super fun. Bam, we are shooting cool mechs from the Gundam series that they introduced to us at the beginning. And well, it's pretty much a level-based game like Pac-Man or Galaga that has you moving your cruiser, defeating enemies, and blocking attacks. This is hard, oh so hard, and I love it, as it does everything perfectly from easily finding enemies to making sure you shield at the proper time. Otherwise, you're vulnerable and prone to getting your shield taken away completely. Honestly, it's just quick and fun arcade awesomeness. Of course, there are some cheesy stuff. Can't have an NES game without that. Like the fact that they repeat the same music over and over again, as well as walking nuts with the game is over message when you die. And strangely enough, they made the game over music a catchy banner for some reason, which only gave me half an identity crisis. Then again, I'm already used to that. And yeah, the majority of these anime games are pretty much how that anime game was like. There were some other notable mecha games from the franchise, but the only anime mecha game that was really notable were ones from the Gundam series. However, once the 3D era video games started rolling around, that's when we started getting a whole ton of anime mecha games, and it was quite experimental. Oh, I love Neon Genesis Evaluation. This game's gonna be freaking awesome. Oh, frickin' gosh, the frick is this depressing? Oh no, what happened? The cutscenes are freaking awful. Like, did they even try? No. Like this cutscene, you are literally doing nothing but watching a model of a mech that has no animation slowly moving for a full minute. A minute. You know what I could have done in a minute? Well, really nothing, but still, a freaking minute? Well, that's just the cutscenes. Maybe the gameplay's better. No, it's not. It's slow. So freaking slow. It takes forever to do an attack, which, well, actually makes sense for a mecha game. But there's a reason why most mecha games nowadays are fast and fun. Who wants to wait 5 seconds after pressing a button to attack again in a fighting game? Well, that is if you could even fight in the first place, as every move you do somehow features a cutscene of you falling back or dying that can take from 10 seconds to literal minutes. Which why? Listen, watching mecha fights is freaking awesome. Again, Power Rangers. But this is a game. I want to play it, not watch it. Imagine a world where you have to pay $60 for a game just to watch it and not play it. Oh, Timmy! I need another anime mecha game that's the opposite of this. I don't know. My body's freaking ready. Let's play this.
パワーグローブの中、両手の親指にスティックの感触があるか？それらのデバイスと接続された
I want to strangle that annoying mascot wannabe. Huh? No. This freaking guy. Okay, contest. This game recognized that there are two things every 90s man loved: giant mecha battles and anime girls. Lots and lots of anime girls. And for the most part, while reviews of this game really aren't that good, I honestly enjoy this game. The story is freaking cheesy. Oh no! Earth is being invaded by these creatures called Jam, and you must use the power of peanut butter, seed, along with the help of your cute anime girlfriends in order to save the Earth. And trust me, this game definitely wants you to save the Earth, considering that's what you're going to be doing over and over again due to the difficulty of this game. It's hard, really hard, but never unfair, as the gameplay is honestly really fun. Though, what you see is pretty much all the gameplay offers. You're moving around in a tank shooting stuff. What else do you want me to say? Unfortunately though, due to this, you'll hardly spend time with the other, including the most important part of the game, the girls. I don't like it. Honestly, the dating aspect of this game feels like a last minute thing, as the majority of the quote-unquote dating aspect of the game is just talking for them for 5 minutes, watching them swoon over you in the most generic of things, and watching a cutscene of you forcefully taking them on dates. You know, typical romance stuff. I don't like this guy. Look at this wannabe hentai protagonist. There's a reason why they hide his face. I want to find him and frickin' punch his quote-unquote charming self back to the previous game in the trash where he belongs. Anyway, that's the early 3D anime mecha games. There were some really great mecha games in this era, like Armored Core, but the majority of the anime-based ones were just pretty bad. You know what? I'm tired of these unrealistic looking games. What is this, Jump Force? I want realistic looking games. I want motion controls. Oh, another Gundam game? Cool! Mobile Suit Gundam MS Sensen 0079. Now, this is what I'm talking about. Reviews of this game aren't good, but screw that. I absolutely love this game. Sure, it's a bit muddy and definitely hasn't aged well in terms of looks, but there's just something I absolutely adore with the controls of this game, which involves, well, a remote nunchuck. Come on, look at this. You're destroying buildings, slashing enemies, and there are a variety of weapons and moves at your disposal depending on how you like to play. This is every person's dream. Don't lie to yourself. And best of all, you can customize your vehicle. That's right, everyone. Fear and awe of the blue mech with pink shoulders. Doesn't this look freaking threatening? Wait, why are these mechs staring at me and laughing at me? Pink and blue threatening, I know, trust me. Plus, I heard pink and blue combination is the ultimate ladies man color as well. Wink, wink. Hi, I'm EricDoesEverything. Yes, I'm the creative one here. I know what I'm talking about. Well, that's just a shame Timmy doesn't like it. That's terrible. Wait. Terrible. Terror. Terror. Terror of the Stratus. This right here is what I consider to be the most underrated mecha game of all time. This came out on the PSP in 2011, around the time where people were finally figuring out 3D graphics and how to implement them perfectly. And this game is a perfect example of that. This game mainly has two different gameplay modes: a 3D shooter like what you would expect from a mecha game, and also a 2D side-scroll session that allows you to talk to people to get to know them better, as well as travel around to places to complete missions, equip weapons, and fight frick out mecha machines and shoulders. This is awesome. The main character is this white-haired dreamboat who is tasked along with his friends to stop the, oh my gosh, what the fruit of living fricks is that? And my goodness, it's so much fun. It's awesome. Especially since this game looks so beautiful. Can we take a minute to admire me running through the sunset? This feels awesome. The only thing I really don't like about this game are these little animations they do between random moments while talking in the visual novel style, which just looks really off to me, but all whining aside, good job game, I'm proud of you. That's right, during the Wii, PSP, and PS2, PS3 era video games, developers finally figured out how to make good anime mecha games. It only took 30 years! That being said, due to the dying nature of mecha anime during the time, these games weren't popular, and that's just a shame because these are really good games. Thankfully, now we're getting to the modern era of anime mecha games, with one game being more notable than any other game during this era, and that is Sakura Wars. Remember Love and Destroy? While the game is pretty meh, Sakura Wars perfectly combines that dating-like sim aspect and mecha awesomeness we all know and love. This is Shigeru Kaneyama, and he's our main character who meets up with his childhood friend Sakura, which causes one thing that leads to another thing, and bam, Kamiyama is the captain controlling an all-female cast of awesome mecha fighters. Wait, what? I want. Why can't that be me? It's so unfair. It's just unfair. Why can't that be me? It's the purple hair, isn't it? It's the purple hair. Gosh darn, I knew I should have been born with purple hair. Curse my parents. Curse my genetics. Oh, not joking aside, the majority of this game is pretty much a 3D visual novel that is extremely well done, mainly due to the lift system, which, well, is honestly your typical visual novel system in which you get choices on what to say every so often, which depending on your choices, you could either be the ultimate charmer or, well, not. But Eric, you might ask, what about the gameplay? And to that I say, wait, there's gameplay? The gameplay, which I honestly don't really like. It's not bad, nor is it good. It's just a bit slow for me, especially during the start. But as time goes on and the more speed and weapon upgrades I got, it was better, much better. Honestly, I also have an issue with how the mechs look in comparison to everything else as well. It honestly looks a bit lame and generic compared to everything else, which I guess adds to the cute factor, but I want this to be cute, not this. See, this is cute, not, oh gosh. Sakura Wars is a perfect anime mecha game story-wise, but you might be wondering, what's a perfect anime mecha game combat-wise? Well, let me introduce you to a game that was a huge deal to a while, but now I hear no one talking about, and that is Astral Chain. Now, this is awesome. The freaking legends at Nintendo and Platinum Games have done it again, with a game that sets in the year 2078 when humanity is about to go completely bye-bye, which is where we come to the picture to stop the world from being completely destroyed by cinemas. Instead of you fighting in a mecha suit, we get this pet mecha suit in a way called Legions, which allows you to not only beat the frick out of baddies, but also allows you to solve various puzzles as well. This is something that is honestly unique and a nice change of pace, while not making it too experimental for one to handle. And you just don't have to rely on Legions for attacking, you can also attack yourself if you want to, though admittedly it is not as cool. I love almost everything about this game, from the outfits, overall cyberpunk aesthetic, combat, items, yeah, pretty much everything. Though if I'm being honest, this story is nothing new that you have not seen before, as it feels like your generic mecha story. Yeah, it's honestly more so an opinion, but hey, my video, my series, my freaking rules. And speaking of rules, wanna know that doesn't rule? The fact that two giant mechs are about to destroy everything. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I feel awesome. I feel like I can beat these mechs. Timmy, get the mecha suit. Huh? Oh yeah, I showed you to play all the anime mecha games. Wow, we can still win this. Hi, I'm Eric and I do everything like a section of a classic peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Someone name my peanut butter jelly sandwich. Yeah, what am I supposed to do now? Try a new sandwich? No, the classics are always better. For example, the Tales of games. The Tales of series has been the shining star for anime games for pretty much the entirety of video game history, with ups, downs, and no. However, there are two Tales of games that are all the rage nowadays, the classic Tales of Symphonia for the GameCube and the brand new Tales of Arise that just came out recently. Both of these games are so similar. I mean, they both are in the same genre, they both have similar settings, and both have main characters with questionable fashion choices. Durr, I'm a sneaky attack guy in the forest, let me wear red. And you, emo fantasy wannabe, bunk. However, which game is better though? Nope, but I like causing drama, so let's start with this. Starting with Tales of Symphonia, the story is definitely one of the strong points of this game, as it essentially takes a look at traditional JRPG story elements and beats the frick out of it and throws it into a shell with sharks and lava and freaking lava sharks. Funnily enough, the first act of Tales of Symphonia pretty much gives you that generic premise of, ooh, you're the chosen one destined to save the world from the evil baddie? Shocker! However, wait, what's this? I'm not playing as the chosen one? I'm the childhood friend of the chosen one? This aspect of storytelling in general is so unique and awesome, as I'm sure you can already imagine a bunch of humor instances and parts of the story in which you're cast aside in favor of the chosen one, which is something that never got old throughout the story in this game. There is also a serious aspect to it as well, as according to this legend, this girl must sacrifice herself in order to save the world from the baddie in this game. And of course, with the character we play as being the childhood friend of this girl, he wants to figure out a way to save her. The childlike stubbornness of the main character is something that really makes the story so unique, and even makes you think, wait, yeah, these villagers want to brutally sacrifice a little girl to save the world? What the Fruity Loopy Perks is wrong with these guys? Oh, so you like sacrificing little girls for your own benefits? Interesting. speaking of hate, the villain. The Tales of games are notorious for changing up the formula with the villains of the story and somehow make them relatable rather than, ooh, shiny world.
Let's make it go blasty blasty because the whole world is after me. Wham!
The villain of Tales of Symphonia is Lord Jakesville, who wants to erase ethnic distinctions with the power of magic and technology. Which, dang, that totally sounds like something someone would try to do in real life. Well, besides the fact that magic doesn't really exist in real life, but you get the picture. The villain in this game is a good person with a flawed mindset rather than an evil monster hating the world and wanting to take over it, which is something that only arguably became popularized and notable with Tales of Symphonia, which gives the story such a unique perspective. Wait, there's a story in Tales of Arise? The story in Tales of Arise? Yeah, Firstly, I would like to say, it's not a bad story, far from it. It's honestly just the same thing we expect from RPGs in general. Ooh, good guy needs to be bad guy who's morally evil and wants to take over the world because he is mad and only thinks he can move? Sound freaking familiar, folks? Okay, contest. Donna and Rina are planning to leave peacefully until one day Rina was like, oh my gosh, let's save Donna and take the natural resources. Along comes emo fantasy guy with no memories who come across generic love interest to, well, I actually don't know, as the story has some serious cases of identity crisis throughout the story. One chapter, the motive is to regain emo fantasy guy's memories. Another chapter is to say to Diana like, make up your mind game. You're more questionable and confusing than the entire development of frickin' Jump Force. Frickin' Jump Force. Okay, well, there is still the plot twist of who emo fantasy guy really is. And it was something I was not expecting and genuinely surprised me, which I obviously won't get into due to, well, spoilers. But with the story feeling like every RPG in comparison, the good versus pure evil aspect, characters repeat the same morals and values over and over again,
And generic romance interests.
yeah! It's a good story filled with genuinely great plot twists, even better than plot twists of Tales of Symphonia in my opinion. But looking at the bigger picture, Tales of Symphonia just has unique charm with the overall story and overall meaning of the game, making me give the story point to Tales of Symphonia. Oh man, that was a long rant. I am hungry. Oh, we're still in the sandwich bit? Sure, Timmy. Timmy! This has dog food in it. That's the conclusion you came to? God darn it! Just move on to the... Boy, was that transition lame. But you wanna know what isn't lame? The fact that Tales of Arise innovated the gameplay to modern standards perfectly, which is something I gotta commend the game for, as playing this game genuinely was an amazing experience that I have not gotten from an anime game in a long time. For example, it's more fast and fun, it doesn't waste your time with long transformation scenes, and the experience for fighting actually feels rewarding, making grinding experience points and battling not a pain at all, which is honestly rare for a game like this. The weapons are super awesome as well. I mean, come on, a kick butt woman with laser guns? What's not to love about that? Speaking of weapons and upgrades as well, while upgrading is somewhat important, you don't need to do constant experimentation or much grinding to get the best armor and weapons in the game, as it comes naturally, which means I don't have to sell my soul to get the best stuff. You know, it's nice to play a modern game like this that doesn't concern you with getting all the best stuff right away and only playing one specific way in order to, well, beat the game. And with the improved item drop rates, stat boosts, and the ability to swap abilities between accessories, which, thank goodness that's a thing, because you know how many times I had to do that thanks to my own stupidity? I mean, my experimental nature. Timmy, where was I? No! Yes, Tales of Symphonia has gameplay, and I don't know if this is a controversial opinion or not, but I absolutely love the gameplay of this game. And that is thanks to one aspect of the game, the combat stripping engine. Usually throughout the game, you'll have 2 or 3 party members, and you can control them with this scripting engine that allows you to give them orders whenever they could fight, defend, sacrifice themselves, etc. And this is an aspect in Tales of Symphonia that, if done right, could turn this game into a clunky RPG game into something really unique. Plus, who could resist the temptation to go all leaders from Geass like and control whether Genius stupidly goes bye-bye or not? Speaking of bleh, one of the worst aspects of the gameplay, in my personal opinion, was the overworld map, which is just not fun and honestly feels like a waste of time. Yeah, I get it, you're on an adventure and you need to get from one place to the next, but just compare how Zelda Ocarina of Time does it as opposed to this game. Traveling from one place to another actually feels natural as opposed to this wannabe Zelda overworld map that just makes everything seem fake and just downright annoying to travel, especially since it's hard to avoid enemies due to how the overworld was structured. This game thinks it's freaking Zelda! When it comes to the main aspect of the fight though, the battles itself, it definitely isn't freaking Zelda, and it's all thanks to the multi-line linear motion battle system, which is a system that mainly focuses on you being able to control character across one line while enemies can freely roam the area attacking. The gameplay is really reliant on experimentation and teamwork. What works for one fight wouldn't necessarily work for another one, which is honestly really awesome considering for most RPGs, you just need that one overpowered character to win the game and not anything else. Take Pokemon for example. What's the point in training hard with all assist Pokemon when you really have one overpowered Pokemon to win everything? This game doesn't allow you to do that, no. Instead, it focuses on the power of teamwork. Yep, teamwork. That's right, Pokemon, you got no teamwork. Hear that, Ash? That's right. Pikachu, burn it. Charmander, burn it. Boba Dum Dum, lava sharks, lava sharks, lava sharks. All joking aside, Tales of Symphonia is an amazing game that still holds up for those willing to put blood, sweat, and tears into the game for a perfect strategy. But Tales of the Rise allows you to get that same enjoyable feeling with the gameplay without that annoying clunky mess you have to go through to win. Meaning that for the overall gameplay, I have to give this one to Tales of the Rise for being much more accessible with the gameplay. Alright, we will 1v1 on each side. I need some other aspects to judge the game on. That didn't help, Timmy! Fine. Oh, I got it. How about... When it comes to innovation, the Tales of games are notoriously good at coming up with something unique to shake up the formula. Take the first games in the Tales of series for example. These games were innovated, however the execution wasn't always the best. Take Tales of Fantasia for example, it was so unique for its time. However, due to the poor execution of your allies being oh so annoying and idiotic during battles, it ended up being the perfect game with one annoying thing that ruined the entirety of the game. The other games before Tales of Symphonia either had that one annoying mechanic that made it unbearable or not being innovated at all. Ooh, Final Fantasy is a thing? Boom, totally legit game. This is where the innovation of Tales of Symphonia comes to the picture. Like I mentioned earlier, Tales of Symphonia revolutionized how RPG games should be. Fantasy games often presented someone as heroic, the guy to save the world from evil, the friggin' perfect ladies man with one flaw that somehow made him relatable. However, Tales of Symphonia does not do that. The hero is not you in the story. You are just a child who just so happens to want to save a childhood friend from being sacrificed, and somehow ends up being the one to save the world through childlike innocence. The main character and villain have similar goals: to end discrimination, to end putting people down based on their beliefs, to end the whole concept of people becoming victims in the first place. However, these people live two very different lives, so despite having similar goals, they couldn't be any more different on how they executed the same beliefs. This is an issue that we just have not seen in video games before, which is what makes this game oh so appealing. This game is innovative to not only RPG or family games, but just video games in general. Mario doesn't do this, Mario doesn't need to. It's a me, Chris Pratt, I mean Mario, who's saving the princess from a turtle. That's what Mario is. Tales of Symphonia gets its identity from the innovative story aspect combined with the unique gameplay we are already used to in the Tales of games, which is something we have not seen before in a fantasy game. I mean, fantasy is called fantasy for a reason. It's supposed to be unbelievable. An average man does it to save a hot girl? No, screw that. Tales of Symphonia does the exact opposite of that. Yet it still gives that RPG fantasy charm we all know and love. Tales of Arise is a better game, no doubt about that. The gameplay is much better, it looks awesome, and it's a game way more people will complete rather than Tales of Symphonia. It's just, in a way, Tales of Arise also makes me fear for the future of RPGs in the Tales of series in the future as well. Sure, it's clean, it's less annoying, it's much more fun, but where's the creativity? Where's the thing that makes it different from other games like Final Fantasy VIII, which pretty much has the same story and the same kick-butt female girl with pink hair? Where's that quote-unquote Breath of the Wild treatment to revolutionize the series and genre as a whole? It just doesn't have that, and it's such a shame. Imagine a story from Tales of Symphonia with the gameplay mechanics of Tales of Arise. I guarantee you it would be considered one of the best games of all time. Heck, quite possibly the best game of all time if I'm being honest. Hear that, Ocarina of Time? That's right, you better be scared, Linky Lank, and your little tooty toot. To summarize, I don't think Tales of Arise is a bad game. Heck, I think it's better than Tales of Symphonia. But if you're going to abandon the spirit of the last game in favor of making a masterpiece, what's the point of calling it a Tales of game then? So yeah, I have to give the innovation point to Tales of Symphonia, which quote-unquote makes Tales of Symphonia the better game. Which is something I honestly disagree with looking back at all those little whining rants I did, as like I said, Tales of Arise is the better game. So who really wins, Tales of Arise or Tales of Symphonia, new versus nostalgia? Well, I'll be honest with you, I cannot make up my frickin' mind. But I don't have to, as both of these games have amazing strengths and mediocre weaknesses. Sure, I'm down to try new stuff. What is it? This is awesome! You said it had bananas in it, right, Timmy? Well, no wonder why it makes me go bananas. Hi, I'm Eric and I do everything like boom, only motherfucking Street Fighter. This game is awesome, but there is one problem. Where's the hot anime girls? You don't understand, Timmy. It's important. Guilty Gear. One day, Arc System Works was like, what if we combine hot anime characters, Street Fighter, and a frick ton of heavy metal music? That's right, move over mortal lame bat. This is Guilty Gear. And boy did it have some weird games in the past. And when I say weird, I do mean weird. But for now, let's talk about the first era of Guilty Gear, starting with Guilty Gear on the PS1. This game came out during the time when fighting games were dominated by Capcom and SNK. And the fact that Guilty Gear was able to make an impact despite that is really notable, with the main thing that set it apart being just how unique and awesome the whole concept really was. Boom, looks, instead of the typical normal weapons like yarn, fists, and swords, we got frickin' anchors, explosions, and hair combos. Frickin' hair combos. That's right, hair whip boom, hair whip boom, hair whip boom. And it's not only the looks and overall weapons that are so unique, but it's also the music as well. Most soundtracks had that Tenko upbeat cheesiness we all know and love, but not this game. This game features heavy metal music with dirty sounding sound effects, which perfectly contrasts with the fast and aggressive gameplay this game has to offer. And speaking of the gameplay, my goodness, yes, it is so smooth, oh so smooth. And while the gameplay isn't anything you have not seen before, with typical combos, jumps, and super moves, it is so agile and fast that you won't even notice that the background is nothing but a JPEG snooze fest. Now, this is where we get to the bad stinky part of the game. What the frick am I supposed to do? That's right, where are the modes for this game? All we have is a generic story, a versus mode, option mode, and training mode? It took you 3 years to make this game arc. Couldn't you at least throw in some extra modes? The characters are so cool and unique. A gallery showcasing concept art of the characters would have been so awesome. But no, you instead wanted to make a quick 30-minute story mode with characters with underwhelming boss battles that you can't even play in the story mode afterwards. Why? Well, all rants aside, I can understand why, since this game clearly focused on ensuring a foundation and smooth gameplay rather than a detailed and complex story mode. And you know what? I would consider it a compliment. In fact, my only complaint is, well, why couldn't they do more with the game? I mean, they got the foundation established, so the next game must be great, right, Timmy? What? Speak the frick up, Taco Bell reject. You know what? Screw it. Guilty Gear S. Okay, listen folks, this is pretty much the same thing as the first Guilty Gear game, but a tiny bit better with virtually no improvements, which in a way kinda makes sense, considering this game is just a port of the Dreamcast game from 2000 that got ported on the PlayStation 2 and became non-Japanese exclusive 2 years later. We got bam, new characters, bam, better graphics, bam, 1 or 2 moves and techniques. But what compels me to buy this over, ooh, shiny new game when the first game is just the same thing but with a tiny bit more? What is this, frickin' FIFA? Am I being mean? Yeah, I'm being way too mean. I'm being way too mean to frickin' FIFA. This game had 3 ports of the same thing. Yes, the same frickin' thing. Guilty Gear S Plus, Guilty Gear S Advanced Edition, and Guilty Gear version 1.5. The latter two, I can understand why they exist. They're simply just ports of the game that were clearly just thrown on with minor changes to appeal to people who want these games on different consoles. But why the frick use this
Mr. Guilty Gear S Plus. Were you really needed? Like, really needed? No, screw you! This game is just an improved port of the game on the same console that feels like an improved port of the first game. Yeah, it's a bit better. I mean, 2 more characters, improved story mode, and missions. But I want something big. I want something new and unique. As of right now, it feels like the same as FIFA and the new Super Mario Bros. Series. It's the same thing over and over again with minor changes.
Oh really, Timmy? Ooh, that sounds awesome. Let's check it out. Huh? Why, Timmy? Yeah, I guess you're right. Heavy metal music is freaking awesome out loud. Well, let's check this out. Timmy? My ears are bleeding, Timmy. And I'm hearing impaired, Timmy. Screw you!
Speaking of frickin', frick Guilty Gear Quartet. Not. Despite the awful music, and I do mean awful, I found a ton of enjoyment from this game. It looks so simple and cute, yet somehow it maintains its lengthy combo structure and aggressive gameplay. But there is one slight small problem. It's a spin-off, right? Then why isn't it different than any other mainline series games?
Like, am I missing something? Am I going crazy? I asked for originality. You give me the same friggin' thing again! This was the era where Guilty Gear just felt the same with 1 or 2 new characters and 1 or 2 new things added. Whoa, cool, but give me something else, not the same thing over and over again.
You know, for a series as creative and awesome as Guilty Gear, it appalls me that it's not doing anything different than what Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat has done, which is equally as annoying. Yeah, frick you, who the frick are you, and go to the frickin' depths of hell, motherfricker.
I just don't want you to do the same thing over and over again with minor improvements each time. That's what Street Fighter did, that's what Mortal Kombat did. You're the anime fighting game, you don't need to do that. My gosh, try something new, try to be creative for once in your life. I'm creative, I don't rip off anything. Anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, this game flows.
Thankfully, there is one game that shook up the Guilty Gear franchise, causing the Guilty Gear franchise to really start becoming more popular among hardcore fighting fans due to new mechanics and other elements, and that is Guilty Gear S2 and the various remakes it got over the years. Firstly, the first game, I'll be honest, a lot of the core mechanics are the same fighting-wise, which is perfect because that was definitely the strong suit of the previous games, but they really went all out with some of the characters they added to this game. Vampire with a pipe, a witch with an electric guitar, a stereotypical British person with a frickin' yo-yo. Yo, that's freaking awesome! Yeah, they not only went really all out with the characters of this game, but they also made the story mode much more interesting this time. That's right, instead of doing seemingly random battles for no reason like it felt like in every other previous game, there is an actual story I actually care about. Whoa, an anime fighting game with an actual story? It's the opposite of frickin' Jump Force!
Guilty Gear 2 finally felt like an actual game rather than some sort of port. But guess what? They did the same frickin' thing again, but with Guilty Gear SS, with not only 2, not 3, but with 4 different ports, and they're all on the same console.
Guilty Gear SS Reload, Guilty Gear SS Slash, Guilty Gear SS Core, and Guilty Gear SS Core Plus. All of these games are much better than the original, no doubt about that. They add some more missions, characters, and an improved survival mode. But if you wanted these improvements, you had to pay the full price of this game. Sure, it's not like they could have just magically added new characters and balance changes back then. It was impossible to do so. But with that being said, why not just spend all that time and money making a new game rather than slightly improving it and charging full price? Smash Bros didn't do that, it's just you. Yes, you. Well, Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat did that too, but still, bad Guilty Gear. Boom. To bring this point home and finally start complaining about the same thing over and over again, despite the game following Guilty Gear S2 being better, they were reviewed worse and hated on much more by the majority of people despite that small poop fighting game pros. Which, there's nothing wrong with that, but the small poop fighting game pros are just a small minority.
Yeah, you mentioned that already, Timmy. Ooh, this is gonna be awesome.
要するに賞金首だよな。何やらかしたんだよ。
そうじゃねえ。タチの悪い呼び出しだ。
Oh
Guilty Gear, Guilty Gear, Guilty Gear. When I say do something creative, when I say do something amazing, I didn't mean make a Dynasty Warrior clone. Frickin' dum-dum. Dum-dum to lollipop. You wanna know what else that sucks? Guilty Gear. What the heck is this? It's like, really, what the heck is this? What identity crisis caused this? Are you a mindless button masher, a fighting game, some sort of strategy wannabe, or a total snooze fest? Actually, you know what? Screw that. You're all of them. This game is so bad. Not even in a fun, bad, horrible, hee hee ha ha kind of way. But oh my goodness, it takes forever to defeat an enemy, as your attacks hardly do any damage, which for a hack and slash game focusing on defeating hordes of enemies at once, what's wrong with you? And guess what? If the fact that attacks take forever weren't bad enough, you are slow in this game. And worst of all, enemies can fall down without dying, causing you to have to wait 4 seconds in order for them to attack and get up, which somehow makes them invincible as well. Like, why? And don't get me started on the looks. You bandana guy. No. And you pretty white-haired boy. You hate those guys? Well, I hate you. You're like a K-pop and generic anime protagonist 20 had a baby and spawned in the most dull and boring word out there. Bleh. And it's just a shame. This game had so much potential. The story is absolutely amazing. And if done right, this could have been the game that redefined Guilty Gear. But no, it's awful. It's just awful. No! Yeah, like the DS game Pro Jumper Guilty Gear Taken, which, well, you know what, I'm not gonna even bother. Anyway, the majority of Guilty Gear spin-off games were pretty much either underwhelming or wasted potential. However, there is one Guilty Gear spin-off game that I actually really like. Let me introduce you to Guilty Gear Judgment. This game perfectly gives that player that aggressive combat style and moves we all know and love, but throws it into a side-scrolling beat-em-up game, which, controversial opinion, fits the Guilty Gear series much better than a typical fighting game. And it's not your average beat 'em up game. Oh no, it's actually really unique, as there's just not that many beat 'em ups out there that have that unique move stuff you can only get from Guilty Gear. It is fast and flashy. Boom explosion, boom explosion. This is awesome. Unfortunately though, this game did not do well, which is such a shame because this was my favorite game to play out of the Guilty Gear series, believe it or not. Thankfully, it was around that time where Guilty Gear started finally going back to its roots and started not feeling so microtransacty and greedy all the time. Take Guilty Gear S3 for example. It goes back to that assist button layout, but also implements its more chaotic and fast elements like the all-new homing dash. This, as well as other changes, really made the game notable among both casual and hardcore Guilty Gear fans, as the casual market has a new game to enjoy on a new console, while hardcore players don't have to spend that much time experimenting and figuring out how the overall game works. Guilty Gear S3 Relevator and its revision play more as a sequel rather than another game with minor improvements, which is something I'm personally fine with, especially since these were the games that finally united all the Guilty Gear fans together and introduced a ton of new fans as well. That's right, everyone was happy, everyone was awesome, so when a new Guilty Gear game was announced, everyone started pressing that hype button. Hype my frickin' butt cheeks, you! All joking aside, despite that disaster, this game is amazing. Dare I say not only one of the best anime fighting games, but one of the best fighting games of all time. It's competitive without being too complex for newcomers to the series. It is absolutely stunning, and the characters are much more unique and awesome as well. There is no doubt in my mind this game revolutionized what anime fighting games should be in the future, and trust me, I played a ton of weird, bad, amazing, and obscure anime fighting games over the years. Lots and lots of obscure and fun fighting games, and this was my favorite one yet. Yeah, this game is controversial due to the fact that the gameplay isn't exactly the same as the previous games, causing some hardcore fans to be angered, as well as the fact that, oh boy, the lobbies and online aspect of the game is downright horrible. Like really, really horrible. You know what though? This game and series is severely underrated, and despite its problems, it's really nice to see a dedicated fan base for a series as underrated and underappreciated as Guilty Gear is nowadays, which is something we really have not seen much back then besides some hardcore fans wanting to pay full price for every small update. I know this video is more controversial among the more hardcore Guilty Gear fans, but in a sense, they have a point too. Guilty Gear Strive is something different. It is more casual. It does have its loading times issues. My gosh, the loading times issues. I just wish Guilty Gear didn't try to appeal to that small fighting game fans. I want it to be as casual as possible, and that's the direction they're going, so yay. At the end of the day, whether you like the new direction Guilty Gear is going or not, either way, you shouldn't feel guilty about your opinion.
Hi, I'm Eric, and I do everything, and screw anime games. I'm a motherfucking chef now. A peanut butter egg sandwich. Yeah, I saw on Pinterest.com. Oh shush, I'm sure it tastes good. Frick. Plan B. Peanut butter banana sandwiches. There are a total of 4 ingredients, so let's start with the bread. In true German fashion, let's make it a Russian missbrot. Plan C. Motherfucking nature's own honey wheat bread. Which I could tell because there's cultured wheat flour. That's right, this bread is freaking cultured. Firstly, the looks. Can we take a moment to admire the looks of this bread? Sure, at first it may seem a bit lazy. Ooh, honey wheat curves a bit. Look at this generic wannabe default flake test effect in Photoshop. I can do that too, Mom. One thing I really like though is the colors though. Yellow and orange pro perfectly well with that brown bread. Giving it that farm-like vibe. And trust me, they were clearly going with the farm aesthetic. There's freaking wheat on the cover of it. It does taste like Noah bread, but it does have the extra honey kick in it. That's right, you can never have too much honey. Watch me drown this motherfucking honey. Speaking of drowning, bananas can't drown. Thanks, Cora. Bananas, it's a funny fruit. It looks like a pea. Now chop it up and put it in your sandwich. Peanut butter. Now this is the most important part. You can't have it too sugary or it'll clash with the honey. And you gotta go chunky since chunky peanut butter is clearly superior to creamy peanut butter. And I don't want to hear complaints. Let me introduce you to the perfect peanut butter. Boom, Smucker's Natural Peanut Butter Chunky. Oh, I'll make you creamy, alright. The honey, I don't know. All honey tastes the same. Let's go with Welsh's Farm honey. I mean, look how big this motherfucker is. It's bigger than my face. It's bigger than Timmy. It's bigger than my IQ. Timmy, did you really write that? So, we got all the ingredients. We gotta make it now. First, throw that frozen bread in the microwave for 18 seconds. When you're done, put it on the plate and insert the peanut butter around one side. Fill it up, like really fill it up. After that, add the banana and boom, now drizzle the honey while posing for extra effect. And bam, smash it together and we got the peanut butter banana sandwich. Gosh darn it, it's peanut butter and egg again. Who knows, it might taste good again. Hi, I'm Eric and I do everything like...
Yo, Eric,
What?
I'm going to destroy the world.
Wait, what? You can talk? Freaking biology lied to me. Not now, Timmy. So, how do I beat you?
You can't beat me, I'm immortal.
Ah, found it.
Wait, what?
According to WikiHow, you need to play the Soul Eater games to defeat you.
WikiHow, you mother...
Soul Eater games. There are a total of 3 of them, with the first one being Soul Eater, Monster Princess on the Wii that, interestingly enough, was developed by Square Enix. That's right, the Kingdom Hearts masterminds themselves made this game, and oh boy, you could tell. Because in both games, I have no freaking clue what's going on, yet I love it. Boom, opening. Admire this castle. This is Death Weapon Meister Academy, a school founded by Death to train Meisters and demon weapons, maintain world order, and prevent worldly disasters. And the people there caught wind of Mr. Red Eye himself and want to defeat him before it's too late. And what better way to beat them than to train their Geo kids into fighting them, which is where the training mode, i.e. the gameplay, comes to the picture, which, oh boy, is pretty bad. Firstly, the controls. My goodness, the controls. There's only one attack you can do throughout the entire game. And that's pressing the A button to do the same combo over and over and over again. And it gets repetitive, trust me. I mean, it's the only attack. Do I look like I'm having fun? No, look at this. Even Death the Kid over there looks like he's dying from boredom. The only other move is the special power move, but even that is underwhelming. Ooh, my pointy stick glows now. This game makes me fear glow sticks. Oh frick. That being said though, it's not all bad. Firstly, I honestly love how the combat system works. As within the 3D painted field, you can auto-lock to only focus and aim against the enemy, which is super helpful. Another thing I really like in general is the fact that you're just running around in a 3D version of various locations in the anime fighting stuff. Most anime games only do fighting games, so having an anime game be a linear adventure game is honestly a really nice pace. Too bad the pace is freaking repetitive though. They at least tried making it a little less repetitive though, with different missions and boss battles thrown in the mist. But my goodness, the fact that there's only one main way to attack really kills this game for me. Like I said, it's awesome stuff. The gameplay is absolutely amazing. It's so repetitive. Square Enix saw the A button, is like, ooh, I like this button. I'm gonna use it throughout the whole gameplay. Speaking of pressing my buttons, you wanna know what else that presses my buttons? Not the little show referencing the characters, that's actually really adorable and clever. Everything else looks awful though. Hello, you're a Wii game from 2008. What compels you to look like a PS2 game then, motherfucker? Even Kingdom Hearts, the game you made 6 years prior to this, looks better. This game looks like a total freaking snooze fest, and somehow makes the unique world of Soul Eater look like the most generic town ever. Boring. And you have no excuse. You don't, because not only do a couple of scenes legitimately look amazing, but the visual novel parts of the game look amazing as well. Okay, and what's amazing? The visual novel parts are awesome, as you got mouth movements and animations, legitimately humorous and intriguing storytelling, and...
Hi-san!
things that'll flip your mind. You're bad, Timmy.
It was pretty lame.
Oh, who asked Mr. Lunatic?
Lunatic.
Oh, I got 78 more moon puns.
I'm immortal, but at what cost?
Soul Eater on a DS, aka Soul Eater Medusa's Plot. This is another Japanese exclusive game that was made by a different powerhouse of a company, Bandai Namco, who usually is a company with the most experience making licensed anime games. Wish I could tell, because I actually really like this game. While the story is nothing special, it just follows the anime during the whole Medusa arc, but the gameplay is really enjoyable. This game makes great uses of the DS style list by implementing it for attacks, special moves, and other notable things, like encountering enemy attacks to hit it back at them. That's right, the controls are oh so fun and satisfying, and while it is annoying that you have to be very precise with 15-year-old technology, as well as the general annoyance when it comes to the fact that they thought having different style slides doing different moves for every character was a good idea. This was an overall blast to play, well, considering you have a DS style list, and didn't lose it at the last second. We lost it, Timmy. We lost it. You wanna know what else is a lost cause? Not the gameplay. The controls are great, but using the various controls to interact with the gameplay is honestly really fun, as there are a ton of cool new features, like, moving bosses. That's boring. Bring it to me, bring it to me. Why is this so satisfying? Yeah, there is a ton to do, and it's pretty interesting seeing the various ways the game implements these things, adding to the overall weirdness and charm Soul Eater definitely has. I mean, come on, instead of adding invisible walls, they added fire to block your way. That's hilarious. That's right, frick Smokey the Bear. You wanna know what else is on fire? The combat. Boom, bang, ara. This game is so satisfying. I mean, look at this. You do some fancy movements and bam, cheesy cutscene completely destroying everything in sight. Fear the motherfucking JPEG. Fear it. Seriously, instead of pressing buttons, in which the buttons are used to jump, you get to swipe to do each attack. And despite the issues I mentioned earlier, when it comes to dealing with enemies, it is perfect. As with the swiping technique, you can control what enemies you beat and how to deal with these, which is just a strength of the DS in general. Plus, there are boss battles in this game, freaking boss battles that follow the simple 3 different move structure. Do one thing, get hit. Do another thing, get hit. Do one last thing, bam, dead. But still, it was fun, enjoyable, and hard. Oh boy, it was hard. But at the end of the day, these boss battles definitely give you that overall DS charm. And speaking of DS charm, can we talk about how cute these characters look? I don't know what genius of Bandai Namco is like. See Blackstar over there? He's nice and all, but what if we made him chibi? Aw, isn't he adorable? I want to pet it. Pet, pet, pet. Aren't you the cutest thing? Even cuter than Timmy. Huh? Huh? I mean, it's the DS, the picture size isn't all that good, but hey, I can appreciate a game as cute and simple as this. Heck, it looks just as complex and detailed as the last game, though I do wish the stages were more than this. Ooh, generic forest and generic town. So either in these simple and plain backgrounds is just kinda weird. Heck, for frick's sake, we got a friggin' caster that sticks your tongue out at you. Why couldn't a bush or tree every once in a while give you seductive looks? Actually, you know what? Never mind. I take it back. Speaking of being sassy, me. Yes.
No.
Aw, you True Moon. Say I'm hot. Say it.
I have standards. I need to see the proof.
I got some spicy pics of me.
I'd rather just die. Just play the final game already to end my misery.
Oh yeah, the last game, wasn't that? So Reader, Battle Renaissance, this baby is both on the PSP and PS2 with very minor differences. But the PSP version was cheaper for me, so let's talk about the PSP version. My goodness, this is the game I'm really excited to talk about, because I'll be honest with you, I have played a ton of anime fighting games, a ton, to the point where I'm honestly sick and tired of them. They feel like the same thing over and over again. But after playing this game, I can safely say I absolutely love this game, as it's one of my favorite licensed anime fighting games out there. Here's why. Firstly, the adventure mode. I'll be honest, there really isn't anything too notable. You select a character to follow the story, complete missions and battles, and move on with your life. But some of the stuff they did here in the adventure mode is pretty notable. Firstly, they came up with the perfect way to prevent you from being spammy, and that's having you play missions while moving buttons for you, making you unable to use it, which is pretty awesome and downright hilarious. I had a reaction of betrayal and dumbfoundedness when this happened. Here's a visual reenactment of it. That strange thing to talk about aside, the adventure mode is really well structured in general, though it doesn't do anything special. However, I have got to talk about the gameplay of this game, which was honestly a blast. Starting with my personal favorite part of the game, the characters. All the characters are so unique to how they play, and perfectly represent just how amazing and lovable the characters are in Soul Eater. I mean, we got Krona, who plays and attacks like a possessed person with slow but powerful attacks. Wholesome Wish over there dropping pumpkins and turning into a cute little kitty. Oh, a cute little kitty. And our mad scientist over there with a chair. A freaking chair. Fear me, mortals, for I have chair. Chair, we wanna know that was just the overall gameplay of the game. The characters are so charming, so controlling and felt like a blast as well. Especially since playing this game honestly does feel a little bit different than your typical fighting game. Firstly, you got the basic stuff: attack, jump, special attack, powerful attack, and charge meter. But one of my favorite unique things this game does is the counter system. Do a move and wham, flashy combo counter attack. This game feels a bit more slow and strategy-like, so having something like this was so satisfying. Plus, you can counter a counter, which is something I absolutely find hilarious. Another thing I really like is how this game handles super attacks. There's this meter that takes forever to charge up, and I do mean forever. But if you manage to play it safe and smart, you get this ultimate attack that pretty much lets you win the game. However, getting it in the first place requires a huge risk and leaves you vulnerable to attacks. And when you get attacked once, it is hard to escape without counterattack tradition, so be wary of that. The last thing some 12-year-old on Reddit.com might cry about is the fact that there really isn't any combos at all. Like I said, it's more strategy based, so if you're looking for something flashy and fast, this will not be the game for you. That being said though, this game surprised me, especially since, like the characters, the looks of this game absolutely amaze me. And this is only the PSP version. I can't express how colorful, vibrant, and unique Soul Eater is. And this game perfectly showcases that with its unique and wacky stages from the anime. That was amazing. Well, Mr. Rune, ready to see my spicy pics? Oh, that's right. He's dead now. Frick. Yeah, but he seemed nice. Whoa, twist feeling mush? Oh, frick, he's serious.